Welcome to Tox News live stream of the Trump uncanceled political action convention. I had to get some kind of introduction out there. Some kind. I'm gonna be eating pizza for this first bit because you gotta consume. It's part of the game. Hopefully gonna react to some Tom McDonald. Cringe until I break. But at least while I consume my yum-yums, we're already live with the CPAC. Let's see. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We used one of three main Republican firms for our national coverage, as well as lined up about 6 different firms in North Carolina. Our legal budget was
to drive by in the motorcade. We do believe, we have reason to believe that the president will be driving by, and we'll be able to bring that to you live here on Right Side Broadcasting. Thanks to everybody that is tuned in. As you can see here, people are driving by with their, got my guy Joey out here, a lot of my people out here in Central Florida that know me so well. They're out here in support of the president, but there's cars and trucks driving by, honking their horns, blasting music, waving their flags. It's like a celebration, as it typically is. Every time there's an event involving the president, people come out for this. Now the left, of course, they hate it. They hate this. They hate nothing more than seeing people that they cannot control through the propaganda that they push all day long. And that's all the more reason why people should continue to come out here, continue to stand. So what we're going to do is we're just going to walk down a little bit and let you guys see everything that's happening out here. People are dancing. People are celebrating. Got a guy with a speaker out here just blasting music. And what I find very interesting is it's patriotic music. The culture is shifting. The culture is shifting. We're starting to see it reflect in movies. They're obviously independent films, nothing Hollywood would take to the big screen, but independent films, independent artists, music artists, making music that's patriotic, pro-God, pro-liberty, pro-life.
If that's all that music's going to be at this point,
you got merchandise, you got pups, you got little pups for Trump out here. It's a beautiful sight. So we'll just walk.
Oh no.
Walk around and we'll interview some people. They're still selling merch out here. I had to go and throw my jacket in the car.
Yeah, I bet you
because
did.
It's just that hot out here. It feels like a
struggling. Struggle rap. Alright.
Summer day in Florida here, Central Florida, Orlando.
Let's restart it. Get refreshed. Nothing goes better with politics than pizza. But literally anything
God bless you.
is better.
Guys, we know who this is.
Yes, guys. So a lot of people know me out here. But guys,
I'm genuinely curious if I try to.
This is just incredible energy out here. How's it going?
Check in with you.
Well, we're live right now.
Hi.
Where are you from?
Lake County.
That's breaking my heart.
Dora.
What brings you out here today?
President Trump. He is our president. He won. Not fake news and not Joe Biden. He is not our president.
I mean, According to some, he is. You know, we have to say that because we have to say that because
he used to call him president. He's a resident.
Let's talk about Joe Biden and his executive orders for the first 36 days, 7 days he's been in office.
Why does he have to do that? Can't he he's got Congress and he's got the Senate. Why can't he go to them? He hasn't even given us a State of the Union address because he's afraid. He's afraid. He can't even face the American people because he knows he didn't win.
What do you expect to hear from President Trump today as far as where we should be going as a conservative movement? Because we do need to look forward to midterms and how we're going to correct the mess that we're in.
I'd like to see grassroots people rise up. No more like politicians that have been in there forever. I want to see new faces. The person that's going to head the Republican Party. That's what I want.
God bless you. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to... Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. So we're going to just walk through a little bit, guys. What are you guys looking for? We're just showing the crowd. We're panning and showing the crowd. Oh, hey, how's it going? So many people know me out here, guys. So if people are going to just run up to, hey, how's it going?
Hi, my name is Cindy.
Yeah, what brings you out here?
Well, to celebrate. Yeah, Trump is coming to Orlando. So we need Trump. Venezuela needs Trump.
Oh.
The whole world needs Trump.
The whole world is watching right now, aren't they?
Friend.
Yes, but then he needs to start his own party. He has to get rid of the GOP. Those are rhinos and traitors. He needs to start his own party. And I suggest Great American Patriots Party.
Yeah. Love it. I love the enthusiasm. Pretty sure everybody knows this is my natural habitat, so to speak. I love being out here with the patriots and people. You see cars just riding by here. It feels like a legitimate celebration. People in their cars over here. Look at this lady over here driving, clapping her hands. Love it. Love it. Love the enthusiasm. Now across the street over there, you can see there's a few. Oh, we got 4G out on low here. Look at this truck. A lot of energy out here, but look at Black Lives Matter has assembled across the street over there. So there's probably, I don't know, maybe 15 people over there with low energy, just here to, you know, protest against freedom and liberty and people that love their country. Lots of great people out here. Hey, how's it going?
Welcome to Orlando.
Oh, I don't mean to scare you like that. You've been in my YouTube videos before, so I thought you might want to interview with us. We're live right now. We've got 70,000 people watching. What brings you out here today?
Just to support our president, support conservative Republicans that are running in 2022. We need to bring it back to the people. We are the people. You can see us out here. We love America, and we want to bring it back to conservatism. God, family, and country.
Absolutely. And for me being inside, I've noticed already the shift is happening. There are certain Republicans that wouldn't dare show their faces in there because they know that they're not welcome. And those are the more establishment Republicans like Mitch McConnell.
That dude wasn't invited.
You have to say to some of the more establishment rhino Republicans that don't represent God, family, country, and that.
It's disappointing because President Trump really, he supported you, and then you just stabbed him in the back. And we will remember because we appreciate what Donald Trump has done for this country. He's literally brought jobs back. He's brought dignity. He's stopped wars. And that's important. We don't want our sons and daughters to come home with missing limbs. And, you know, Donald Trump was a peacetime president. And he worked hard to keep peace with people and get along with the other countries.
Well, peace is a partisan issue now. If Joe Biden bombs brown people in the Middle East,
Like, I honestly thought it would be like the right wing's media's like job to like clean up how people perceive the Trump election, but they don't have to. They don't have to. There's already like enough out there to be, I don't know, completely confused about what actually happened. That's amazing.
Thank you.
All the time.
What do you love about Right Side Broadcasting? The CEO's watching right now. What do you love?
They are the real deal. Right Side Broadcast Network, I have been following you from the beginning, and I share you everywhere. And I do a lot of social media. You are the real deal. You are true conservative Christians, and you truly love America. And
I mean, I found literally every single one of Trump's campaign events being broadcasted by Right Side. I don't see too many of their actual news reporting, but it's definitely conservative leaning so much to follow Trump around the entire country to every super spreader event he hosted.
Not only bringing you President Trump's speech today, start to finish, uninterrupted. But how you doing? How you doing, man? Oh, you okay?
That's why I got the chair this time.
Nice. You have something to fall back on there. We're the only news network, guys, that's going to bring you this live coverage outside, show you what's happening on the ground, the truth, as some of these trucks are riding by saying this is a January 6th reunion. Ridiculousness coming from the left. We're showing the truth. We're showing what's happening out here. It's incredible. We're just walking down the street here. I want to show you guys just how many people are out here. And again, this is in front of the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Orlando, Florida, where President Trump is scheduled to speak at 3:40 and address the CPAC audience. It's going to be exciting. We're excited to hear what he has to say and see what direction this party is going to go in, because the establishment as it stands is done. It's over. We're moving beyond it. There's no more leading from the establishment, the Mitch McConnells, the Mitt Romney. People are saying Trump 2024 out here. Maybe he's going to announce a run for re-election in 2024. So we just really don't know what to expect, but we're going to bring it to you live here, unedited, uninterrupted, no partisan spin, just the truth. You're going to get that at Right Side Broadcasting. And if you support independent media like Right Side Broadcasting, where we tell the truth unfiltered, unapologetically, go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. We appreciate your support. We're almost entirely viewer funded. And I also want to take this time to tell you about our partner, Mike Lindell. Mike Lindell is an American patriot. We did an interview with him this morning, Liz did. Mike Lindell sells an amazing assortment of products on his website. Go to his website, mypillow.com. And if you use the promo code RSBN at checkout, you will receive up to 66% off of your entire order. They have plush towels, Giza dream sheets, memory foam mattress toppers, dog beds, body pillows, and travel pillows. But not only that, not only will you get up to 66% off your entire order, if you buy the original MyPillow, which is normally $69.98, with the promo code RSBN, you will get that pillow for $29.98. That's a tremendous discount. Huge, and a portion of the sales go towards supporting us as a network. So please go to go to mypillow.com and use the promo code RSBN for up to 66% off of your entire order. You can also mail your checks to our physical address, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. Okay, so let's get back to the action here. We got lots of people out here. And it looks like we may be, I guess, near the end. We are basically at the end here. I mean, maybe we've walked down just a little bit further just so we can see the street corner, I guess. I think people are basically just lined up along the entire building here. And I imagine that more people will arrive shortly. More people will be arriving here as they find places to park. But you can see it's almost been like a parade of people just circling by in their trucks, their SUVs, their cars. They have patriotic stickers on them, lots of flags. I mean, the left can call this a cult all they want, but this is straight up enthusiasm. This is real. This is authentic. It's grassroots. Whether you love it or hate it, this is real. This is where the country is right now. And I mean, the truth is, I'm just going to say this because, we have to be careful with what we say. You don't see this for anybody else. You don't see this for Joe Biden. The most popular president in U.S. history. I'm just going to leave it at that. The most popular president in U.S. history, you can't find his voters. You can't find those 80 million voters. The people that did vote for him are actually pretty upset. They have Biden buyer's remorse, and you see it online. They're pissed off. They want their $2,000 checks. I'm sure they're not too happy about the bombing people in Syria, but we'll see. And obviously, as you can see, it's all kinds of people from different walks of life. People are very enthusiastic out here. Nice parade of people. Hispanics, blacks, whites, Asians, everybody, American citizens support this president. Of course, the left is not happy about that because minorities are supposed to be, you know, we're not allowed to come to our own conclusions and things like that. Not allowed to espouse opinions that go against the narrative. You cannot go against the narrative of the Democrat Party, which is we're all just so oppressed by these white supremacists out here, you know? It's just crazy. Upside down world, that's what it is. But nonetheless, we're gonna walk back down the line here. You see all these horns honking. This is reminiscent of being outside of Walter Reed Medical Center. It's just very loud out here. Kind of crazy. You know, it's really funny to see how all the energy that the left put into this. I saw 2 trucks drive by, you know, those trucks with the electric, I guess not electric, but like the little screens where you can put like a digital message on there. The message read something like, January 6th reunion. Hey, how you doing, Willie? How's it going? I'm just like, you guys took time out and you're using vehicles that are not very efficient. They're not good for the environment. I thought climate change was an existential crisis. And yet you guys are flying over in airplanes with stupid messages, calling us insurrectionists and all that. It's like, you wasted jet fuel on that. You polluted our environment to send a message, a hate-filled message, something stupid like that. You're driving by and doing that. I mean, I'm just saying. Either climate change is an existential threat or it's not, but you can't be a fraud about it or you're going to get called out. Anyways, back to the action, guys. So, as you can see, hundreds and hundreds of Trump supporters and patriots are out here outside of CPAC here in Orlando. We're going to try to keep our cameraman in the shade as much as we can because it is a steamy one out here. It does feel kind of like we're in the summer. Just about. Very, very hot. We're not fake news. I don't know if she knows who we are. We're definitely not fake news. Fake news would not be showing this. Fake news would be across the street talking about super spreaders and insurrectionists. And that's exactly where they are. They're outside. So the media presence, again, we have strong reason to believe that Trump will be riding by. We have strong reason to believe that Trump will be riding by in a motorcade on his way to address the CPAC audience. So we're gonna do our best. Well, we're gonna do our best to get in a position to bring that to you live when he rides by, which we think could be anywhere between the next 10 minutes and an hour from now. So we're gonna bring that to you. As people are driving by honking their horns, we're showing you this crowd. Look at all these patriots out here, guys. It's incredible. Just wonderful. And our cameraman's doing some amazing work right now. We appreciate you, Joe. Thank you so much. We got super chats rolling in too. Thank you, AN Star. Thank you to everybody that's watching this live. We appreciate you guys. You guys are amazing. You guys help make this channel and this platform what it is. Lots of Americans out here. Oh, hey, pup. Love it. Love it. So yeah, as you can see, the Hyatt Regency, this is where we are right now. We're actually right in front of the hotel. I find it hard to believe that this is where he will be entering. I think he will be going around the other way. But I think he's probably going to ride in front of
I think that's what I'm going to go with.
This crowd. I find it hard to believe that he wouldn't ride by in front of this crowd to say hello, you know, and wave. He loves this. And you know, like I said, they hate this. They think it's cult, they think it's worshiping. We're showing you the enthusiasm for the most popular president in history. Even though supposedly the most popular president in history is Joe Biden. I find it hard to believe. Love this enthusiasm. What brings you out here today?
Why I come here today?
All right,
I love
Tom
McDonald. Trump. 45, love 45. Forever. Okay?
We have seen you everywhere. You've been at Walter Reed. You've been
Love parade of pod.
You're in the pod? We're in the pod. You're in the pod? No, I'm not in the pod.
You
My
kind of
voice is
agree
in the
too.
pod. Ash!
Ash!
Come on. What? You gonna watch the quiet TV?
I mean, I could turn.
I'm okay.
Figure it out.
I might pop in. I'm waiting for Ryan. He's almost done.
What is he doing? Rolling? Another Christ cross?
Maybe.
Alright, so I got the lyrics over here somewhere too. Oh yeah, I forgot I got background music on top of everything. Hold on.
Is this a live stream?
Yeah, indeed.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Live and direct.
Yeah, okay.
This is my roommate Britt refusing. She didn't sign the what is that, the consent form to be broadcast, voice only. But very interested in Tom McDonald's. It's her favorite rap artist.
This podcast tells lies.
Well, if you're gonna defend yourself, you might have to speak a little bit louder.
I said this podcast lies if that's the first thing that you're doing. Oh.
This podcast never lies. It only disputes them. You have to go grab some, don't you?
No. I'll do this.
Go ahead, go grab some.
Sober.
Are you sure?
Positive.
All right. Sober reaction, Tom Old McDonald. The lyrics be over here though, in case we want a reference. Boom. All right. Tom Old, take it away.
You worry about leaving a better planet for our kids. How about leaving better kids for our planet? Entire generation offended at everything, getting mad that a human thinks all lives matter. We don't need black or white or left or right. What we need is common sense. We need balance. We're all in the same boat. Why you trying to make holes? If they sink, we sink. This is madness.
I think it's like funny watching him build a career on talking about like all the time how much he hates politics, but then just like every song is basically about politics.
Kind of got really in there right away. I thought it'd be a little bit more. I thought you honestly stopped, like, started the video in the middle of it.
No, yeah, he just pops off right off with the first verse.
Yes, I do agree with you, though. This is what he has made his career into now.
You worry about leaving a better better planet for our kids. How about leaving better kids for our planet? I feel like you can't have one without the other.
I mean, it's not a saying that I disagree with to some extent, I guess.
Really?
I mean, like, I guess, but I felt like that was like hand in hand. That was already kind of.
Because yeah, wouldn't like to have a better planet? We generally need better people to do that, right? Because we're not doing it now if we're not good people. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. Where did he leave off on? I heard madness. We're all in the same boat. Why are you trying to make holes? If they sink, we sink. This is madness. All right. I guess.
I'm offended that you're offended by me taking offense. Can't build a wall, why does your house have a fence? I believe in two genders, I'm not mad at the rest. I'm just confused when a dude has a beard and some breasts. We won't always agree, nope. I don't hate all police, nope. I don't think that the system's racist, I just think the system hates people. I think fighting violence with more violence is what they want. Viruses and riots, people dying, we won't stay home. Black lives matter, all lives matter. What's all this division for? It's modern segregation, this is setting up a civil war. Burn the circus down, cause the world is full of clowns. They're all stupid and they're proud, painted smiles on their mouths. I don't hang with bozos, homie, I can't be around you. Anyone who knows me knows my feet don't fit in clown shoes. When I was a child, the only races that we hated were the ones that we ran and didn't win. Then we stopped playing with each other, started hating on each other, started noticing the color of our skin. Christians and atheists, immigrants, patriots, we love the punching, but we are not.
I wish he like got into that a little bit more, because like you don't just go like, oh wait a second, I just realized you're black. I feel like that's still like something that's taught to like every kid. And then parents end up growing up with their own biases towards skin color, whether it's like, I don't give a fuck, or I notice that you're black and I think you act black, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, the reference to saying that he cares more about, I guess, we never really cared about race wars until, or that when you were a kid, the only race that you cared about was when you lost.
Yeah.
I feel like that's honestly just... yeah, I can't really say anything too much about this. I feel like it was a lot of different verses that don't really mean too much. But
I mean, that's kind of the problem with like trying to be political in a rap, is that you're kind of just like throwing out point after point after point. And you're never really like building on anything particular here. Like he's literally just, this is like almost the same thing as facts, or what was that, fake woke, song where it's just like he just keeps throwing out like term after punchline, but it's not like essentially about the same thing. Like you could honestly swap the hook from Fake Woke and put this in there with these verses, and I feel like it would still remain to be the same song.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't really necessarily dig this very much.
I mean, I kind of like the line about like when we were kids, the only races we didn't like were the ones that we ran and didn't win. I kind of liked it.
Well, that has a reference to the fact that you're not. Yeah, but then you don't care if you do win. So I mean, like that's kind of the whole point is that you care if. I mean, it's not like a race of life, but I mean, like isn't that the whole point? They literally had like 15 people set up on a line. And then be like, everybody that had an advantage in school, you step forward. That is like technically a race and like the worst like setup that you could have. Because when I think of that, I do think of an unfair advantage to finish something that literally like would have been fair if everyone set up at the same line. So if he does go off of that quote, I just think that who does he think is in particular a clown? Because I feel like he goes back and forth between either like politicians or clowns, and then also two people who are sensitive about how you use certain wordings.
The thing is, like, I always see people that try to come from the middle always do is that they always say like they, like, where is it here? They're all stupid and they're proud. Like, it's always they, like, and usually the they is just whoever doesn't agree with them. So like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's a good way to approach a lot of like conversation, because like for a lot of these right-wing arguments, I see where they're coming from. I understand that that's a way to perceive things, but that doesn't necessarily mean anybody's right about the situation.
Have you figured out exactly? Because I don't think it's a set who he's defining as like a clown or who's in the circus. Because I would think that it would be more of the government, but the half of the things that he says is kind of more in the middle.
Because like viruses and riots, people dying, we won't stay home. I don't even know which side he's on that with. See, because he always tries to come off in the middle here. We don't need black or white or left or right. All we need is common sense. We need balance. But then, like...
Yeah, but his common sense or balance is not equal to what I would see, and I feel like I'm pretty in the middle about
Yeah, this is common sense to him, is that Trump can't build a wall. Why does your house have a fence?
Yeah, this basically says, that contradicts... Yeah, he goes back and forth a lot on this, in my opinion, at least.
I believe in two genders. I'm not mad at the rest. So like he's like, I'm not transphobic, but I also don't think your identity is valid. So that's yeah.
Says I'm right, but it's okay if you're wrong.
I'm genuinely interested in seeing dudes with breasts, like dudes who have beards and breasts. Genuinely interested in seeing what they look like.
A big old bear. I don't know. I feel like that's what they refer to him as.
I just imagined bigger titties when he was saying this, like much bigger titties than we're used to, like milk jug titties on a dude with a beard.
I feel like a lot of dudes have titties and beards.
Titties and beers. Oh, wait, beards. Yeah, I mean, like, not the titties that I feel like he's uncomfortable with, but like, yeah, they do end up building big balls of fat on their chest. I don't have a problem with. I don't know. Like, did you see Lil Nas X? I don't know if he actually got tit implants, but he like had giant titties on him. Did you see that?
Who?
Lil Nas X, the guy who did Old Town Road.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it, but he had like this weird video where he was just kind of bouncing, and it looked like he got giant tit implants, like massive, but like he didn't really change anything else of his appearance. So like being super masculine with those things that are like really feminine. I don't know. I don't think it bothers me, but I feel like that there's somebody out there yearning to fuck somebody like that, and I can't put him down for it.
I think it was Ash that just showed me like a video on like TikTok when he's like, or even was it? I don't know. It was just like a picture of a white guy that pulled his shirt up to here and then pressed his breasts together, and it was like when you don't have your insurance or something like that. And he honestly looked like, if you cut that off, it definitely looked like that without all the hair though. Pass.
Real smooth titties. That would be pretty funny if he could hide his face long enough before he has to give out his ID to the cop. The cop's like, "Ooh, busty."
Right sure it goes over the head. That's what they trained you for when you were a kid.
All right. Moving past his contradictions.
Say living it. Wages don't raise to the rate of inflation, and half of the country hates all of the nation. It's funny that we think the world owes us something. All the phones got smart, but the people so dumb. We care more about the likes on a selfie than our moms, and the only time we ever speak the truth when we're drunk. We won't always agree. No, I don't hate all police. No,
I don't really like understand this whole thing that like the world doesn't owe anybody anything. You know, I genuinely don't think anybody chose to be born, and so being born into a society that's constantly like you got to earn it to be here is very weird. Very weird to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird to like think about like if it was a rule that you didn't have anybody, what would you do? So that's kind of like the whole point is that you, and then also too, there's, you know, people getting upset that some people are going to be unfair about it, but yeah, there's no like thing in like nature or anything that makes a like a defining thing in our thing besides the fact that society just does that based off of
just the way it's set up.
Yeah. But no, I agree, because I mean, even if you were to like we didn't have the system that we have now, it's not going to be.
I just feel like it's like kind of even like an artificial survival of the fittest, just because we have a system that says that if you're not productive, then you don't earn a house or food or stuff like that.
Well, if it was fair, I could completely understand that, but like the logic of the fact that you can't go out and build your own house wherever you want to or do certain things kind of contradicts that. So I mean, like if it makes it really easy to be able to do what you need to in order to make it, you know, bigger,
yeah,
and no one owes you anything, then it has to have like some type of non-restrictions to it, so that way you're not set up to fail because you have to go to something that's just never going to get you out of where you're at. But yeah, so I mean, like as a community, if you are going to pay taxes and do all that stuff, I do think that you are owed a certain amount to be able to do better than what they have been. So I just
you almost got there on saying that we were going to govern on unconditional love. Very close. I don't know why you'd want to make your career all about being Ben Shapiro on trap beats.
I don't think it was supposed to be like that. I think it kind of just fell into that.
Well, yeah, because
a lot of people gave him a lot of crap for just being a white rapper, and I think that kind of pissed him off, and then he's realized
made more songs and went viral.
Yeah.
I hope now that, like, because he keeps using the same shock factor that got him really viral, I don't think, like, it's not going to work after a period of time. Like, that pleasure button is going to become numb eventually, or people are just going to, like, yeah.
I feel like he's right in the middle to the point where he pisses off both sides to the point where nobody would really even want to take his side because it's on its own shit. And honestly, I know that, like, I'm down for, like, videos to not necessarily have, like, a bunch of shit on it, but I do not like this video at all.
It's very minimal, but it's also funny for him to be calling everybody clowns while also wearing all the clown makeup. It's like if the Joker was literally, like, constantly saying that everybody else was the Joker. Wow, it's a weird play. It's a weird play. I don't think it really fits. I don't know.
Clowns are a controversial thing, and it's become a thing now where either you were really terrified of them because they were like chasing people and trying to kill people and stuff, and then it got to the point where like the Joker became pretty cool. So I mean, like, it does have a lot of like meanings, but I just like, this is garbage, honestly. It's like dancing videos where there's like a group of people.
Yeah, I think him being in clown makeup is incredibly like meaningless. Like, I think actually having everybody else in the background constantly dancing while he just wraps around in his normal get up and all of that shit, because like his character, his normal look is kind of ridiculous, and he comments that in rap songs and shit like that. So like if he had made everybody else look ridiculous, either like going to their job or doing background dancing, like everybody else looking like clowns rather than him being the only clown in the video, a little bit more poetic to me.
I feel like this was not really thought in, besides the fact that like people are into the Joker and people are into this and then this is what we're gonna do, and I don't know. I don't really dig it. I don't think it has too much meaning to it.
Yeah, and it's kind of fucked too, because as culture's changing, like calling other people clowns isn't really gonna have the same effect, especially after Joker, because like Joker hit home for a lot of those like lonely poor boys, you know, and so like the Joker stunting on all the rich people and all the famous people like made him really cool, and so being a clown is also like anti-establishment in a way.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's pretty superficial.
Your thoughts and opinions ain't facts, and they are not defining my reality. No, I think picking sides divides, it's probably what has got us here. United States is great regardless, that's what we've forgotten here. Black lives matter, all lives matter, what's all this division for? It's modern segregation, this is shutting up a civil war. Burn the circus down, cause the world is full of clowns. They're all stupid and they're proud, painted smiles on their mouths. I don't hang with bozos, homie, I can't be around you. Anyone who knows me knows my feet don't fit in clown shoes. They tell you be yourself and then they judge you on the internet till everybody hates you for it. If Jesus was alive, I swear to God that y'all would cancel him, cause lately being negative's the real new normal. Yeah, if you're thick, you're fat, you're rich.
Nah, I don't think so whatsoever. So, like, the first two lines, it's kind of dumb because be yourself and then they judge you on the internet. It's like, there's just like, being yourself doesn't necessarily mean everybody else has to be quiet.
Yeah, yourself might suck.
Yeah, yourself might be an asshole. And, like, it's kind of up to the community to say, hey, you're being an asshole and nobody's really favoring you right now. But, you know, you can always convince another part of the community that you're not an asshole, and it's probably because they're also assholes. Like, trolls love trolls. Till everybody hates you for it. If Jesus was alive, I swear to God, they would cancel him. Y'all would cancel Jesus. Jesus, no. The thing that I think is, like, really great is that there's that story with Jesus, like, getting that prostitute to basically, like, come and join his squad. And in a rebirth of faith, right? She gives up, like, all of prostitution, abstinence, and all of that. Jesus hung out with prostitutes. Like, he went down into, like, the shittiest of shitty before getting crucified and helped those people. Like, he didn't sit there on, like, some fucking news platform and say, like, there's only two genders. Like, he wasn't focused on culture war. He literally went into the shit and performed miracles to get everybody into a deeper love of God. So, like, no, he wouldn't be canceled. I don't think he would be canceled at all. The only reason why he got canceled is because he genuinely, like, went against the powers that be, which the Romans felt that, like, or Christianity was gonna destroy their power. Everybody blames the Jews, but the Romans did it.
Don't stick up for Jews right now.
Jesus was a Jew. He was a Jew that saw the best in everybody.
You have a bias towards it.
Like, really, even if they were heathen. But I don't think Jesus would, like, go like, oh, you have to be a certain gender before God loves you. I don't think that has anything to fucking do with it. I don't think we would cancel Jesus. I bet Jesus would, like, lead an armed revolution.
You're bad, you're poor, you're black, you're white, you're whack, they lie, it's facts. My generation needs a bunch of free condoms, cause common sense ain't that common. This is what they wanted, this is how they planned it. This is to control everyone on the planet. Then we put each other in caskets, protest and panic, and they take advantage to manage the damage. We won't always agree, nope, freedom doesn't come free. No, there was people fighting, dying overseas, so that you can have freedom and be home. I think...
Did you say that we need free condoms because we don't have common sense?
Yeah, because common sense isn't that common.
I mean, I'm not down for free, you know, contraceptive to some extent, but
I'm
not like I'm super biased towards it. I also just don't think those are one of those things that, like, need to be given, but just for free like that to some extent. But I don't think it's based off of, like, not having common sense. And, like, sometimes you have, like, a lot of common sense and you get pregnant. Like, it just, I don't know. That doesn't have common sense to it in my mind.
It depends case by case, but I think free condoms and free birth control would reduce the amount of, what am I thinking of? Unmarried births, whatever that word is, or just, like, unplanned births. But, like, also too, even just giving out free birth control isn't going to stop the spread of STDs. Condoms are pretty good for that. You can still get crabs though. So
do you think that
if your partner
comment is more about, like, transferring STDs rather than getting pregnant?
No, because I mean, if you wanted to take care of our generation, you would get rid of all condoms, because then STDs would just be rampant and we'd have to deal with coronavirus on top of herpes and syphilis and stuff like that.
You look pretty straight-faced.
Yeah. It's a real plan. I think Thanos would agree. But what's also, this is what they wanted. This is how they planned it. This is to control everyone on the planet. I think that's like all about the coronavirus and basically even just dividing us. Like, I don't know. Man, I just can't. I don't live in this world where I think like they're literally trying to control the entire planet based off of false flags. I think every time that we have a crisis, they do like use it to create new powers or authority. Like after 9/11, they created Homeland Security to like keep an eye on travel and terrorists, but then that same department was the agency that was arresting protesters in Portland. So like I don't think it's always planned. They're like, oh, we gotta create a new virus, or we gotta I think what happens is like a situation happens and they take advantage of it, and then we fight about the outcome and what we're supposed to do, and we keep distracted from the fact that like they're just doing a ton of shit behind our back. This sucks. Put each other in caskets, protest in panic, and then they take advantage to manage the damage. Yeah, so okay, so we kind of agree on that. I just don't think it's a plan. I don't think people in power are really actually that competent. I don't think they're like thinking long term. I think they do shit within like 6 months basis. They don't think that far ahead. Unless they're gonna go to war with like Iran or something, then they've thought about it for a long time.
He's hitting all the bases to try to get certain types of people to like this stuff. Like, no one's gonna be a dick about him, like, making comments about, like, freedom and people going to, like, fight against... I mean, I guess some people are not for war and stuff, but no one's arguing that. He just makes, like, a comment that freedom isn't free is because this and that, but...
But, like, this thing to me, too, is, like, like, one bar somehow, like, justifies all the wars that we've been in. And, like, I support the idea of the troops that if you go to war, you should definitely be supported by the government when you come home in a lot of ways, because you've been over there for, 2 to 4 years or maybe even longer. But, like, we haven't fought a single war that has to deal with any of our freedoms for a very long, at least since World War II. Since, like, Nazi Germany and Japan wanted to take over a bunch of shit, I don't think we've sent troops anywhere for the benefit of us.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like that's just like it's a line to just be able to get some people to agree with that, which is fine. That's a cheap.
It's cheap.
Shot, I guess.
Low-hanging fruit, Tomald.
The elites are real, but they ain't drinking baby's blood. They're creating chaos so they have something to save you from. Black lives matter, all lives matter. What's all this division for? It's modern segregation. This is set it up.
I thought we said we were.
You're in favor of him, so we didn't want you to.
I didn't watch him.
No, that's why you just came in here and got immediately upset about it.
Did you not hear me talking shit about him to Ducky earlier?
This is live, just to be clear, Ryan. I don't know.
I mean, crap.
Oh yeah, it's live. No, it don't. No, it's YouTube.
You get more points if you.
You're all good. It's YouTube. You gotta use as many swear words as you can.
Isn't that? I don't know. You just can't say anything offensive because I get you.
Maybe not ban. I think I'm looking out more for your credit, man. We don't want to make you look like a bad person.
The thing is, too, is that I'm gonna edit this later and put this segment just by itself. So you've ingrained into that, so it's not going anywhere.
Thank you.
But like me and Britt figured out that even if he changed the hook on this, that like it would essentially fit into so many of his other songs. Like he could keep this same exact verse, throw it into other songs, and it would be the same exact song.
A lot of his stuff is just it's a good message, but it's a good message.
Sometimes it's not a good message. Sometimes. I don't get why like Trump building a giant wall off of all of our money has really anything to do with like houses having a fence.
I'm all down for picking sides to some extent, more than he is, because I feel like you have to. You don't want to be that person that like sits on the fence the whole time, and that seems like what he does is go back and forth between either on the fence or he's on a completely other side, and then he sits there and questions why other people aren't on the same side. Like you can't like. There's like he goes back and forth with it. You really have to like pick a group, and it's sometimes like I feel like when you go to like protests and stuff that you have to, even if you don't agree with everything that's going on, you still pick a side, and if because we don't have enough time to sit there and talk to each individual person and be like, oh, this is why I disagree with this. But I mean, we do it in religion. There's a lot of different stuff that some people like.
Well, he like keeps using this line too in like the pre-chorus before every chorus is that Black Lives Matter, and then he says all lives matter. What's all this division for? I don't think it's a co-signment to Black Lives Matter either. I feel like it's the same thing when everybody brings up all lives matter, is to play down like the Black Lives Matter idea. Is that like reminding people that we allow our police to get away with shit to the point where black lives don't matter?
Well, that's just like two different people arguing over other stuff, because I can understand why some people would be like, okay, that type of title, it does have like that's gonna piss some people off. But if you're not smart enough to understand like what's the point of it, because then you're just gonna argue with somebody about the title of something not being appropriate enough.
But I genuinely don't understand, like, for a lot of people who respond with like, no, Black Lives Matter, but really all lives matter. Like, that's not what Black Lives Matter is trying to say. It's like focused on one section of the community that's suffering, but like
the phrase Black Lives Matters means that something also matters, not matters more, matters, more.
Just something else.
Something. So saying all lives matter is in direct opposition, because that's exactly what Black Lives Matter means. It means that including Black lives.
Yeah.
That's why it's an issue, is that.
Well, then when you sell it like that, there's some people that are just not going to be able. Like, I completely understand that. It's more of like, because I can see the argument of you being like, okay, all children who are getting abused in their homes, this is what we're starting a charity for, and someone's like, adults matter too. Like, well, yeah, like there are adults that are like getting hurt in like domestic situations, but that's not what we're doing right now. But I mean, like, you can't get that picky about a name title when it's like, one, it's based off of like advertising in some ways, or just getting people's attention.
Yeah.
And I don't think, like, because you can like,
it's just like counter protest. You're just trying to drive out the noise.
Yeah, and that's why, like, if you're gonna go with like, I'm not racist, then you could just say Black Lives Matter and go home. You don't have to respond with all lives matter to remind people that you're somehow cutting off a bunch of other people.
But you don't think that everybody that says all lives matter is racist, do you?
I feel like saying it in response to that comes from a racist place.
Yeah. I don't know if it's necessary.
Because like I can say all lives matter I can say all lives matter in a general context, because like all life matters, right? General context. But like, if somebody's talking to me about Black Lives Matter, it's like, I agree with you, but shouldn't we be concerned with all lives? And it's like you're just not understanding that movement specifically, because you can support many movements, and that's how you support all life.
But there's people who are like not a part of like the Black community that feel like they are equal to that same type of hate, whether that's like Hispanic communities or...
Yeah.
So if that's coming from someone like that, coming up to you being like, hey, I don't like that title, not a white person, not a privileged person, but somebody that feels equal to that, was like,
yeah,
damn, guys, you couldn't have like thrown me in there too. Like,
it takes no time to not say anything.
Yeah,
it's free.
That's also true. I think like, but the thing is too, though, is that like if the Latin community was feeling that way, they could easily just start their own organization and attend the same protests and support each other's movements. All Lives Matters doesn't show up to a Black Lives Matter protest to support it. They show up to counter it, like what he had said.
I guess I'm thinking more of just like not that like extreme of a version of that, of just talking to somebody that feels like that's their opinion, because obviously you don't have to say anything, but that's the whole point of why you get your feelings are hurt towards something. And so like, I don't know, you do speak up because of that, and that's the whole reason why Black Lives Matter is, set up the way that it is.
You hear that, Tom? You don't have to say anything. You can just let your feelings hurt.
Okay, Tom should not say anything.
It's just like, too, I feel so, like, I don't feel that bad for him because he's making the conscious choice, but like, I would not want to make every single song around the same fucking subjects. I literally
there's really no...
I'll write random raps just to fill out bars and shit, but for the most part, like, a diversity of tracks and meaning is so much better than having like, I don't know, how many views is this shit?
When you get known for something, you box yourself in.
Really?
Some people don't.
I would say
it's almost got 2 mil.
You can either, I mean, yeah, it's easy to get views because like, I don't know. I never see views as anything like that. It's just like,
I feel like it has upbeat music. It's got that chaotic stuff to the point where like younger generations like it, where there's like a lot of.
Cup of tea is the most I can say because she's right.
No, I can see why people would enjoy it. Like he's got good delivery, good.
I remember his earlier videos were something that I did watch, like you were saying.
He's got good delivery, and some of his punchlines I do like. Like he has genuinely good like writing at times, but like just him being stuck in these subjects, and then also too like with what I do here on this fucking podcast is I hear literally the same shit as if it came from Tucker Carlson's mouth. Like he's Tucker Carlson's favorite rapper. There's good lines in here. I can't remember the one that I liked. Oh, it was because I liked when I was a child, the only races that we hated were the ones that we ran and didn't win.
That's funny because I don't like that one.
Yeah, she don't like it. I like just like just remembering when I was a kid, it's just like all I wanted to do was like play. So I don't know.
Of course, that's like what I don't know. Yeah, it's like you can see it from a couple different things that he wants to do, but it is obvious ones for. He's making points about it that when we were younger we didn't think that, but we also didn't hear like the racist comments our parents said sometimes until we got older and we were like, oh, that's pretty messed up.
Yeah, and he kind of even made it sound like that kids just like all of a sudden go like, wait a minute, we're not the same skin color, like as if it has like nothing to do with the environment around them that teaches them like what the difference between being black in America and being white in America is.
And there are some kids that are really racist based off of the fact that their parents like tell them to say certain stuff or like. It's just the way that
they're raised with the Confederate flag in the back and the idea that great grandpappy had this wonderful plantation, earned tons of money, and was just the nicest guy in the world.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, maybe not that he owned a plantation, but
I took it to the extreme. I had to make it a little bit more extreme just to like drive the point home that like somebody who owned a plantation back in the 1800s was more likely to be a little bit more racist. Like I don't think, because there's some people who are connected to the history of the South without like actually feeling any like hate towards races, but it's mental gymnastics that really got them there.
If you don't teach it to your kids, it doesn't really. No kid is born racist.
Yeah, I don't think that they're gonna latch onto that until they're taught. Like honestly, like, and this is gonna get too personal, I never knew like about masturbation until somebody taught me about it. It wasn't something that like I just like started diddling away, which I'm sure some people do, but like. I wasn't.
That scenario
I didn't even think about it until this dude had brought it up. I feel like it does. It's a concept that's like.
Have you ever? But kids learn really really young. Like kids are like
sponges,
but they can learn as young as I can't remember the video that we watched, but it was in school. It was kids that were either like 3, I think it was like 2 to 4 years old, and they put 2 kids in front of them, like 2 dolls, a black one and a white one. They're like, which one is bad, which one's good, and then they associated, like you would guess the black one was bad, the white one was good.
Do you remember the age group?
I think it was. I gotta look it up. It was in my English class, but you could probably find it pretty easy.
Yeah, no, I think it was from like the 1950s, wasn't it? And like it wasn't like a woman teacher trying to teach.
It was just kids in front of a camera. Huh. They had like a table.
Yeah, I'd have to look that up.
I bet there's a couple different studies for that, but yeah. They done that with like kids' toys and like a lot of different stuff that they. But I mean, like the whole I guess you can go off a kid's mindset towards that stuff too, but.
But I feel like it's still something that they pick up on. I don't think you get like.
That one.
This one.
That might be it.
I don't think like. I don't think kids can like really build on like concepts without like somebody really teaching them. I
think you can trick them into thinking that they have to answer a question and there's like a consequence afterwards. Like you have to just guess something and they don't realize the severity of what they're answering, so they don't really put too much thought. And they're like, okay, well something has to be bad out of the 2 answers.
And that's why you should do a million studies on everything.
Huh?
That's why you should do a million studies on everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's like.
But yeah, there's kids that will just. I don't think if you put a room full of like 50 kids of like each different ethnicity and each color, that anybody would be able to be like start segregating themselves into color just based off of their own stuff. But you would have to have like adopted kids that don't know anything about their family and stuff. And maybe somebody's done that study, but I feel like that's probably the most accurate, is having a community of kids do them like projects with each other and see if somebody decides to start bullying randomly and being like, hey, I don't like that kid. And you look like me, so let's hang out. And then it gets to the point where it's like a whole group, but then
could be.
you don't have like a wide selection of kids to be able to choose from.
I think that happens, but I think kids also attach depending on like their shared interests and shit like that.
I feel like that'd be more likely for people to choose friends or not is based off of like, yeah, I just like very unlikely that I think that, like, if we reset as a community where we all forgot about that, I wonder if people would start.
I mean, I think like our natural way of interaction is just merely off of like personality traits, but then like I think because like race is a concept created thousands of years ago, so it's just like that. If we hadn't done that 1,000 years ago, I think it would mostly just be on the things in your head and your actions.
We created a word for it 1,000 years ago, but we see everything different as us as something else, even as simple as, I mean,
we're constantly categorizing everything.
Thing you can see first. I mean, face structure.
Yeah.
How tall someone is, how big they are.
I mean, that's kind of the problem of science too, is that it wants to understand us, but at the same time puts us in those boxes to understand us.
So, have you ever seen that meme about... Here, actually, I won't even say anything. Look up Sonic Knuckles feminist.
Uh-oh.
It's a good message, actually.
It's just when I hear feminism,
Oh, look at that third one.
I believe that. Whenever I hear feminist, I think of Satan.
First one? Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Same as out with the straight face.
Have you seen this?
Let me see. Let me get it on the TV so y'all can hear it. I gotta change a few settings though, so give me a sec. Alright. Knuckles is a feminist. Oh, is my speaker on? Hey, Britt, can you hit the power button on the speaker? Down low. It's like right next to that red light. It's not a real button, it's like a touch thing. Let's see if it works.
Comes down to this one penalty kick.
Okay, it's really quiet.
Can the young woman break the glass ceiling and prove once and for all that a female can be just as good an athlete as a male?
You know, Amy, anytime someone calls attention to the breaking of gender rules, it ultimately undermines the concept of gender equality by implying that this is an exception and not the status quo.
Oh, no, you didn't.
I didn't see that last one.
Oh, no, you didn't?
Yeah.
From Donatello, I think.
Someone changed it a little bit, but yeah, it wasn't actually part of the show. I think someone decided that for the meme, but
I mean, I would have to disagree again with that shit. I feel like honestly, like, it's not to sit there and point out.
It's pretty funny.
Pointing out racism is a part of like.
Like by pointing out
no, okay, I think eventually
this social issue, then you're undermining it.
Something like that, like this is like that would be a utopia when the last step. This is the last step.
I think
you don't even have to mention it, but you have to mention it if there's an issue.
Well, I mean,
if
also like.
Issues, then you shouldn't have to mention.
But what's the issue though?
Well, every issue that we have with every problem right now: sexism, racism.
But in this video, when he says that when you bring it up, basically, what is it?
That
women are not seen as athletic.
Women are just as good as males.
Yeah. That's like basically somebody saying, as in like, if you stop saying that black people aren't as good as white people, then it won't be a problem.
So I guess I don't see the rest of the show where, you know, they make fun of her for not being good at sports.
Well, I mean, it's not just like people like bringing it up like, hey, that's a. Can you let Rose in for me?
She's upset.
She's mad. She's real mad. Hi, Rosie. Sorry, baby.
This is my own room.
I'm sorry. You know. Like, it's not really bringing it up. It's a problem because you wouldn't have to bring it up unless there was like beliefs or institutions that are in the way of those things because of your issue, whether it's your race or your gender or biology.
I was like, I don't really, if you use that concept on a lot of other things, which you can kind of do for.
Well, if it's happening, right? If these things are happening that because like when they're kids can intermingle in their genders, and then it stops at a certain point because of hormones and stuff like that. But if you have it happening, not speaking up about it is just allowing it to continue on. If it does keep going on, that's like the taboo thing, is that if you don't talk about it, then you don't have it out in the air to do something about it.
Yeah. Obviously, it's like a kid's thing, and then they put it in that kind of joke. Maybe if it was...
I think that section itself was from the TV show. I think when everybody else looked at him was the only thing edited out.
Yeah. Yeah.
It all comes down to this one penalty kick. Can the young woman break the glass ceiling and prove once and for all that a female can be just as good an athlete as a male?
You know, Amy, anytime someone calls attention to the breaking of gender rules, it ultimately undermines the concept of gender equality by implying that this is an exception and not the status quo.
Yeah, I mean, I get his point, but
Just
it's
because
not
I'm a
the status
meathead doesn't
quo.
mean I'm not a feminist.
So then he called himself a feminist.
Yeah. I get his point, but like it doesn't really undermine it, I feel like, as much as he thinks it does, when the status quo is the opposite of what she's saying it is. The status quo is that women sucks, and it's probably good to bring it up, especially if they're stomping on you. Until at the point where people aren't making that argument at times.
I just feel like there's advantages to a lot of
Like
different...
black people can't swim. If a black dude beats Michael Phelps, I really do hope that he showboats. Like, that would be wonderful.
I mean, if you're making a judgment on like how many like sports like are considered the sports that pass, because there are like so many different types of sports, and people will get in arguments of what is considered a sport, and I feel like
Golf.
If you go by body weight and stuff like that, I feel like if you did it on a ranking system, like some people benefit from other ones, but when I don't know, there's a lot of different stuff to that. I just don't find logic in like thinking that like women are less than that. I just think that it's like sometimes just not even a subject, and it is kind of like a joke that people like who are in feminine or female sports that are a competition with like males, I guess, that, you know, more males will buy tickets to see that and stuff. Like, honestly, like I don't think we don't really want a bunch of dudes there. I feel like even when girls go to concerts and they're like that lead singer that I was talking about, and they go to a crowd that people bought tickets for and they treat her the way that they do,
yeah,
men would just ruin the sport and be like gross about it with females rather than actually taking it serious. And obviously that's not everybody, but
I mean, that's like the curve that we've been trying to get over too with like a lot of things. They didn't let women into the army or the Marines because of like thinking that men were going to be, you know, terrible beings around them. It's like, then why not have better men on the front lines? If we have just a bunch of ravenous fucking Neanderthals at the front so that women can't serve their country either, that sounds more like an issue with our culture than actually with women.
There's a lot of money that gets put into stuff, and if we really took it serious to have like...
There's so much you can do. Like, take them out. If anything is even seen, there's enough people there around the clock separated. It's not co-ed.
These are buildings that you can have cameras in at all times. Like, and if something happens, like something happens, and if you go to the bathroom and that's the only like, if you really think about it, you can have surveillance on like everybody like the whole time besides in their bunkers. And if you see someone go into something when they're not registered to go into that building with them or that tent with them, I feel like that's an easy thing to be able to fix. And when people break the law, you go to a court, you kind of, you know, but you have buddies that are all ranked up. Like, that's just, they're not even trying.
There's a lot you can do with it. They don't even, they treat it less than like a college.
Yeah, you would want people like to...
You want it more, you can do more because it's the military.
You want a stronger community, but like the misogyny is such a problem.
And actually get them in trouble.
Like having certain medications or not wanting to favor people who have like complain all the time about sleeping arrangements, or they can't fit like a 3-minute shower, or not take showers, or having certain food and stuff, or not caring about like personal items. Like we don't, like the military doesn't want to have to deal with little things like that. It makes it harder. So having like transgender people in the military, it does make it, I think, a little bit more complicated if they have to take certain medications to be able to do certain things in other countries, because you have to have it shipped in. But if it's easy for you guys to
but there's people with diabetes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you can weigh it out and it's really not that difficult. Like, but I don't remember, like, do people in the if you have diabetes...
You probably can't serve in certain sectors, but I would bet that diabetes can serve the front.
Yeah.
Let's see.
You're allowed, so you can carry an EpiPen, or not an EpiPen. Diabetes, you just need the insulin.
I don't know. You break your finger, they don't let you pass certain stuff. Like they're pretty strict about that.
Well, your finger would actually limit you. You can't grab anything. You can't do anything like that. But if you need 20 seconds to get your insulin out, keeps you out through the day, which you do twice a day.
Just like, what if you're getting shot at and you?
Whoa.
I don't think they
That's
want you
something
to.
that you really hope never happens.
Actually, no. All branches of the military will not allow a type 1, type 1.5, or type 2 diabetic to enlist.
They're like, you don't get 2 minutes to check your insulin level. Get out of here.
Yeah, so I mean that hurts my argument there for transgender people to receive their medication, and because it's mostly just hormone therapy that they have to receive. But
After a time they don't need that anymore, do they?
But
no, you do. I'm pretty sure you do, because when you're taking those, your body will try to offset the balance of that.
Can't you take some medications?
You can have like surgery, but it's not gonna like stick up. Like men will still be able to like. At least girls, I think.
Because like having higher testosterone, higher testosterone actually increases your bone density. But like if a man transitions into a woman, they can decrease it by having estrogen, and then estrogen will also start like adding, like not like to the extent that a female's body would, but it can go contribute to the chest and the breasts and your other like structures a little bit. But like, yeah, you have to be doing it like all the time. Otherwise your body, if it's still producing testosterone, if you transition to a woman, then you're eventually your body's gonna try and balance that back out. I don't think it's for, they have to stay on therapy, I think, for life.
Well, it sounds like they have a lot of strict regulations. There's a lot of ways you can get past them.
It's a hard life to live. Holy shit.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that destroys my argument of them going into the military, though, for sure. Oh God.
But I don't remember how we kind of got on that subject. So yeah, women are not.
Just trying to break like boundaries based off of what people look like, and.
But there are some boundaries, like I can understand, like if you're not allowed to like give certain medication because you have to be able to like stay underneath ground if like you guys are doing something for like a whole week, and if you don't have enough insulin or.
I think though, if a woman is competitive enough to actually like have the like athletic ability of the other professional men, I think she should be able to.
That's what I'm saying. Like if you can
participate in whatever she's in, if she has the ability to do so, her gender shouldn't put her in a ceiling of you can't compete in harder sports. Because like that, she has an ability that excels her own gender, and that's totally possible depending on some people.
I feel like it's the same thing of having like certain size people. Like sometimes it benefits to have a really small person on the team to be able to go, do certain activities.
You can be fast enough not to get hit, but you also have to be strong enough to get hit.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
If you're gonna be smaller than they're like the linemen, like they're huge.
Yeah, football's a really difficult one because like women's size, it's really hard for women to even be that big.
Take like a group of people and they just run towards each other.
Football?
No, like in war. Like
what
do you mean?
They all choose.
I thought we were talking about football.
Oh, I'm talking about war. You're like the front line can't be a small person. I'm like, I feel like most people like kind of hide at this point and shoot and shoot and then hide and kind of work your way up. Like I don't.
Yeah, in war it depends.
That's my bad.
I feel like they take all the small people that they can and throw them in the tanks since they're all tight and shit. They're like, you know what? We need a 5'4" person in this tank right now. Actually, we need 4 of them.
In war, it completely depends on your skill. Like if you can be fast enough to do anything, the smaller you are, the less there is to hit.
Yeah, I wonder how big you would have to be a marksman, because they usually just chill with a sniper rifle.
If you look at the army and most like squads, they're usually the same size, and they make them work out for a reason. Like I don't know.
Yeah. But I mean, eventually women did go into the infantry because they can hold a gun and shoot, and
I've seen some
do all of that stuff.
I just don't know what in like physical combat do you think that like people.
I mean, a hand-to-hand is like case-by-case basis, but like at this point we don't have that much anymore. It's either a drone strike, airstrike, or gunfight.
So that passes everything because you obviously know that women can do that just like a guy can. They can sit in a computer and
and
that's
strike a drone.
easy.
Yeah.
So then you have like shooting or running or climbing or hiding or doing any of that stuff pretty much equal. Like because anybody can hide and run. That's the way that it is. And then there's the other part of like if you were to like fist fight with somebody basically. Watching like people who know certain I don't even know I'm not even gonna say which one is the one that I'm talking about because there's a bunch of different names, but a fighting method basically you use the person's body weight on them the whole time, so it's all in person.
Is a small person who takes over a big person.
Yeah, so if you have that along with any other things that you have decided that they teach you, like that's another thing too, like where they're equal with that too.
Either that or it's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
So
yeah, that's BJJ. I had watched like a podcast where like this one family, I can't even remember their name, but they were one of the first studios to open up, and their dad's a puny little dude, and that's the whole reason why he taught it, is because it's literally a fighting style for people who can't reach in boxing or can't do kicking.
It really comes down to reaction speed.
Yeah,
because that's
they also like
it's decisions that fast and that. Efficient.
And the way that he's made it sound like too is that like your response has to be on point on the side of like defensiveness because you want to use their momentum against them. Yeah. So I mean there's a lot of ways to get things done. I think even Krav Maga for like the Israel fighting force fighting style, even that one is in there too, and it's like one of the deadliest fighting things style things.
Don't mess with the Zohan, do something like that.
Yeah, he did. I think wasn't he Arab in that movie, or was he Jewish? I can't even remember. I can't remember that movie. Yeah, he was.
No, he was Arab.
He was on the Arab side.
Yeah, and there was two of them.
Yeah, because they go back and own the phone store and little. Yeah, they have a countdown for him.
That's a day, 6 hours and 22.
1 hour.
Do we keep calling
1 hour 6 minutes? Yes, they do.
Do we say President Obama?
No, they say former. I mean, you can do it like that, like but usually they say former because it's kind of like a show of disrespect to whoever's holding office now. If like
right?
if Obama was in office and we were like President Bush, then but sometimes they'll use that in context, like President Harry Truman bombed Hiroshima, and they'll use it real quick, shit like that. But like.
Yes. But this was good.
Doing it this soon, I feel like is because I've heard some people being like, Biden's not my president. He stole the election. Trump is my president. And it's this guy who was interviewing him on this channel was like, well, we have to, he's our president. And he's like trying to not get her to do that because their YouTube video can get pulled down for it. Because if you say that YouTube will like strike your video if you say the election was stolen.
Disregarding someone's freedom.
It's funny. It's funny. It's just because like there's no proof of it being stolen. So if you keep saying that, then it's you're just lying. Yeah.
It's kind of crazy how like certain like
they charged everyone $350 per.
Like
to
news
be there.
And like a lot of stuff don't get charged for things like that, and they're on public television saying their opinion about it and make it very clear that that's like a fact.
Yeah.
Did you hear that he did from the money that Trump made? I can't remember from a lot of what, but from things like this after the things he held, because he makes these tickets so expensive he could pay off the debt that he had.
Yeah, he made $1.6 billion while in office.
Okay.
And most of it came from him like visiting his own place, Mar-a-Lago. He charged his Secret Service members for rooms, and he charged it to our bill.
That's so fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I was gonna do this once Trump gets on there, and I don't know. I don't even know what's gonna happen yet.
I'll probably say something dumb.
That's true. I just hope it's not incendiary.
$15.
I'm not taking that bet. I don't got 15. Thanks for joining. All right, Tom. You got clowned on until we got into a much deeper discussion.
where he has
All
a
right, I gotta switch my
large
settings back.
assortment, very diverse assortment of products ranging from Giza Dream Sheets to memory foam mattress
Oh my
toppers,
God,
dog
are they
beds, plush
seriously?
towels, body pillows,
Are they
travel
doing that
pillows,
right
you
now?
Name it. Go check.
Oh my God. So many times I've tuned into this broadcast and it's just an advertisement for Mike Liddell's My Pillow. Like, I get that he's a major donor and sponsor at this point, but like the shilling is just unbelievable. I don't know how many times I've gotten into this broadcast and they're doing that. It's irresponsible plugging. What's also really funny too that they did is that he was being interviewed by one of their correspondents,
Independent
and he
media
started
that lets
like
us
talking about
talk freely.
the vaccine rollout, and he was trying to talk about it specifically in Israel, but the person interviewing him was obviously like, well, we got to be careful with what we're talking about here because they don't want the YouTube channel to get brought down. And I've seen multiple interviewers doing this, trying to correct whoever they're interviewing from going too far over the YouTube policy standards. And they just cut him off. They just cut Mike Liddell off. And then they proceeded to mute the other people who were talking at the time in CPAC on stage. They're getting their shit out to everybody who paid tickets in there, but they shut them down so that they can send a message personally to everybody viewing online that wearing a mask is important. This is fucking funny because the supporters and the influencers are all saying the opposite of what they have to say in order to stay broadcasting on YouTube. Hilarious.
Crowd is just, it's almost doubled at this point. Look at this crowd out here. I believe that's Forgiato Blow playing over the speakers here.
Oh yeah, I gotta get that background music.
Lots of music blasting out
playing
here.
pro-Trump
We'll do
hip-hop.
our best to. That song is saying "Vote Donald Trump." Just so you know, vote Donald
They
Trump.
remixed
I
"Fuck
know, it
Trump,"
sounds a
"Fuck
little
Donald Trump"
suspect,
to
but
vote
it's actually
Donald Trump.
Vote Donald Trump. But anyway, hi.
Stay mad.
I'm your outdoor correspondent, Mike Magnificent. Let's see what we got going on over here. We got the man, Benny. Mr. Benny.
And Right Side Broadcasting is back. Joe, thank you very much for being here, Mike. We love you, brother. You guys need to meet this young man.
Oh boy.
My name is Miriam. I am not a parrot. I'm not a
It's getting pretty choppy with the connection, huh? Huh? I'm not sure if it's my end or theirs. I don't see a
Patreon
buffer on my
account.
end.
I lost my merchant processor on one of my websites from Square. Guess what? Square is owned by Jack Dorsey. And so I'm banned from PayPal, Kiva, GoFundMe. I've lost traffic thanks to Google. And I am a patriot. And I also covered this election. And it was stolen.
Well, I mean, some would say that it hasn't been stolen.
You see,
They
he's
would
doing
say
it
that
again.
it's, you know,
She just said it was stolen and he's doing it
that Biden
again.
has won the presidency.
You can't
fair.
interview Trump
We're
supporters
not allowed to basically.
without breaking guidelines.
Wink, wink. Biden won. Okay.
Biden won. I apologize.
There she.
Biden's the most popular president in the United States history.
Absolutely.
It's very obvious.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the
All right,
class
now we're
there,
playing
right?
it off.
It-
Now we're playing it off
Biden
as like
is
that's
so
what we have
popular,
to
it's
say because
incredible, right?
they're
Trump doesn't have
watching.
any support. Biden has all
That's
the support.
It's absolutely.
Trump paid everybody to be out here. I mean, that's obviously what the media is going to
Amazing.
Yeah, and they didn't pay $1,000 per person at the Capitol.
This is my favorite.
Deadly
This is my
insurrection,
favorite.
where we are now all domestic terrorists.
Yeah, they use that slander to try to label this movement. They want everybody on the other side to tune us out, and the best way they can do that is by calling us white supremacists, super spreaders, neo-Nazis, insurrectionists,
Have you also
domestic
been called
terrorists.
a white supremacist?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I've been called a white supremacist. I've been called a Uncle Tom. Of course, that's a popular one. Any black person that doesn't toe the line of Democrat Party is automatically a Uncle Tom or something else like that.
Well, in a republic, under the free speech, we should be able to express ourselves. We should be able to communicate and connect and hear each other out, not dismiss and gaslight and just pretend it's not there.
Very true. What's your name again?
My name is Miriam Hinane.
Thank you so much for interviewing with us.
Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you, Mike. We love having Right Side Broadcasting out here. You guys are the only true conservative value media outlet that America and the rest of the world have. Without you guys, no one else would be showing this in its entirety. You show it raw and unedited. If it weren't for guys like you and Brian, I don't know if America would ever actually see this if they weren't standing here. So you've taken the voices of these 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 people, and you've amplified it across America to millions.
Yeah, and across the world too. You know, this interview is long overdue. We've been meaning to interview you from the time we were on the March for Trump bus tour. Absolutely. And everything else. You are very good at organizing. You helped us bring together the President's Day event. So tell our viewers a little bit about yourself.
So my name is Vinny Caldara. I live in South Florida. I've done many things for the Trump campaign back in 2016 and also 2020. And I'm also the owner and the builder of the official Trump Train ambulance, which we repurposed and donated to the Trump campaign back in September of 2018. We have been doing events all along Southern Boulevard, which is the road that leads from Palm Beach International to Mar-a-Lago, the president's current home. We were able to put together with some folks here in Central Florida just a flag-waving event. It was going to be a small thing on President's Day to help the president celebrate President's Day. And before you know it, we had thousands of people lining both sides of Southern Boulevard, set up a sound system, and the president actually came by and stopped the motorcade on his way to Mar-a-Lago just to say thank you to us. And it was actually our way of saying thank you to him. He may not be the president in the Oval Office, but he's always going to be considered one of America's greatest presidents of all time. We know who won the election officially, and that was President Joe Biden. He's in the Oval Office, and there he will remain until he's either elected out of office or chooses to leave office on his own. Which one of those two will happen first? That's up to the courts to decide. But for right now, Joe Biden is our president. But Donald Trump will always be the president of these people.
Absolutely, and not only that, he is a prominent figure. Like, he is central to politics on both sides of the aisle, because the left talks about him all the time. They tried to impeach him after he was out of office. The media keeps talking about him, but they want us to move on. Isn't that funny? Exactly. They want us to move on, but yet they impeached him after he left office.
They preached division between the left and the right for 4 solid years. They twice tried to remove him through the impeachment process. That process ultimately failed. However, he still remains the focal point of the Republican Party and the conservative movement in the United States. And it's not just America, it's worldwide. They want and need a leader like Donald Trump to not only help America, but to help the rest of the world. For where America goes, the world shall follow.
Absolutely. What do you expect to hear from President Trump today in his speech?
Regardless of what the words are, the message will be clear that we are stronger now than we ever have been as a movement and a party in America. The Democrat Party may control the House, the Senate, and the Oval Office, but they cannot control all of America. They still must follow the Constitution. We're here to make sure that they do that each and every day.
Absolutely. And for our viewers out there, and I'll let you get back to hosting this, what time do you think he'll ride by, if you had to guess?
Knowing what I know about motorcades and his protective service, he's scheduled to speak on stage at CPAC right behind us at the Hyatt Regency at 3:40 p.m. Eastern Time today. I would imagine they're going to allow him some time beforehand for some backstage photos, handshaking, and some meetings with Matt Schlapp, the chairman of CPAC, and a few other prominent people. He'll take the stage. He'll speak for as long as he wishes to. He's one of the people on a CPAC stage that never gets the hook. If he wants the mic for 10 minutes, he'll take it. If they offer to him for an hour, he'll take 2. and that's okay, because this will be his first public appearance in front of a large audience, and every one of these people and his 75 million people that voted for him want to hear every single word that the man has to say.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, thank you so much.
Mike,
we appreciate you. Thank you for helping
thank
us
you for being on the other side of that camera, as you always are. Thank you very much. These guys for 2 months followed us across the country, not once, but twice to D.C. with the March for Trump bus and Women for America First. They were part of our team, and we loved it. If it wasn't for them, no one would have known about our message to America. Mike, thank you very much.
Thank you, Vinny. God bless you. Thank you. Appreciate you.
2024, seal the deal.
Amen. Yes. Yes. Okay. We're going to keep moving along here. We just heard from Vinny, one of the great patriots out here. Lots of people out here.
Right Side News Network is the best, and they report the truth, and that's what I love about them. You guys, we all need to support this network going forward. I'm telling you, I'm Melody, and I listen to them all the time. I've got them all. Subscribe, like, all of this. We definitely need to, totally support Right Side and President Trump, and he's be my president forever. President Trump, we love him. Can't wait to see him in a few minutes.
What do you expect to hear from him?
A few minutes.
Oh, he's going to tell us actually what he did for our country and what's happening now and how Biden is trying to reverse all of that. I'm positive that even people who voted for Biden are sorry about it because they had no idea what was getting ready to happen. I mean, who signs 50 executive orders, right?
A hypocrite does.
You got it, man. Hypocrite, for sure.
He said you shouldn't be ruling by executive fiat, and yet he signed more executive orders in like 15 days than any president in history.
Exactly. And
I understand their sentiment, but executive orders are not law. They're basically orders or just directives to give to his own departments. So I don't understand everybody's inherent disgust of executive orders.
You're gonna get pissed off first, but do like we did. We ran the Trump train tent for 16 days in downtown St. Petersburg, my boyfriend Rob and I, and we also did the blue mural in front of the Tampa Police Department, and I personally painted the heart on that. And that was last August. That's when I reached my precipice. So precipice is like coming to the edge of a cliff. You have to either go down or turn back, and you're going to need to face the truth. That's the key.
Incredible. Thank you so much.
You got it.
God bless you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. God bless you. Cheated is not defeated. Trump won. Patriots rise. Thank you. Yep, we're live. Find us on YouTube. Hey, how you doing? Thank you. Guys, make sure you're following Right Side Broadcasting on all of our social media platforms, not just the main ones. I mean, we obviously are on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and those. But we're on Gab, we're on Parler, we are on Clout Hub, channel 112.
Clout Hub.
On Clout Hub. Check us out there. And we got big things coming as far as coming to the Roku app and different streaming platforms. We're expanding, we're growing. Make sure you're following all of our correspondents too. I'm your correspondent right here, Mike Magnificent. Follow me, Mike Magnificent 813. Also find Liz Willis. Liz Willis, our fearless leader. She's our head correspondent. She's inside doing a lot of work. Follow Liz Willis. Follow Brian Glenn, the rest of our cast. And thanks to our CEO, Joe Seals, back in Auburn, Alabama, that's, managing all this. Lots of things happening out here. It almost feels like it cooled off just a little bit. Or maybe we were just in the shade for a while, but we're walking back up the street here in front of CPAC, the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Orlando, Florida. Lots of Trump supporters out here. It's almost as if there's a real rally going on out here. But we thank you all for joining us and tuning in today on Right Side Broadcasting. Thank you for tuning in on Right Side Broadcasting. For those of you watching, if you're brand new, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you hit the bell notification so you don't miss any of our streams. We've interviewed several people. We showed you the crowd on the other side of the street too. small crowd, but a crowd nonetheless. The left, the BLM, Antifa, they can't match our enthusiasm. They look like they got low energy. But the real energy and enthusiasm is on this side of the street, as you can see behind me here. Hundreds and hundreds of people, and even more down here. Let's see if maybe we can just go down to the corner here. We're gonna go down the corner momentarily and show you just how huge this gathering is. And these are just the people that have gotten out of their car and decided to stand. You got people riding by.
All right, we're gonna do some of this while we wait for Trump, because I don't want to take too much of right side's content. I just it is very interesting to listen to the on the ground level remarks though.
We're not really a...
Everything's so repetitive here at like CPAC though. Every time I like watch something from it, it's almost like you could have a bingo card just to wait for like all the shit they're gonna say, like big tech, AOC, Antifa, riots, masks, lockdowns, just your Second Amendment. That's another one that could probably go on there. President Trump, of course, is like the center of the bingo card, but yeah, you could have plenty of bingo from this 3-day shit show.
Fellow patriots, don't be shy and don't be sorry.
This is Matt
Join
Gaetz,
me
by the
as
way.
we proudly represent the pro-Trump America first wing of the conservative movement. We're not really a wing, we're the whole body. We're the main attraction in the greatest show on earth. It's our ideas that fill the stadiums with cheering fans.
I get the sentiment of calling the world the greatest show on earth, but I don't think that's something you want to be proud of, nor should we really focus on America being the greatest show on earth. I don't want to live in a reality TV show.
All the establishment owns the think tanks. We're the ones doing all the thinking in the populist movement as conservatives. Turns out populism is...
Which I think is pretty funny too, because like all of their solutions towards the pandemic and everything like that was basically like, don't do anything. There was their constant response to anything that liberals push forward is like, no, I don't want to do that. And what we should do is just do what we've been doing and everything will be fine. So like, as far as the Conservative Party goes, as when it comes to solutions, they're a completely vacant, hollow political party.
Popular, and everyone can see who the...
And it even shows too that their conservative political action convention is about America being uncanceled. Of all the working class issues and everything that their voters are worried about, it's certainly being canceled.
And the phonies are, and where we could find the real deal. A year ago at CPAC, I was the first Republican in Congress to swear off donations from federal lobbyists and political action committees.
Oh yeah, Matt?
Their money is no good with me. Now, I can't say I started a movement. Not a single other Republican joined me. But it turns out I was ahead of the curve because the woke corporations turned around and canceled us. Many Fortune 100 companies will not...
Did I say that big tech was going to be on the bingo card? Because big tech is on the bingo card.
...donate to pro-Trump Republicans. Some have even pulled their sponsorships of this conference. American business should be worried about business, not wokeism. We gather here today in the shadow of Disney, a corporation that recently canceled its own founder, Walt Disney.
Yeah, he's really anti-Semitic. That's what's really funny to me too, is that like he's arguing that there's no like benefit to business to being like inclusive. If we're going to argue that the markets are free, that means that the market is going to have equal representation for anybody who they think would buy their product. So it's not wokeism, it is still just business. Because when it comes down in the long run, like Black Lives Matter would have much more funding if they were actually about inclusivity systematically. But they're not. They just put it in their advertisements because Coke will make you less racist. Oh, no, wait, that was Pepsi. Wait, which one was it? I think it's Pepsi. Pepsi had Jenner giving cops a Pepsi. Yeah, it was Pepsi.
Look out, Mr. Potato Head. You're next. I'm sorry. I think now he's going by Potato X. Can't be Mr. Potato. And see, to me, the whole concept of the Mr. Potato Head was he could move the parts around. I mean, Mr. Potato Head was American.
Yeah, and you know what you could have done if you bought a Mr. Potato Head and a Mrs. Potato Head? You could mix whatever parts on either of the potatoes that you wanted to. So then you could have a transgender potato. Like, what the fuck are we talking about with this Mr. Potato shit? It's a toy. It's a toy.
America's first transgender doll, and even he got canceled.
He didn't get canceled, he got changed.
So while I stand alone in the House Republican Conference in my rejection of PACs and lobbyists, I am never...
Damn. Matt Gaetz makes a lot, like, gets a lot of contributions from the Republican Party. Holy good golly. 700,000. But then he's got some contributors of Equity Group Investments and Gold Coast Logistics Group, which I think is also the same thing. I just wanted to look because he said that he doesn't make any federal lobbying contributions. I don't know who he said he gets most of his contributions here for, but he raised almost $6 million. Like, that is a lot of money to raise, and I don't think you get that kind of money off of a grassroots movement. And to prove my point, he's got Equity Group Investments, Gold Coast Logistics Group, Newmar Corp, LaHarris Technologies, and then Total Military Management as his top contributors, which is all private business. I would have to look up specifically, because obviously Equity Group Investments is a hedge fund. Logistics Group is also likely to be a hedge fund. And hedge funds can have many interests within just themselves. So, let's see, Newmar Corp. I like when politicians say they don't take federal lobbying money, because it genuinely means they're full of shit. I don't know a politician who doesn't take in private donations, contributions, especially since we don't have a limit on those. And super PACs are a thing. Let's see. Apparently Newmar has resources and info on every gas, diesel, and luxury motorhome. So he's got motorhome money, RV money. But that's not even the biggest, because you start with his campaign committee, but then you go to that leadership PAC, and that's where that big money comes in. Oh yeah, that big. Let's see. Ooh. Interesting. Leadership PAC fundraising is pretty low, and it's only got LaHarris Technologies and Defense Electronics, so he's a big receiver of military contractor funds. So I guess, yeah, with his committee contributions, campaign committee contributions, he has far more. The Republican conservative industry, which I'm guessing is just the RNC, probably contributes the most to him. The retirement industry, real estate industry, health professionals, securities, and investments are his top. Very interesting. Because, like, his funding, too, shot up. Like, in 2016 and 2018, he only raised just above $1 million, but in 2020, he did $6 million. That's intense. Small individual contributions greater than $200? That's not low at all. Like $20, $15, that's pretty low, but $200, that's not a very small contribution. So just over like 50% is from the small individual contributions, which greater than $200 apparently is small change for a politician. And then you got large individual contributions taking up the rest of that. Now, I can't attribute to this directly to federal lobbying money, but he definitely receives private money.
never alone when I
Hedge fund
stand
money
with
mostly.
you, the great people of the greatest country that has ever existed. Now, unlike the left and even some Republicans, the America First movement will never sell out to foreign interests abroad or special interests here at home. Our citizens come first.
Except for the
Sorry,
war in
sorry.
Yemen. Like, America, if we're going to attribute Trump to America First policies, let's talk about the arms sales to Saudi Arabia. Selling guns to Saudi Arabia is so American First. We're thinking about every American with every Hellfire missile we give to them. Oh, man. Oh, God. Matt Gates is probably going to run for president.
I'm a canceled
$6 million
man in some
raised
corners
for
of the
a
internet.
Senate
I'm
job.
a banned man in the state of New Jersey. The governor literally said I was unwelcome. Many days I'm a marked man in Congress, a wanted man by the deep state.
A
but
wanted
every
man by
day,
the deep
I'm
state.
a Florida man, and it is good to be home.
'Cause I'm wanted
Florida's like
by the deep state.
Florida's like an amazing woman.
I'm
Adventurous,
wanted,
beautiful,
wanted.
mostly sunny, sometimes a little crazy, and always here to encourage and support success. By contrast, New York is like a bad ex-husband. Mean, won't let you go out to dinner, you're less safe, financially spiraling downward, and they may kill your grandparents. Now, the fake news media and their allies in Silicon Valley made Governor Cuomo out to be some iconic cross between King David and Tom Brady. What a big lie that turned out to be. According to former aides, Governor Cuomo was offering to replace staff meetings with strip poker. Meanwhile, they were stripping Granny out of the COVID ward at the hospital and tossing her in the nursing home, just enough time to infect everybody and then go back to the hospital so that deaths could be recategorized for politics.
I mean, there's one thing that me and Republicans do agree upon, and that's Andrew Cuomo should resign. Most definitely. And he, yeah, that's pretty much it. That's, period.
How about freedom for young and healthy people? Learning for students, opportunity for entrepreneurs. How about we ditch the lockdown governors like Cuomo and Newsom and Murphy and never ditch the American way of life and the American spirit? Now, speaking of all this bias, it was awful the way the media treated Ted Cruz. I mean, the left and the media were more worried about Ted Cruz going to Mexico to spend his own money than they are about the caravans coming through Mexico to take ours.
Are you serious? Because, listen to yourself. They weren't in a caravan to come take our jobs. They were escaping war-torn, depraved, corrupt governments. Oh my God. Ted Cruz is escaping from feeling like a poor person. It's not even close to the same thing. A mom would not put her child in a caravan if she thought her home was safe. That's wild. Wild. And what's funny to me too is that Fox News talked about it for 30 seconds. So don't bring up no bias around me, son, because that's a ridiculous equivalency. Oh my God.
The greatest threat to our liberty is big government, and the second greatest threat to our liberty is big business. And there is no bigger business than big tech. The flow of digital information impacts every aspect of our lives. If we win the debate, but lose the internet, ours will be the last generation of American greatness. They'll open the borders, lock down our businesses, and squelch even the faintest whispers of dissent. And here's what I don't get. Leaders in both parties have no problem flooding the deserts of the Middle East with American cash and American blood over the mirages of democracies potentially emerging far, far away. But they won't lift a finger here in our country to do what is necessary to preserve our republic, and that is to ensure access to the digital world for everyone, regardless of their politics.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Oh my God. He's like, rather than fighting in the Middle East and draining our money over there, we need to spend money over here where it matters because we need the internet. They do not care about the actual struggles of day-to-day life. This entire political action committee gathering here is all about them not having internet access because they say misinformation or bigot shit. Oh, wow. Like, he just laid it out. That's his whole hand. That's the entire hand of the Republican Party at this point. Woe is me, no one lets me speak.
Call Silicon Valley Sanctimonious Valley for a reason. And the terms of service on Twitter.
And like, obviously they would be able to do all of these things if they just like they have enough money to get their own servers. They don't have to use Amazon cloud servers to get shit done. They can make their own that are politically biased, that allows conservatism to go rampant, just like Parler does. But Parler, unfortunately, had to then go find a Russian Federation server. They don't use a server in America anymore. They use one in Russia so that they won't get brought off. But if they invested in their own servers and their own websites, they could do their own thing and not get banned. But the reason why they bitch about it is because on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, a ton of people go to it. A ton of people go to it. And that's what they want. They want the access to all of it, not necessarily just to get their points across.
Can never be more important than the values that undergird our Constitution. We need more than a legalistic definition of the First Amendment. We need a culture of free speech in America. Now, when big tech and big government team up, America starts to look more like China. And the Chimerica dream is shamefully a nightmare for our people. All technology means is doing more with less. When big government fuses with big tech, government only becomes more efficient at acquiring and centralizing power. Tyranny with greater ease and lower cost. Bill Clinton famously joked that China's attempt to control the internet would be like trying to nail Jell-O to the wall. It turns out the Middle Kingdom has done even more nailing than the 42nd president. They even send their spies to nail some of our politicians. Conservatives rightly rail against the evils of socialism, yet the China model perhaps embodies something more dangerous, and we're heading in that direction. A captive capitalism, a corrupt linkage between business and government that enriches the elites and reduces the rest of us to interchangeable parts, just producers and consumers. And we should never let the virtue of disagreement and debate go away for the ease of clicks and memes. We were promised that technology would disrupt and democratize power. But what happens when all of the technology companies ultimately get the power? And the government, all at once. There are no checks and balances when they can control, alt-delete anyone for any reason. Now in China, this means that the government assigns people a social credit score, where you live, where your children go to school, professional
and it's just so amazing to me each and every time that they keep complaining about the tyranny of big business, but then won't use the free market to create competition. And is that probably because the Republican Party represents a minority of ideology in this country? Yes, that's entirely it.
Opportunities, access to government programs.
They overstate their power all the time, and the only reason why they can do that is because they hold
what's happening in the Biden administration today, a revolving door with
it's
Twitter,
a two-party
Facebook,
system.
Google, Amazon executives rolling into the government to create a unified system. And maybe we would feel better if government was getting big tech's brightest. Sadly, we're not. Listen to how things have changed. Prior to social media in Silicon Valley, the most significant investor and customer was the Department of Defense. Our best minds worked on bombs and radar and stealth, often in partnership with DARPA. Jeff Bezos' grandfather was actually the number 4 person at DARPA. But as commerce moved online, the incentive...
Yeah, Amazon has defense contracts right now too. There's never been a separation between business and the state at a lot of times. And like getting government contracts is incredibly lucrative because it's millions upon billions of dollars. Like imagine if you were in the arms factory, you were creating AR rifles and then the government hits you up for a large order to supply to their troops, that's a lot of fucking money. And private business isn't going to turn that down to fuck up their quarterly. They're going to use that money, spend it on some yachts, and then add some buildings and hire more people.
Incentives for focused digital talent moved to. Today, America's sharpest minds are focused on memes, not munitions, likes, not lasers, ratios, not robotics, hyperviral, not hypersonic. So are these social networks really making us stronger, safer, or do they just further addict us to our vices? Instagram for vanity.
I mean, they kind of do. If you watch the documentary Social Dilemma, it does kind of get into social media's interactions with our biology. But the thing is that it's not entirely social media's fault. We do have like a bit of just general misguidance of attention, I feel like, because the internet has the access to literally everything that we know as a species. So it is kind of up to the user, but those things aren't going to necessarily become too popular because we're all here YOLO. Not everybody should have to know or be well aware of all of these things. But you know, unfortunately in a democracy, everybody has to be politically engaged, especially if you have people like Matt Gaetz constantly misrepresenting the people he's supposed to represent. So yeah, we're in a deep grave that I'm not sure we're gonna bury and try to grow something new out of, but we just keep digging. Just keep digging. Don't look around too much, just keep digging.
Twitter for wrath, Uber Eats for gluttony, Tinder for lust.
Oh, that's wonderful. All of our social media apps are actually a part of the 7 deadly sins. Haha. Facebook or Instagram for the narcissism, right? That was pretty good. Pretty good. I don't know any other existing markets or structures in capitalism that also cause the same thing. Profits? Greed? I don't know.
We need a renewed patriotic nationalism in America. In technology, that means let's get our best team together and go whip China. And in politics, it means let's get our best team together and go whip the establishment.
And I mean, that's kind of how lost I feel the Conservative Party is because we're facing crises on the level of like global change. And I feel like to tackle most of our global crises on the horizon is that we actually have to have a broader sense of community around the entire planet and able to cooperate efficiently enough to actually either mitigate the damage or at least maybe try to fix it. But no, we're pigeonholing in nationalism because that competition has what got us to win the space race, and we're just feeding off of this 1950s antiquity of an idea. Rather than seeing the oncoming crisis as not a chance of survival, but a chance to improve and innovate the way we already do things so that we can possibly alleviate the suffrage of future generations.
Speaking of people who ought to lose primaries, if Liz Cheney were on this stage today, she'd get booed off of it. What does that say?
I still think it's really funny that Mitch McConnell was not invited to this convention. Like, he's a conservative, not invited. And like all these people who like stood against Trump or did, I wonder if Mitt Romney was invited. Holy crap. That makes me curious. Did he? Did they include the oven Mitt Rom? Was he kicked out of the convention and has to... Oh, he wasn't allowed. Mike Pence wasn't allowed either. Oh, he said not going, but let's see who... Because McConnell didn't receive an invitation. Not receiving an invitation and not going are two separate things. Yeah, Mitt Romney was not invited. That's... poetic. Yeah, so anybody who showed like any, like even the slightest step away from the Trumpism, not invited. You're not conservative anymore. You have nothing to contribute to this party.
The leadership of our party is not found in Washington, D.C. You are the energy. We are America. That's why they're in the 8 square miles of Washington, D.C.
And so, like, their stage also got in a bit of trouble of being, like, a part of a Nazi symbol called the Odal rune. And I wonder if it was Matt Gaetz' idea, because I'm getting pretty strong vibes from this.
We're here in the Sunshine State of Florida.
Are you feeling what I'm feeling?
Now, Trump may not have drained the swamp all the way yet. So if you want to finish the job, maybe hire a Florida man. We've drained swamps before.
See?
We faced down the alligators and the pythons and the lizards and...
See, why not a Florida man? He's already thinking about his 2024 campaign. He ain't even thinking about the issues today. He's thinking about how he's going to become president.
Mosquito as big as grapefruit. America needs real fighters today, maybe now more than ever.
Holy shit. He looks a lot like Nixon. His nose is a little smaller and he could use a bit more of the double chin, but like overall face structure, I see the spirit of Nixon.
Win, for we have a country to save. And so come fight with me. Go to mattgaetz.com, join our America First movement, and let's go get them.
Oh boy. Now we got Theodore Cruz. Which I'm gonna miss some of it because I gotta go use the restroom.
And let me tell you right now.
Oh, it's not even the whole speech.
In Los Angeles.
That's not right. We can't do that.
There's some skater kid who's 19 who's told that it's
No,
him and she.
Ted Cruz ain't walking away that easy. We're not gonna go with an edited view of his speech. That's no. He don't deserve that. All right, I'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, to discuss the Bill of Rights, liberty, and cancel culture, please welcome from the great state of Texas, Senator Ted Cruz.
God bless CPAC. I gotta say, Orlando is awesome. It's not as nice as Cancun. But it's nice. And I gotta say, what an amazing array of speakers here at CPAC. For a second there, I thought we were in Des Moines.
Oh, I missed the geographical jokes. Dang. Those
We are
sweet,
gathered
sweet geographical jokes.
in dark times. We're gathered at a time where the hard left, where the socialists control the levers of government.
Oh, I wish.
Where they control the White House, where they control every executive branch, where they control both houses of Congress.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest. This idea that liberals being socialists is very dangerous because it makes people believe that other people are much more extreme than they are, and it kind of threatens their life. Just because the people that listen to Ted Cruz are probably in those militias, but it misrepresents socialism and all the beautiful potential that it has, on top of the fact that, like, at the same time it's equivocating this thing that does not exist in the country, and other people are going to believe that exists, and kind of heightens the tension because of the really good propaganda we've had in this country saying that socialism is evil. So thanks, Teddy. Thanks, man. Good job representing.
Bernie is wearing mittens.
And he's loved for
And
it.
AOC is telling us she was murdered.
I'm just gonna ignore that. Like, she literally went to his stake at the same time that he was like trying to go to Cancun for a vacation to escape the cold. Like, AOC flew down from New York and started helping people on the ground level and started phone banking and raising funds. So I don't really want to hear about the story, the Capitol Hill story, and making fun of her for that, because she actually, I don't know, served the public, Ted, you know? And he wanted brownie points for like the 4 photos that he put up of putting water in people's trunks after he got caught.
And the media desperately wants to see a Republican civil war. Liberty is under assault, and what are we going to do? I'll tell you, we will fight. Listen to William Wallace. And let me tell you, the media here looks at the men and women gathered here, at the young people gathered here, as dangerous radicals. This is the Rebel Alliance. And Vader and the Emperor, and let's be clear, they're not your father, are terrified of the rebels who are here, and I'm proud to tell you, Gina Carano is standing with us.
It's so funny to me to think that, like, being a supporter of the Republican Party is a form of resistance. They've been in power just as long as Democrats. It's funny. It's very funny to me. It's so fake. It's very funny to me. 200 years, 2 parties.
So what do we do? What do we do at a time where the hard left is resurgent? 2 very simple things. Number 1, we defend liberty. Look, are there tensions in our party? Sure, because we believe in diversity. We believe in individuality. Different people have different views. We aren't the Borg enforcing. Okay, I may have committed a cardinal sin mixing Star Wars and Star Trek. Next thing you know, you're going to cross the streams, and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man's going to come. We were just too many terrible
references. That I noticed too that Ted Cruz does.
We don't believe in uniformity, but I'll tell you what.
Like making his point in his argument, but then at some point kind of trails off and doesn't finish his point. Dennis Prager does the same exact thing, and like it's always played off with like some kind of joke or something that kind of like distracts from the terrible segue of making a point to not making a point to getting back on point. It's adorable. I get it.
Can unite conservatives and libertarians and those who value the Constitution and the Bill of Rights is a love of liberty.
Big business liberty.
And the left, they tell you who they are, particularly in a global pandemic. As Rahm Emanuel said, you never want to waste a good crisis. And hoo boy, these guys don't want to waste it. You see statists in California putting 37 tons of sand in a skate park because ain't nobody having fun while the socialists are in charge. We see Bill de Blasio in New York sending people in to shut down parks and to throw young Orthodox Jewish kids out of the parks because, God forbid, children have fun. We see leftists across the country shutting down churches. California, they've helpfully explained, you can go out and protest. You can scream and yell, abolish the police. And this virus, magically, no one will get infected. You can French kiss the guy next to you, yelling, abolish the police. And no one will get infected. But
no one made that argument ever during the protest.
If you go to church and say amazing grace, everyone's going to die.
I mean, it's not really like the safest thing to go to a protest during a pandemic, and hopefully people who feel that they have come in contact didn't go to those things. But the thing is that it's really difficult to equate like an open air mobile protest to people sitting in a church for, say, an hour, breathing in the same air that some people may cough or sneeze in. I don't know, maybe with proper social distancing and masks, church is very much possible, but it's different to be in an open air protest than it is to sit in a room for an hour or more. Just a little bit.
By the way, how many of y'all have eaten at a restaurant in the last 6 months? Can I just stop and say how strange the rules are right now? I want to understand how this virus works. So when you walk in, you got to put your mask on. Sadly, I've got two. You walk in, you got to put your mask on. You sit down, you take your mask off. See, apparently the virus is actually connected to elevation. No, remember, this is all about science. It may not be elevation. I think it's that there are hormones that are released in your thighs when you're sitting. So you can sit at the table and there's no virus being transmitted. But if you stand up, put the mask on! And listen, let's be clear, this is a dangerous virus. But these collectivist statists, okay, now they're saying everybody can get immunized. We can have herd immunity everywhere, and we're going to wear masks for the next 300 years. And by the way, not just one mask, 2, 3.
All right, something's actually going down on the live scene, so I'm going to go to that because Ted Cruz is doing his thing, and it's never going to end, so might as well move on.
And all of you have been the star of the CPAC poll this week, and you're about to hear the results from Donald Trump's pollster, Jim McLaughlin, my fellow board member, who really is one that does get it right. But before we hear from him, we're going to hear from Tim Constantine of the Washington Times. But I just have one question for all of you that wasn't on the CPAC poll. Was the decision to bring CPAC 2021 to Orlando a good one? Ladies and gentlemen, Tim Constantine of the Washington Times, America's newspaper.
You know, the Washington Times has been doing the CPAC poll for as long as I can remember, and it's a great measure every year of where conservative America stands. And you are unlikely to get much of this information from the mainstream media. As a matter of fact, before we get to the straw poll results, let's do a quick poll right here.
What I think is pretty interesting about them doing that is that I knew that the Washington Times had a right-leaning bias, but it's very fascinating to see them speak at CPAC because it like really does merge the political party with a propaganda machine. Like the Washington Times pushes out news. This is so blatant and obvious. And yet conservatives are cool with it because it represents how the ideas that the party pushes and that they feel should be represented. So this is really fucked. That's really fucked.
You know, the most exciting part or the most popular part of the poll every year is the presidential poll. We look at who would you like to be the presidential nominee of the Republican Party in the next cycle. And I got to tell you, what's really cool about this is you look at all the names on there, and you look at how many of them spoke at CPAC this year. They understand this is where to come and reach the people that actually are focused on the issues. And the Republicans have a very deep bench. You know, for baseball, spring training started today, and every team has a star, but it's the teams that have a really deep bench that do well. And I look at the bench that the Republican Party has looking ahead to 2024. You got people like Governor Ron DeSantis. You got Senator Josh Hawley. You got Senator Ted Cruz. Senator Tom Cotton. All of those are potential candidates in 2024. All of those spoke here at CPAC. And then I got to let you in on a little secret. And please don't let this get outside this room, right? I don't know if you folks know this, but there's one other gentleman who might be on the ballot in 2024, and in about 10 minutes, President Donald Trump is going to be on this stage right here. So before we do that, I think you are going to enjoy, we're going to give you some of the results from the poll. Jim McLaughlin was Trump's pollster. He is also the Washington Times pollster, and he has put together this information for you. I'll give you the 3-second sneak peek. You're going to like it a lot. Jim, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tim and Charlie. That was great. And I'll tell you something. We were the ones that were crazy enough in 2016 to actually say on the Sean Hannity show the Friday before Election Day that President Trump was actually going to win. And let me tell you, we got attacked by the media like you wouldn't believe, and I'm sure when they see the results of this, but I can tell by it, our poll was right by what we got. But without further ado, let's have some fun. I think, unfortunately, this poll is probably going to trigger a lot of the media again.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm cocked and loaded to get triggered, bro. Let's get it. Come on. Trigger the fuck out of me.
What's the most important issue that's facing the country today? And by the way, this is an issue the press is trying to tell us there's nothing to see here. Remember, we allowed you to select 3 choices. 62% said election integrity, 48% constitutional rights, and 35% said immigration, the wall, and 32% said reopening the economy.
Wow.
Whoops.
Wow.
People
care more about immigration than they do the Second Amendment.
When it comes to former President Trump's issue agenda and policies, which of the following comes close to your own personal opinion? 95% of you want to continue his policies and agenda. 95%.
See, I told you, Trump's the party. Anybody disputing this can
amazing. There's only 3% that want to move away. Must have let a couple reporters in.
Trump is the Republican
Would you like
Party,
to see Donald Trump run again for president in 2024? Seven out of 10. It's tough to get 7 out of 10 to agree on anything, but that's pretty obvious. I can tell. That number's right? And thinking ahead, this is the ballot with President Trump in it. If the election were held today, who would you vote for? And the far and away, the front runner is President Trump with 55% of the vote.
Oh, thank God Ted Cruz is staying low.
And the next...
Why is Tucker Carlson so far up there?
Getting 21%
Why is
of the
Tucker
vote.
Carlson underneath Rand Paul?
Then everybody else is down in single
My
digits.
God.
By the way, that 3% other was people saying mostly Trump other candidates, so just so you know. Now this is without President Trump. This is without President Trump.
Junior gets a huge
Ron
boost
DeSantis
if
gets 43%.
Donald isn't in it. If Senior isn't.
Kristi
Oh,
Noem
that's funny.
gets 11%. Donald Trump Jr. gets 8%. So again, you see how important to everybody here, the grassroots, the base of the conservative movement, the base of the Republican Party, it is either President Trump or a Trump candidate. Now here's the last one, just so everybody has a good idea. What do you think?
The fact that they even just called Ron
rating's gonna
DeSantis
be?
a Trump candidate says it all.
What do you think? 90? It was 95 last year.
96. 97.
Thank you. Made my job really easy. He's got a 97% job approval, but look at it. Look at it. Probably nobody in the history of the conservative movement has earned your support the way this president has. And look what's happened. It's pretty much gone up every single year. And not only do 97% say they approve of this president, in spite of the fact they're trying to cancel him.
I would want to talk to some Trump supporters who still approve of his job and ask them which policies that Trump enacted specifically that they felt benefited them. I would be interesting conversation.
I used to come here in college. That's how long ago, almost 40 years ago. I appreciate it, and I can't tell you how much on a personal level, how inspired I've had by the people in this audience and the people I've talked to.
And I don't want like the same talking points like, oh, he built the wall, he raised the minimum wage over a period of time, and he created job growth. It's like one specific policy that benefited you directly. That's all I need. And I'm sure they could come up with a couple of them, but it would still, like, disseminating that would be interesting.
Your own takeaways. But of all that data up there, Jim, what's the #1 thing that you believe we ought to take away and remember?
That the Make America Great Again movement, that is the conservative movement. That is the base of our party.
Yeah, that's like saying Trump is the movement.
Something we talked about the other day, NBC News, Wall Street Journal poll came out the other day, and they did this comparison about how President Trump had improved, the Republican Party had improved among middle class and working class voters. They just figured it out. Donald Trump is the guy that connects with middle America. He showed us how to win. He got record percentages among African American voters, got nearly 1 out of 5 black males in this country, got 1/3 of the Hispanic vote, significant improvement.
Trump did like improve in like minority votes that I was genuinely surprised about, but I think it's still tied to like most of his like rhetoric, and then the rhetoric that like other news outlets did for him with all that work, like Candace Owens and other influencers on the other side of the ethnicity scale. But like, it's just, again, I want to know like the specific policies that he enacted that benefited individuals, like what they have in their arsenal. This is what Donald Trump did for me. Because I feel like if you can't attribute any policy to your benefit, then he's not actually representing you.
Other than the Marconi Award for excellence in broadcasting.
He was quiet. Rush always wanted to be an adult. In fact, I think from 10 on, he was an adult. He did not want to be bothered with childish things. He was a loner. When he got his job at the radio station, the first job at age 16, it gave him a feeling of superiority and made him feel like King Tut.
This is KFBK, Sacramento. Bob in Carmichael, hello, you're on KFBK. Hi, Rush, how are you? Fine. I know you liberals are tuning in. You got the lights out, you're cowered in the corner, and you don't want to admit to anybody that you're watching this. We know you're there. I just want to leave you with this. We feel your pain. Welcome to the Rush Limbaugh program.
Rush Limbaugh, who single-handedly saved radio and gave Americans a real hope when they realized, most news outlets were so against them and their conservative values. Rush Limbaugh was like this spark plug. Rush Limbaugh was good for our democracy.
He sent a couple of tapes home to me, and they were hilarious. He had a little more free reign with them. And I thought, well, if someone hears you, you're on your way.
Here he is, the hottest name in all of radio, soon to have his own television show. Who is this guy on almost 500 radio stations in America? I give you Rush Limbaugh, right here. If I were of the attitude that my primary goal was to go in that studio every day and make sure that America heard everything I said and acted on it, because times are crucial. We don't have much time to save everything. The ratings of the show would just plummet because the fun would go, be too serious, be what liberals do. They're always wringing their hands, not having any time for fun, and being critical of virtually everything.
If Walter Cronkite has been called the most trusted man in America, Rush Limbaugh has been called the most dangerous, and he's proud of it.
We are all endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life. Liberty, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness. Now,
Those of you watching at home may wonder why this is being applauded. We conservatives think all three are under assault.
You and Oprah have all the money, don't you? You and Oprah. This is your like second best-selling book.
This country's far more conservative than even people think it is now. I travel the country every weekend making personal appearances and speeches. I see the people who make the country work, and I think that I happen to benefit today from having a lot in common with most Americans.
Thank you. Let me just set the record.
Yeah, their memory of Rush Limbaugh is not shared by everybody, but I guess that does depend on where you sit on the political spectrum. But when I see certain videos of him, I don't know if it is my ideological bias, but like he has said some truly awful and nasty things. So straight conservatism aside, some of the things that I've seen him said turn me off from respecting any of his ideas whatsoever. And these are some very choice picks of like a lot of things people say, like him saying that you don't necessarily disagree with.
You don't say the right things
like
about
no
an issue.
no real person would disagree with most of the stuff that he's said in this highlight video.
They want to get you so that you can't speak. I don't defer to the experts. I am the expert. When you think about what Democrats stand for today, and Bob, doesn't all this make sense? They are a miserable lot. I mean, they are the original doom and gloomers. People always come up to me and say, hey, Rush, when is there going to be a liberal counterpart to you on radio? And I say, never. And they say, why? I said, because when's the last one you ever heard it's having fun? What is...
The Michael Brooks show is really good. Unfortunately, Michael Brooks passed away, but it was a pretty good show that didn't put liberal out there. Michael Brooks was a little bit more far left, but was definitely enjoyable. And then there's actually a lot now these days. Like if you want to get kind of dude bro leftism, I would say Chapo Trap House. So there's plenty out there now. There's plenty.
Any Republican to denounce me. He is fixated on me. He simply cannot get me off of his mind. I live rent-free in his head. There are 14 million...
Didn't Rush Limbaugh like keep passing on the whole birther movement thing that Donald Trump started with the birth certificate? I feel like someone would be in my head rent-free if they were constantly saying I wasn't born in the United States because of the color of my skin.
The alternative reality.
I might be a little mad.
Let me tell you who we conservatives are. We love people.
I don't know how true that
When we look out over the United States of America, when we are anywhere, when we see a group of people, we see Americans, we see human beings. We don't see groups, we don't see victims, we don't see people we want to exploit. What we see is potential.
I remember the first time I tried out for talk radio, he allowed me to use his studio with his golden microphone, which was terrifying to me.
Rush has cochlear implants. He's deaf. Now, most people don't even realize that.
These are cochlear implants. I'm deaf. I'm 100% deaf, and I can only hear bionically with these. If I'd lost my hearing 15 years before I did, it'd been the end of my career because the tech hadn't been invented.
But even when he was completely without hearing, before the cochlear implants were put in, he didn't miss a beat.
If you're not affected by inside the Beltway or Washington establishment thinking, understanding Trump's easy. It's elite versus real people. It's somebody that is fearless and willing to fight against the things that no Republican has been willing to fight against or defend.
And again, I'm genuinely curious on what those policies are that like benefit working class individuals more than either the government or private contractors that work with the government. So like, if you've got some, please hit my line because I haven't seen any. And it's very funny to me because like Trump before becoming president was literally the symbol of elitism. Like that was his thing in pop culture, was being the money guy who makes extraordinary deals and makes a ton of money off of them. He was all about gold everywhere, name on everything, narcissism, rich man, fame, TV show. Like he was a big boss man. Like, And yet, when he became president for conservatives, his image turned 180 into him representing like the working class for some reason. Just a flipped switch that you can turn on and off.
One of the most difficult days in recent memory for me. I have been diagnosed with advanced lung cancer.
We are all praying for the man who has literally paved the way for all of us, especially me.
It is with profound sadness I must share with you directly that our beloved Rush, my wonderful husband, passed away this morning due to complications from lung cancer. Rush will forever be the greatest of all time.
They said, well, what are you best at? And I said, probably being on the radio. Well, there's your answer. Do what you're best at, and you'll at least be happy, regardless how well you do it. I'm sure you've all felt like you weren't going to ever amount to anything, even though you knew you were capable of it. I felt that way. The only difference between you and me is that I'm up here and you're out there. And the only reason I'm up here is because you're out there. You have rejuvenated my life, and you have made me something I never even thought I could be. And I have just one thing to say to you, a sincere and heartfelt thank you. Final segment of the program today has arrived. We gotta go. We're out of here. See you. Be good. I wish there were a way to say it other than thank you. You're just the best. My family is just the best. Thank you.
I guess now is the time for a moment of silence, but I can't hold it in. You know, when you gotta go, you gotta go. Yeah, I don't know quite enough about Rush Limbaugh. I did see a lot of people celebrating his death, and I did see a lot of people mad that people were celebrating his death, and I had also seen the pretty disgusting things that he said, but I'm gonna go with neutral right now, just because I'm not that
everybody.
familiar.
Thank you for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting
He's a Boomers
Network.
News dude.
We are moments away from hearing the 45th President of the United States, Donald John Trump, and his first public
I know he had a
appearance
huge
since leaving
influence
office.
over Alex
I'm joined by
Jones.
Adrian Ferguson. Adrian, how do you feel about President Trump's speech that he's going to give today?
Like, Alex Jones apparently like even wanted to like imitate his voice like for a little bit before he actually got his rough chorus voice from screaming all the time. He actually had them kind of like dub it down and add like a little bit of crunch to it so that it came off a little bit more gravelly than it is. But then eventually he just screamed his vocal cords into oblivion, and now it comes off pretty naturally. Yeah, his screaming is something else. He is great entertainment if he didn't have such an effect on people.
At the same time that we are able to see,
Like, honestly, Alex Jones would have been the greatest parody if he wasn't like sincere. He's way too sincere.
into this crowd here, they look very excited. They're taking pictures. They're all looking around the room. If you can tell, they are extremely anxious, just like I'm sure the both of us are, Philip. But what do you think? What do you think is going to come from the president? What do you think he's going to say today?
I'm not exactly sure what he is going to say, but what I think is worth noting is that he's going to rail the Biden administration on the job that they've done handling the COVID pandemic in regards to opening schools.
They've been in
things
job
that.
for like
And
4
obviously,
weeks.
You know, that is.
Now, while there's certain things I don't like Biden that the Biden administration has done, mostly on immigration so far, it's just really dumb to critique his entire presidency already. That's really dumb. It's so dumb. But his immigration policies suck.
What happens here? It's worth noting that people are moving around. There's a lot of action on stage. 3:40 right now. So as per usual, the president is not on time. President Trump's not on time.
Oh, surprise.
But that's okay. He's allowed.
The guy who showed up like 30 minutes late to every press conference. Surprise. All right, I guess Theodore can get some more time.
Before, you can't have too many masks. How much virtue do you want to signal? This is just dumb. You know, the U.S. Capitol has giant fences with razor wires and 5,000 National Guards standing out front because the Democrats are convinced that political theater helps them.
I guess so, but also I think the FBI just came out with a report, or was it the Senate National Intelligence Committee? An intelligence agency had recently just spoke about how there's another planned protest near the Capitol on March 3rd or 13th. They weren't very specific if it was really gaining traction in the same way that January 6th did, but the concern for mass gatherings of right-wing militias and conspiracy groups, even though you can kind of hide them as regular Trump supporters, they having them close to the Capitol seems like a bad idea at this point. If we're not going to learn once, shame on us, right? Because we have to be taught the same lesson twice.
Let's be clear, this is not about security at this point. This is about political theater. Half the country, the deplorables, are dangerous. And they're going to turn the Capitol into a military.
And see what I mean by them like always over-exaggerating how big the conservative party is? Not even all of America votes. Not even barely a third of America even voted this election. So like them thinking they're the half of the country is pretty nuts because they're half of a third.
Military outpost in Baghdad just to have their compliant media echo that message. But do you know what terrifies every one of these statists? The truth. Liberty's powerful. Liberty's persuasive. Liberty is fun. You know, last week, we lost the great Rush Limbaugh. I was so blessed and so fortunate to call Rush a friend. And Rush understood the power of liberty. You know, before there was Hannity, before there was Tucker, before there was Ben Shapiro or Steven Crowder, before there was Donald Trump, there was Rush Limbaugh. And before there was Section 230, there was something called the Fairness Doctrine, which gave leftists in Washington the power to silence views they didn't like. We got rid of the Fairness Doctrine, and Rush Limbaugh started by going on one AM station, and then a second AM station, and then a third, and then a fourth, and then a fifth, and the voice of liberty spread like prairie fire. And let me tell you right now, in Los Angeles, there's some skater kid who's 19, who's told that it's hip and chic and cool to be a leftist socialist man. Who's going to hear a message? Wait a second, these guys don't want...
I think being a leftist socialist is pretty cool. I think it's the hip new thing. But to be honest, that's not a good reason to be a socialist. I think the reason why my brain is trapped on this is that there's a much more empathetic system out there that doesn't treat everybody as a monetary value. So yeah, I don't want to be a 19-year-old skater punk in Los Angeles, but that's where I'm coming from, is a much more different system that I think could be sympathetic or even a little bit more benevolent, especially with so much I don't know, overproduction maybe. Yeah.
Want me to speak, think, have fun,
Bruh, I hate to have been there spending $350 and this man is still late. Like, he is always late to all of these things and they paid for it this time.
The left believes in rigid conformity. We believe in diversity, free speech. You can say whatever you want, no matter how dumb it is.
Oh, I'm so glad.
By the way, in Washington, D.C., we test that proposition.
See? He didn't finish his point. He moved into a joke. He did it again. You got a little formula, don't you? A little algorithm you go through. Anyways, he said that they let anybody speak no matter how dumb, which is funny because I did a video about how Michael Knowles was talking about why it's okay to cancel young Pharaoh. So there apparently is a level of dumb that they're not gonna put on display at CPAC. He would have been here on YouTube, like in front of like a ton of people, and he spread so much anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. He was this close to telling the entire nation about the judicial system. Oh God. What a wonderful timeline that would have been. That would have been amazing. But let's just like nod at the fact that they banned him for his anti-Semitic views, and then on the last day of their conference, their stage is set up like a fucking Nazi fucking rune that went on SS soldiers. Like, that's amazing. It's just, they keep it entertaining, man. Like, they keep it entertaining. They just keep rolling with the hits in late stage capitalism. It's, love it.
Religious liberty, you can worship however you like on your knees before Almighty God. Or you can worship the almighty dollar. Or you can worship, I don't know, pink Martians.
But I don't think you can worship God and the almighty dollar. I think for the religious, maybe it's constitutional to do that, but religious values, I don't think you're supposed to hold idols on top of God. Especially one that's like really, really material, like money. So I think Jesus would be pretty disappointed, Ted. I think he would be disappointed.
That's the beauty of freedom, the Second Amendment. Oh, the left hates the Second Amendment.
I don't.
Because they want their people
I like
docile
the Second Amendment.
and compliant.
I like 2A.
You know, when
like
we
the
saw
conversation they
riots
have
all
around
across
it.
the country, I remember there were reports that riots were going to come into mostly peaceful, fiery but mostly peaceful. There were reports riots were going to come into the suburbs. I got to tell you, in Houston, where I live, there weren't any rioters. Because let's be very clear, if there had been, they would discover what the state of Texas thinks about the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms.
Ted, don't say it like that. You gotta uphold law and order, Ted. You can't say that if there's riots in the streets of Houston that we'll learn about the Second Amendment. You can't encourage vigilantism, Ted. What is that? What is that? And yet it's the liberal media that wants a civil war. Ted, you got more power than that, man. Come on, Spider-Man, Uncle Ben, responsibility.
So defend liberty. But number two.
Oh, I like how he says defend liberty after that.
Have fun.
Beautiful.
You know, so many on the right, they act like they got a stick inserted somewhere it doesn't belong. Like, just lighten up. Especially.
Yeah, reaffirming that the election was stolen is fun. Telling transgender people there's only two genders is fun. Telling homosexuals they can't get married, that's fun. Telling black people to get off welfare and into their bootstraps, that's fun. Telling black people to change their culture so that they stop committing so many crimes, that's fun. That's all that fun that liberals are trying to stomp on, and like we're just harshing their vibes, man.
Now, the left, they are shrill. They are angry. How many leftists does it take to screw in a light bulb? That's not funny!
Ugh. Yeah, conservatives would find that funny.
God
but
bless!
That's a cliche
Who would want to be around these people?
Joke from
Jerry
fucking
Seinfeld doesn't tell
1776
comedy
nonsense.
anymore because any joke that's funny is canceled. SNL is unwatchable. The late night comedy, they stand up and say, we hate Donald Trump. Yeah, no kidding. We didn't get that the last 9,000 times you told that. In 2020, the New York Times reported that 60% of women named Karen voted for Joe Biden. That's actually real. You can look it up, the fact checkers, that's what the New York Times reported. And I'm willing to bet 80% of the men named Karen voted for Joe Biden.
I don't know what that proves at all, but I know that it has a lot to do with internet speak.
Fun. Yesterday, John Boehner made some news. He suggested that I do something that was anatomically impossible. To which my response was, who's John Boehner? And you know what? There are a whole lot of voices in Washington that want to just erase the last 4 years. Want to go back to the world before, where we had government of the lobbyists, by the lobbyists, and for the lobbyists.
That never changed.
Where the Republicans' compelling message was, Republicans!
It's amazing to me that he said that we're going to go back to lobbying and special interests. Can you name legislation that Congress or Trump signed that had anything to do with lobbying during his tenure? Because I don't think you can. I don't really think you can. And I forgot the other point that he had just made that was really, really low bar. Let's go back.
We had government of the lobbyists, by the lobbyists, and for the lobbyists. Where the Republicans' compelling message was, Republicans, we waste less.
We waste less by doing less. Yeah, I had another point. For some reason, it's sticking on the tip of my brain, but it won't come to what it was. I can't remember.
And they look at Donald J. Trump, and they look at the millions and millions of people inspired who went to battle fighting alongside President Trump, and they're terrified. And they want him to go away. Let me tell you this right now, Donald J. Trump ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, that's what it was. He said that, that the new administration wanted to take us back to 4 years before Trump was president. Which I think is funny because Trump ran on the idea of making America great again, but he never really made it specific. But from a lot of what Republicans were representing and rhetoric at the time is that it was a return to form of Reaganism or Reaganomics, which Reagan created neoliberalism as we know it today. So his policy changes hasn't happened since he left the office. There's been tweaks on it, but in progress, but for the most part has not changed. What I think is very interesting is that arguing that the liberals want to take it back 4 years while their whole campaign bullshit malarkey is that we're going to take it back to the 80s. Oh, this guy's talking. All right, that's Ted. That's enough. I got what I needed.
And so we're going to give you a little indicator of how CPAC.
Ronald Reagan to Donald Trump.
I actually
Ronald Reagan to Donald Trump. Boom, boom. I just
came here, probably made my first real political speech, and I enjoyed it so much that I came back for a second one, then a third, then I said, what the hell, let's run for president, right?
the president may have won an award for being one of the longest presidents to actually speak at a CPAC event. This speech went well over 2 hours.
No
It's
way.
wonderful to be back with so many great patriots, old friends.
He's not going to
and
do that
brave,
again, is he?
Young conservatives, what a future you have.
Freedom, as Reagan told us, is not passed down in the bloodstream from one generation to another.
As Reagan told
Freedom,
us.
instead, you got to stand up, you got to fight for it, you got to defend it.
I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you.
You need to come here with like-minded
He
people.
said to the
That's right.
Republican
You ain't
Party
trying
and
to
no
hear
one
nothing
else.
about no socialism and all that foolishness. You need to come here with other like-minded people that's talking about capitalism, that's talking about you being free.
Our freedom, our people, our traditions, our families. But without freedom, none of it is possible. And that comes from the big guy, not the government.
All these young people here.
It's very fascinating too, is arguing that traditional values and capitalism are chained to your freedom. Very, very interesting carrot on a stick. That's it's nice. It's a good little distraction. So then, like, they defend the traditional values in capitalism because it literally means all of the liberty that exists ever in humankind.
And universities to support free speech if they want federal research.
You've gotten coverage this year that I'm not sure I can recall ever you getting. So congratulations.
Amazing energy. It's the grassroots activist Super Bowl.
It's obviously the Super Bowl for conservatives.
Being conservative, being liberty-minded, being freedom-based, and CPAC is what makes America great.
Damn, they had all, like, everyone I've seen on the internet in that video. Literally all of them. And most of them are influencers, and less of them are actual, like, politicians.
Good morning, deplorables. How about that?
It's our first CPAC. We're just here taking it all in.
It's my first CPAC, having an awesome time, but the reason I'm here is President Trump saving our country. I never would have come doing for President Trump.
You know what I like about this? Number one, I'm in love, and you're in love. We're all in love together. We've done something that nobody's ever done.
Well, President Trump loves CPAC, and CPAC loves President Trump. It's a mutual, strong relationship. It's the fact that the president knows that when he comes to CPAC, he's at home. He's with his people.
You know, I first went to CPAC during the Reagan years, where Reagan was a conservative president, but CPAC was much to the right of even where President Reagan was. And now it is right in the center. It is the Republican Party.
How's CPAC doing? Good.
What?
My man, stand up, please, will you?
Wait, is that
He's
because the leader moved farther to the right, or did the party then shift into a more moderate position because Trump's more moderate than Reagan? Wow, no. It's definitely the former. It's the first one, for sure. Like, they moved farther right, and they continue to move farther right.
Speech was Trump. He calls me, he says, you should run for politics. I say, what do I know about politics? But you know what? We learned quickly, and our country has never done better than it's doing right now. So it's pretty good. But thank you, Matt.
Let's keep bringing up Reagan,
You know,
too.
a couple of years ago, when a whole new team of people started leading the ACU, we thought that what happened during the 4 days of CPAC was so important that it actually had to occur every moment of every day on the calendar year. You're stuck in the swamp. And most people obviously live very far away from the swamp for good reasons.
People all over the world who are saying it's now our time to pursue this kind of freedom. We've got about 28 different countries now that are asking us to help them put on CPACs in their own countries.
Sounds awfully exotic to this Kansas kid. We're going to go to Australia. We're going to have the first CPAC.
They have a combination of hope and desperation. They want to help their fellow countrymen pursue freedom and attain it. And at the same time, they are so aware of the forces arrayed against them.
It was rather shocking to see that the legislature in Australia literally wanted to ban us from coming, and some of our speakers.
The Home Affairs Minister is encouraging a cavalcade of intolerance to continue at CPAC's Talkfest of Hate.
The first Australian Conservative Political Action Conference will get underway in Sydney today amid ongoing controversy.
CPAC was a debate within the Australian Parliament. The very fact that we would go there
So what that tells me is that the First Amendment that we have in our Constitution, which is a concept that we think is mostly accepted in these other free countries, actually isn't.
Nearly did more to drum up public.
I have to wonder too, because recently a nation just came out that Australia is actually a big white supremacy threat. I have to remember who that is. So that's very interesting to me that that's going to be their first international CPAC. Not saying the Republicans are white supremacists, but let me see. Typing something vaguely into Google is probably not going to help. There's plenty of news about their white nationalists, but let's see. Because I thought there was a designation made by somebody. I'll just keep searching and see if I can find it, but...
But on that very morning, the Huffington Post said that Hillary, the blessed Hillary, had a 98% chance of winning. And yet what happened? The Donald swept to victory. Who'd have believed that?
Some people have asked me, why is ACU getting involved in these international programs? We're the American Conservative Union, after all. We're not the International Conservative Union. The forces arrayed against us are growing faster than the alternative. You've got the George Soros billionaires and others who are funding these efforts. They don't like the idea of individual liberty. If we do not take this opportunity,
you can't do that.
Could be lost.
You can't be talking to millions of people and bring up the George Soros thing. He's literally not even the only billionaire given money, but he's the only Jewish one that people on the right keep focusing on. You guys, don't have the Nazi rune and then bring up George Soros as an enemy. Damn it.
All these Asian leaders are coming to me saying we have to have the U.S. leadership because collectively we Asians cannot fight this on our own. If the U.S. stands alone in this world against socialist nations, we will lose.
Just as President Trump says, fake media is running rampant, especially here in Japan. Everything they say is a lie, and you really can't trust the news. And Japanese people don't really understand what's going on or why it's happening.
We think about the fact that our rights are slowly being eroded by runaway courts and by an increasingly radicalized and socialist Democrat Party.
Just democratic socialism. It's not even
not uniquely American.
That massive of wealth
are watching
redistribution.
America because they fear that if America ever goes socialist, in essence, America stops being America. That means that the future for their country is very dark because what left-wing American presidents do through their foreign policy, they push the most radical parts of their agenda all over the globe.
Socialism and communism are about one thing only: power for the ruling class.
I fear the future of Japan is quite dangerous. Japan has gotten a little too used to peace. They're not prepared for what could happen if they don't wake up. There's going to be trouble.
You're going to have conversations that will improve understanding between different nations that don't even speak the same language. And Japan and America and countries like Australia and the UK, these are the cornerstones of Western values and free markets.
We invited one of the Hong Kong protesters to address the audience, Andy Chan. When Andy left to go to the airport and when they went to board their plane, police arrested Andy because he was going to go to a CPAC in Tokyo.
As you all know, I was detained and arrested for riot when I departed to Japan. I'm now released without being charged and on bail. This is the second arrest I have encountered in a month.
They arrested him. That was shocking to me. I mean, first of all, why does CPAC matter that much? Why are these communists so afraid of letting someone simply give a speech?
ACU's founding charter, December 1964, is very clear what we stand for and why. It includes opposing socialism everywhere we find it.
But I'm just one of the thousands who were arrested. And we anticipate that many more Hong Kong citizens will also be arrested.
I mean, I don't like the CCP either, but this like anti-leftism is kind of rooted in authoritarianism. So the language here and liberty and freedom always getting thrown around, but at the same time we have to oppose other ideologies. It's just like, good God, the contradictory hypocrisy. It's a hippo with two heads. I don't even know what I'm saying.
Are meeting them in the semi-autonomous territory.
We'll do it live.
This Hong Kong movement for democracy is something every American needs to pray for, needs to try to support, because the Chinese regime in Beijing is probably more vulnerable than we realize.
You're looking at a face-off on one of the main roads in Hong Kong this Sunday afternoon. At one end,
I thought China was stronger than it's ever been, and that's why we've been attacking them so hard. Not like militarily, but just in trade wars and I don't know, some rhetoric. But I thought they were a threat to our economic status around the globe. So I don't know how weak they actually are. Confused.
Staff would end up in jail.
We would hear people say, "I will die for freedom," and they meant it.
we're here to support you. I know.
I mean, it's even kind of the same thing that they do with like anybody that opposes their movements, is that like an Antifa person is both like a weak incel keyboard warrior while at the same time being a undying super soldier.
The crowd sang America's national anthem.
Strong leadership coming from President Trump has put some of these regimes on the precipice.
Oh, wow.
And I'm hoping that they fall the right way, which is freedom for their people.
Shannon, I've just never seen anything like it. What you have is literally thousands of mostly what I would call students or kids.
I mean, you understand why like big business would want Hong Kong to stay free from China, right? It allows them to open their businesses without having to interact with the Chinese government, which operates in a state capitalist system. So there's some interest in us keeping that place free, wink, wink.
You know, it's a very emotional thing to see young people committed to democracy.
It's completely the opposite of what they hear when they turn on CNN International in their country about how much the globe is so embarrassed of that.
And I sympathize with them thinking that America actually cares about their freedom. I'm sure a lot of citizens do. I think like Hong Kong should be able to decide whether or not they want to be a part of a really oppressive regime, an authoritarian regime. But I don't think that like the special interests or the government has their heart in the right place when it comes to this issue. So let Hong Kong be free of everyone's special interests, and let's see how that fits.
Our last night in Hong Kong, this great patriot who stands for freedom, Jimmy Lai, invited us to his house.
And when we showed up at Jimmy's house, there were members of the media who were essentially communist spies from media outlets owned by the communist regime in Beijing. They were there to harass us, to make us feel unsafe.
Filming us as we were walking in, videotaping us, recording who we are, why we were there.
We had this conversation around the table. What's at stake? What are the chances that this comes out well for the people of Hong Kong? What are the chances that a Tiananmen Square type episode occurs? Will there be this violent, bloody crackdown? And as we said our goodbyes, we headed back to our hotel. We all went to sleep, and not many hours later, we were woken up to the news.
The home of Hong Kong media tycoon Jimmy Lai was attacked early Thursday morning by a firebombing.
Two masked men lit glass bottles on fire in front of Lai's residence and lobbed them at the gate. The firebombs were seen as an act of intimidation against the pro-democracy tycoon.
They were sending us a very clear message. Don't meet with Jimmy. They were sending Jimmy a very clear message. Don't meet with the CPAC guys. And I think they were also sending us a message that it was time for us to leave. We are in Minneapolis, Minnesota, a really important state for a lot of reasons.
It is great to have the ACU here in Minnesota, home to the only congressional delegation that makes Nancy Pelosi look moderate.
Today's September 11th, the 18th anniversary of September 11th, 2001.
Just in the backyard of where we stand today is a congresswoman who does not like America, who stands for Islamic radicalization.
No.
She's the one who said some people did something.
This is
CARE
gross.
was founded after 9/11.
Oh my god, it was so gross when they played this clip back when it came out, but it's even grosser now to replay it again in front of millions of people to remind them to hate Ilhan Omar. No, I'm gonna mute that for a second. Alright, I think they're done.
Politically motivated, and I think we have to call it out and make it stop.
We invited Dr. Zuhdi Jasser to be with us today.
That's so low and
because
disgusting.
18 years ago, he was the man
really
who
gross.
stood on the grounds of 9/11 and said, it's not appropriate to build a mosque on these grounds. He's Muslim himself. But he understood what building a mosque on bombed territory would mean.
My family was
It
kicked out of
wasn't
Syria.
the religion of Islam that committed this act. It was a specific group of jihadists. Like, you can't blame an entire religion for the acts of a few. Otherwise, we're gonna sit on the neck of Christianity and Catholicism until the day they die, or at least stop participating in the perpetual system of fucking pedophiles, bro.
Was, why don't more people come here and talk to us? Nobody's showing up in Minnesota, but we're gonna show up. It's right for the pickings for conservatives.
In Minnesota, the biggest thing we can...
Catholic Church priests have probably touched more kids than people died in 9/11 at this point, right? Like, we can at least agree on that baseline value, right?
Fall right here in the conservative aisle. I've learned so much about this deep state swamp. They didn't have our president's back.
We have the highest consumer confidence in history.
I don't even know what the swamp is anymore because I thought it was lobbyists, but like now we're hearing that like Mike Liddell is glad that he's here helping drain the swamp when he's literally a business guy sponsoring a political event. That's lobbying. That's lobbying.
Of elites in Washington, D.C. or in their state capitals determine how they're going to live their lives, this whole American experiment is over.
It's so blatant, everything that they do, and then they project it onto others.
Goes on there where they think that only the people who are inside that bubble are the best and brightest, and only those people know how to tell other people how to live their lives. I think that's the most dangerous thing about Washington, D.C., New York, the Acela corridor.
That's what central planning is, bro. That's what a government does.
Donald Trump couldn't find Ukraine on a map if you had the letter U and a picture of an actual physical crane next to it. The credulous boomer Rube demo that backs Donald Trump.
I think what I've finally like kind of hooked on here is that the right wing or Republican Party is kind of manufacturing this discontent with the left side of the government as if it's the entire side of the government, but they just aren't able to acknowledge the own things that the Republican Party does that doesn't benefit their supporting base. So that's very interesting. Very...
Religious beliefs, ignorant, or as my mother used to say, just plain dumb.
All those lines on the map.
Only them elitists know where Ukraine is.
Do you think that people who support President Trump and his immigration policies are racist?
Anyone who supports this is supporting racism.
The racist, sexist, homophobic.
My math and you're reading.
Yeah, you're reading. Your geography, knowing other countries, sipping your latte.
Xenophobic.
I mean, I'm not going to deny that Pete Buttigieg is anything to be impressed about. Like, honestly, if he's not pretty vocal about the new creation of more migrant centers that are supposedly slightly better conditions than what the kids were in before, it's just ridiculous. Like, there's been people on the left who have pointed out that this isn't necessarily the policy change that we need to be seeing in immigration, is just centers to hold more people. It's Jesus Christ.
We are in Reno, Nevada for the first annual CPAC West.
Thousands gathered at Corley Ranch to express their concerns about the current political climate.
We believe so strongly in ensuring that America stays strong, stays free, and doesn't turn into a socialist country.
It's nice to see like-minded people because sometimes I feel like we're a little isolated.
We're outnumbered.
Yes.
That's what you would think if you were watching the mainstream, or what people call the mainstream media.
The crowd completely understands the Trump phenomenon. Why? Because he's taken on the left and he's taken on the media elite. And he is willing to keep fighting for the...
How does taking on the left and taking on the media really help the working class? Honestly. Because that sounds like division.
Conservative country.
It's very different from the East Coast elites that we find so often. It's the rugged individualist. It's this John Wayne kind of attitude to how you should live your life.
We have to take our state back, and we have farming.
I thought like earlier too, they said that like conservatism doesn't support telling people how they should live their lives, and yet this guy was saying that they bring the idea that you should live a John Wayne kind of lifestyle. Oh man, they're clips. I'm liking this little advertisement.
It's important that Western libertarian values of individualism retain a strong foundation in our country and our politics.
Bernie Sanders was in Denver the other day and said the same thing as Barack Obama, appealing to his crowd, his supporters, help me transform America.
We will not only win this election, we will transform this country.
The envy of the free world, the greatest country on God's green earth, they want to turn it on its head and change it forever. That's what's at stake.
I don't think that many countries are envious of our free world all the time. And I think if they are, they probably have a slight misrepresentation of our country. But I do remember our popularity dipping pretty hard when we elected Trump.
Literally said, I'm inspired. I want to take action. I want to do more. And that's what we need. For too long, the Democrats have been the ones to organize effectively. It's our turn now. It's our turn for conservatives to take that banner, to win in 2020.
Korea CPAC kicks off in Seoul, South Korea, and it's hosted by the American Conservative Union.
Just make the statement, CPAC South Korea, and think about it for a little bit.
South Korea boasts the fourth largest economy in Asia, hence the nickname, the Korean Miracle. But South Korean President Moon Jae-in is...
Dude, so they said that he was like late earlier, which was like around the 50 mark, like 10 minutes late, and now they've been playing this video the entire time he's still late. That's amazing. What is it, 4:18? It's supposed to go on at 3:40. It's nearly a half hour. Wow. And it's like they had this video prepared for him too, because they knew he don't do nothing on time. It's been late for everything. Ooh, oh.
Korea CPAC concluded to a packed ballroom in Seoul's Grand Hyatt Hotel. Though 500 were expected.
I'm here able to learn about the people in South Korea and the trials and tribulations that they...
I mean, how much money does the Hyatt make when they host a convention in South Korea? And they go on this tour like all around the place, and I have to wonder if it's constantly in Hyatts. So again, isn't that a little bit of part of lobbying? Isn't that? It's just so obvious. It's right in front of our faces.
Korea is now facing for itself. It's a generational change. It is an inflection point of what kind of a life do you want to live. If you don't make your stand now, it may never come again.
Jesus. What is this?
People in Georgia are just as sick of the swamp as many of us in Washington who are fighting it. We've got to take our country back.
Georgia is mainly Republican, conservative, Christian, family value people. Democrats coming in from other states who don't live here with big money backers coming into our districts trying to edge us out.
Yo, how true is that? That like the people who got voted in this, I don't think that's true that the people that got voted in, the Democrats, came from other states. That's weird. It's a weird claim to make. It's almost like doing the illegal alien thing on them.
Shenanigans going on with the rules and the laws in Washington that the Democrats don't want to follow, and it's not right.
Georgia is now the 8th largest populous state in the country, and the fake news and liberal media keep saying we're a toss-up state.
Let me put it in Trump's terms. He's going to win bigly in Georgia this time.
The American Conservative Union, as long as I've been in Washington, has been the most important organization of the right in America, and in many ways, and this is important, in the world. On top of that, there are these regional meetings that it holds, such as this one here in Atlanta. I mean, this is incredible. And then all these international meetings, Tokyo, Seoul, Brazil, across the globe, they're everywhere.
Yeah, they need to move that mic.
Of course, the greatest thing about going to
mic
Brazil
in the middle of
is
the
just the spirit of the people.
How do they not see that?
I mean, they want to
It's
sing,
literally in front of everybody.
dance,
You
chant,
need to move that fucking
hug.
boom. Who's producing this shit? Do you not see the massive boom mic in front of this right now?
Our biggest message from America is the following. Number one, what you're doing in Brazil, you're giving us hope. Hopefully what we're doing...
Like they just cut to the street for some random reason. Is he just pulling in now? Duh. That's fucked up. I swear if we're going to Street View right now, this better be because they couldn't figure out the boom mic thing. Because honestly, too, this camera shot is even worse. Who's producing this? I want a name.
Here is a very nice opportunity. Maybe it's the first time
The boom mic's still there, and we got the view of the dude just walking in the street with the camera to his side, so it's wobbly as shit. Now it's his feet. Cool. All right. Were those some vans? What were those? What you kicking?
CPAC's chief organizer, Matt Schlapp, handed the former president a prime speaking slot, closing out
it's
the
the
conference
bikers for
Sunday.
Trump. Oh, those are the police.
I like the fact that he wants to
I thought it was the
engage.
bikers
Now,
for Trump.
you can say that he lost the election, but his supporters, 73 million...
Well, he did lose the election.
You can say that he lost the election, and
He did lose the election.
Yeah, but I'm...
Responsible for the deadly insurrection.
He gave a speech, and then there was a violent insurrection.
That he was responsible in part for what
literally just pulling in
Why
right
can't he
now.
deal with that reality?
Oh, I deal with
Are you
reality every day,
serious?
and I even watch CNN, and I can be just fine with that. But if you
Almost
believe
a whole
somebody
ass
used
hour
inappropriate
later, and it's
words
probably still gonna
to
take him
spur
like 10 to
violence,
20 minutes to
and
get
you
to the
can't come up with
stage.
words, then you're making stuff up. And you should stop it.
I'm not doing it. Liz Cheney did it. Mitch McConnell did it.
Look, if
Kevin
you want-
McCarthy did it. They did it. They said it.
If you want to highlight a handful
The man does not value your time if he's willing to show up this late.
Actually, it's
And you
certainly
paid
right. This is the
$350
first time
for this
you've
shit.
seen anything you want. You can't make up. You can't say there was some intent in someone's brain that they never said in words, and that resulted in some kind of violence. Give me the words, and then I have to deal with the fact that maybe somebody in my life did something that I didn't agree with. But when you make it up, give me one word they said. One word. One single word.
Let me ask. But he's also not that protected here, I guess. There's no snipers or anything. They continue to say that the election was stolen, when that just isn't true.
Were there any illegal ballots cast in that election?
I suppose there might have been.
So how
But
many?
But Bill Barr
So how
said,
many?
his own attorney general
So how
said
many?
not enough to overturn the results of the election.
Bill Barr, believe it or not, had no
court decision after court decision. He put 3 justices
You
on
just-
the Supreme Court. They didn't agree with him.
You just told me that that's actually not right. You just told me that there was illegal voting in the last election. You don't know how many. Did you sit down with the team in Nevada? Let me finish. Did you sit down with the team in Nevada or Georgia, these states, and ever go through the binders of information that good patriotic Americans came up with?
But
did you
not
ever talk
enough to overturn the results of the election.
How could you know that when you don't know the number? Are you that good at
won by
math?
7 million votes.
I love how
He
you're
had
thinking.
306 electoral votes. How is it that there's just no way that that's
Well, what I'd
possible?
like you to do is to read Time Magazine and to read the New York Times and to read the Washington Post, where they're saying it's less than 100,000 votes that separated the two-man electorally. And you just said that conservatives spurred violence, but you can't use any words. You admit that there's
I didn't say
illegal
all
voting.
conservatives, but
You
I said there were Trump
you
supporters
said
there
that
for
there's
sure.
illegal voting. You have no idea how much, but you are certain what
Isn't
the
this,
impact
isn't
was.
this the big lie conference?
That's what the Nazis used to say. Jim, you're better than that. You're better than that.
You're comparing. You're
comparing me to a Nazi.
No, I'm not. I'm
Yes,
saying
you
this
are.
is the big lie conference.
I love you, man. I'm glad
You be
you're here.
responsible.
Alright, so they're literally actually filming the dude on his phone trying to figure out where he's supposed to go. So I'm gonna give Donald Trump Jr. some time. And the boom mic thing. Come on, guys. Does nobody know that they got a camera or a boom mic in front of the fucking screen? It's a camera. A camera in front of the camera.
Wow! How's it going, CPAC? Or I heard someone earlier phrase it a little bit better. T-PAC. That's what it feels like, guys. Well, first and foremost, it's all...
That was a lot quieter than I thought it would be. I thought when he would say that it's actually Trump-Pac, I thought they would be more excited.
awesome to be here. It's
I think
great
he
to see
thought
this
that
kind of
too.
enthusiasm, and it's great to actually be in a full room. Honestly, guys, what I see in Florida right now is exemplary of the Republican Party, right? This is a state, like the party is, that has open schools, open businesses, and open churches. What we've seen in some of the more left-leaning states is exactly the opposite. The only thing that they have open is open borders. And it doesn't work, guys.
That's not true again either. Just because Biden's working on getting people green cards and work visas back, that doesn't mean we're opening our borders all of a sudden. Lie. But I live in a quote-unquote left-leaning state, and our stuff is open too, dog. So, and they have been for months. It took a little bit of reopening, but our stuff's been open too over here in a blue state.
Guys, in the first 30 days of Joe Biden's presidency, all of the things that I said would come true in the book Liberal Privilege that I wrote last summer.
I'll remind everyone you wrote a book.
We listened to months of media telling us that Joe Biden, he's a moderate, don't worry. He's not gonna end energy. He's not gonna end pipelines, which is partially correct. He's not gonna end Russian pipelines. He's only gonna end American pipelines. The Russian ones are just fine. They're gonna cave to China. No, that was never gonna happen. Of course it happened. You think that $1 billion investment in Hunter came for free? No, the Chinese have a great return on investment. But guys, more importantly, who would have thought that within 33 days we'd be bombing the Middle East again? I would have. Oh no, guys, come on, the military-industrial complex, I'm surprised it took them 33 days. I guess they waited till the first month, so they couldn't say that was part of the first 30, but it was only...
Yeah, I don't like that they bombed in Syria, but there's not a lot we can do until we end the wars. I don't see any Russian pipelines in America. Is this a thing? Because so far I got a map. That says they got pipelines in Europe and parts of the Middle East, it looks like. But I don't see any in America, and so how would Joe Biden stop Russians from building pipelines if they aren't on US soil? I'm gonna keep digging because there's time to kill, but I don't think we have any. I'm pretty sure we import all of, or export all of our oil to them.
Middle East. Speaking of bombing the Middle East, have you seen Liz Cheney's poll numbers? No, listen, the one thing I'll say for Liz Cheney is I'm sure she has a lot of bipartisan support, because if there's one thing that she and Joe Biden definitely want to do, it's bomb the Middle East. What else is a disaster? Everything else is just rhino policies, the kinds of policies that put the Republican Party in a position where they needed a Donald Trump. No, seriously, Liz Cheney and her politics are only slightly less popular than her father is at a quail hunt. What? Fact checkers, please have at it. Fact check true. Right? Listen, like I said, Liz Cheney, she hates Donald Trump and his policies because her family has a long history of friendly fire. But she also hates them because she's tied to an establishment that has done nothing but fail us time and time again. You've heard the rhetoric from some of them over the last couple of weeks, and now you've seen that change very quickly. Because if there's one thing the Republican Party has been really good at over the last few decades, is snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. They've caved to every special interest, they've caved to corporate America, they've caved and bowed to the radical left that hates their guts, hates their values, and hates their freedom. Lincoln Project Liz, as I'd like to call her, is the leader of that failed movement. And if we want to go back to losing, if we want to go back to an America Last policy, we should be following that. But I don't, and I don't think anyone in this room does either. So, you know what, guys? The first 30 days has been a disaster. The lies the media told you wouldn't happen are all happening. But hey, at least they have a diverse cabinet. Right? No, yeah, it's very diverse. That's what we saw, right? What is the policy of the SBA? Well, first and foremost, we appointed a woman. Well, that's wonderful. Is she competent? Because there's competent women and there's incompetent women, just like there's competent men and incompetent men. We've seen that. We know that to be a fact. But when you don't have policy to address the incompetence and think you can get away with it by just talking about diversity blindly, it's sort of a problem, isn't it? This month alone, they've banned the Muppets. Right? I mean, if there's things that you thought were sort of above cancellation, you would be wrong.
If getting like a disclaimer warning on things is canceling, then I guess cigarettes were canceled a long time ago, and there's nobody addicted to cigarettes anymore. Goal achieved, government.
There is nothing the radical left won't cancel. Hasbro now wants a gender-neutral Mr. Potato Head.
Add that to the bingo card. Add that one.
These are the issues of our times, folks. I mean, if Hasbro really wanted a gender-neutral Mr. Potato Head so badly, they should just slap a picture of CNN's Brian Sletler on the cover of their next potato.
I really don't think like a single person who's spoken at CPAC has discussed the fact that 40 to 50 million Americans were facing eviction. Yeah, I don't think I've heard a single one of them talk about that as one of the issues of today. So, yeah, Junior, let's focus on the potato head.
What? They don't call him Mr. Potato Head for nothing. I mean, you know, We might as well get something out of the branding. But guys, we can talk about all of these things. We can talk about the liberal hypocrisy, liberal privilege. Just look at how
Liberal
magically,
privilege.
in 33 days, children in cages turned into migrant shelters for children.
Yeah, and that's wrong, and I'm not going to lie on this channel. This channel believes that CNN, MSNBC are liberal propaganda. Anything that's a news outlet has a little bit of propaganda tinge to it. Not a lot of them actually challenge the powers that be, so propaganda is a thing, and it exists, and it does have a liberal bias. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a right wing that we're currently experiencing in a form of a convention.
Now, mind you, nothing actually changed. If you look at the pictures, there's nice bars on the walls. Nothing changed other than the media's outlook. Where is the outrage about this? Where is the outrage about an asinine immigration policy that is encouraging people to bring children, unaccompanied and otherwise, into a country? Guess who gets hurt? Our low-wage earners, who for the first time in modern history under Donald Trump started seeing real wage growth.
He literally blamed the economy on migrant children. Like, he straight up just blamed it on them. The policies that incentivize people bringing children unaccompanied, which is weird because if they're bringing children, aren't those children accompanied? On top of the fact that that's what hurts your wages and your jobs, is that people are bringing kids here. That is why the economy is suffering on the low income spectrum. That's why. And people clap. Clap, 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 clap. Fuck immigrant children.
Time and time again. There's a double standard by which we live, but when you look at what's going on, if people were informed of the actual facts, rather than spoon-fed a narrative by big tech and the mainstream media, we wouldn't be in these things. There was a poll that came out just this week that said 1 in 6 people would not have voted for Biden had they known about the Hunter Biden scandal. Where is Hunter? Guys, I'm sure he's making billions in China right now. Don't worry. Don't worry.
He never had anything to do with the election other than it was his
1
dad.
in 6, guys. 17% of the 80 million that voted for Joe Biden had they even heard of the basics of his corruption. We were all talking about it, guys. It wasn't anything new, but that also shouldn't surprise us. We've been talking about Andrew Cuomo sentencing Nana to death for 10 months. But no one was going to talk about it until they got their wishes. No one was going to address Democrat incompetence. We believe all women.
He didn't even finish his point there, like... Okay, whatever.
Until they accuse a Democrat. Then, not so much. But guys, that's why we have to stay engaged. That's why we have to stay in the fight. That's why we can't allow them to steamroll us like they have done for decades. When you look at what's going on just this week in Congress, you have Democrats petitioning major corporations, Comcast, Amazon, to ban conservative news outlets. Not radical parties. Fox News, Newsmax, OAN, just ban them. You don't see Republicans saying, let's talk about CNN as a place of disinformation. I mean, as a recipient of their ire for a couple of years, I can assure you that they were lying about Russia collusion. We all know that now, but no one actually brings it up because they can get away with it. They are able to do that. Big tech will silence you if you come out against it.
Bingo.
They will crush you. They will call you racist and everything else, just like...
I got a bingo.
Imagine, we'll bring back Cuomo, right? Imagine Ron DeSantis did what Cuomo has done over the last couple of years. He wouldn't be getting an Emmy, he'd be in jail. Right? Credible accusations of harassment swept under the rug. Verbal harassment swept under the rug. Hiding evidence from the DOJ swept under the rug. No problem. Give him an Emmy.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it just came out too that Cuomo is starting like an independent investigation into the harassment charges, but still a little wary about who is getting appointed to that and really what's going on in the situation, because Cuomo's policy with the nursing homes was a massive fuck up on a like major level, just because the directives weren't clear to the people who received them, on top of it being a policy that just wasn't implemented very well on almost all levels. So me sitting here, I definitely think that either Cuomo should do something a little bit more responsible than starting an investigation, which seems like the only reason why he would do so is to protect himself. But I think the unfortunate thing is that we might end up, because of this investigation, dirt being dug up on the two accusers. So it's going to get a little bit dirtier than probably any sooner than it's going to get fixed. But I would like to see him just resign. I don't really like Cuomo and most of what he represents, so I'm cool if he just stepped down. That's fine.
Remember Fredo when he was talking about it? Oh, for Mons? Oh! Where's Fredo? He's so quiet these days. Why isn't Fredo talking about these things right now? Again, liberal brothers, no, we can't address that. Really? You can't address that, but you had no problem joking around with massive Q-tips, making clowns of yourselves for months prior. That's what we're up against, folks. But together, we can win these fights. We have to be vocal. We can't be put in the corner. We must be out and engaged. And that's where you guys come in.
Because the rich people aren't going to go out and march in the streets for their rights. They need you to go out and do it. There's more of you, honestly, so if it looks like there's a lot of you out there, it'll look like they have a lot of support. It's very funny that he says, well, you have to stay engaged, and that's where you come in. And that's the people who get engaged while they just advocate for these points and pile up their money.
I'm looking forward to Sunday.
Keep rack stacking.
I imagine...
Holy shit, this dude is unbelievably late.
Call a low-energy speech. And I assure you that it will solidify Donald Trump and all of your feelings about the MAGA movement as the future of the Republican Party. So thank you, CPAC. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the love. You guys are the best.
Scroll into the lo-fi. Got it. Done did it. Mike Pompeo, huh? Is that his speech? Rick Scott takes aim at establishment Republicans.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the way forward. Unlocking our churches, our voices, and our social media accounts. Please welcome Florida Senator Rick Scott.
Unlocking our churches, our freedom, and our social media accounts.
Well, first off, it's great to be here. I hope you're enjoying Florida. If you haven't moved here yet, I hope you move here for lower taxes, much better weather. So hope you're enjoying Orlando. So I just got in from Washington, and I want to make sure you're all aware of President Biden's new slogan: open borders and closed schools.
I don't think he said that. I don't think he's ever
As
said
you
that.
may know, my colleagues recently voted for me to be the chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee.
I don't think anybody has said that.
So you know what that really means. It really means that my Republican colleagues in the U.S. Senate, they have to hate me. Right? You have to raise $1 gazillion, and now you have to navigate all the infighting in the Republican Party. Sounds like a lot of fun, right? Should be pretty easy. So, now many people are saying that my job is to mediate between warring factions on the right and mediate the war words between the party leaders. Doesn't sound like much fun. Well, I've got some news for you. I'm not going to mediate anything. Instead, I'm going to fight for our conservative values.
That just basically said I'm not going to cooperate.
I'm going to do it boldly, and I'm not going to apologize to anyone for what we believe in. I'm not going to, absolutely. I'm not going to spend 1 second going backward. We're going to look forward, and we're going to fight for our conservative values and principles, and we're going to do it boldly, and we're not going to apologize to anyone.
I mean, out of everybody I've looked at Open Secrets
Why do we do it?
far,
Because it's good for every American
Ted
family.
Cruz to Matt Gaetz and Rick Scott. Ted Cruz definitely makes the most in contributions. I think he won it with like $8 million.
Spend every day talking about how Democrats are an absolute mortal threat to our freedom, to our prosperity, to our way of life, to our families, and the future of the United States of America. We are going to go right at these radical left-wing fanatics every second. And we're going to expose them for exactly what they are. We're not going to stand down, and we're never, ever...
It's just really depressing to me because these radical people that are supposedly in power aren't. All right, he's finally clapping his way slowly on the stage after unconsensually groping the flag again. Let's just keep the lo-fi playing, though. I don't want to hear what theme song he's inappropriately reappropriated. Honestly, this beat is pretty mellow, chill. I like the smooth vibe it comes with. I can almost see the white skin just like on the temple where his orange isn't, and I want to see the whole white. I want to see all of it. I just want to see like him just peel it from that corner and just take it all off. Like mask off president and just show his true unpainted face. Dude, how long are they gonna clap for him? Holy shit. Some people are raising their hand like it's a sermon at a church. Oh my god, and he's just standing so far from the mic. When is he gonna actually... My god, he's just letting them clap and clap and clap and clap. Absolutely no humility to be like, you know what? Let's get down to brass tacks here. I don't need you guys to applaud me for 5 whole minutes. but that's exactly what he intends to do. He just keeps standing there. All right, slowly go into the mic. Slowly. Left, right, adjust the mic. Still waiting for the claps to end that he knows will never end. Not until he speaks. Oh, it's the USA chant.
Well, thank you very much, and hello, CPAC. Do you miss me yet? Do you miss me yet?
There it is.
A lot of things going on. To so many wonderful friends, conservatives, and fellow citizens in this room and all across our country, I stand before you today to declare that the incredible journey we begun together, we went through a journey like nobody else. There's never been a journey like it. There's never been a journey so successful. We began it together 4 years ago, and it is far from being over. We've just started. Our movement of proud, hard-working, and you know what this is? The hardest working people, hard-working American patriots, is just getting started. And in the end, we will win. We will win. We've been doing a lot of winning.
Except you lost
As
an
we
election.
gather this week, we're in the middle of a historic struggle for America's future, America's culture, and America's institutions, borders, and most cherished principles. Our security, our prosperity, and our very identity as Americans is at stake, like perhaps at no other time. So no matter how much the Washington establishment and the powerful special interests may want to silence us, let there be no doubt we will be victorious and America will be stronger and greater than ever before.
Same message.
I want
same
to thank
exact
my
message.
great friends, Matt and Mercedes Schlapp.
Schlapp.
Matt, thank you.
That last name
Thank you.
Schlaps.
Mercedes, thank you very much. And the American Conservative Union for hosting this extraordinary event. They're talking about it all over the world, Matt. I know you don't like that, but that's okay. All over the world. I also want to pay my love and respect to the great Rush Limbaugh.
I don't understand why they put the prompter like right in front of his face. It's like in the camera shot and his face keeps moving in and out of it. I don't know why they would put the prompter that close. Oh, wow.
He's loving it, and he loves Catherine. Catherine, thank you for being here. So great. Thank you, Catherine. He loved you, Catherine. I will tell you that. So fantastic. Thank you, Catherine, very much. To each and every one of you here at CPAC, I am more grateful to you than you will ever know. We are gathered this afternoon to talk about the future of our movement, the future of our party, and the future of our beloved country. For the next 4 years, the brave Republicans in this room will be at the heart of the effort to oppose the future of our beloved country. For the next 4 years, the brave Republicans in this room.
So they messed up the audio twice before figuring out how to switch cameras. Awesome.
Democrats, the fake news media, and their toxic cancel culture. Something new to our ears. Cancel
Shouts out to
culture.
Toxic.
And I want you to know that I'm going to continue to fight right by your side. We will do what we've done right from the beginning, which is to win. We're not starting new parties. You know, they kept saying, he's going to start a brand new party. We have the Republican Party. It's going to unite and be stronger than ever before. I am not starting a new party. That was fake news. Fake news, no.
Maybe it was or maybe it wasn't, but after realizing in a two-party system that's been in this structure for 200 years, like how we run the whole thing, he realized that a third party would be a very bad idea, especially for Republicans.
Gave me numbers that nobody's ever heard of before. More popular than anybody. That's
And it
all
wouldn't
of
help
us.
him
It's
win
all of
either.
us. Those are great numbers, and I want to thank you very much. Those are incredible numbers. I came here and he was giving me 95%, 97%, 92%. I said, they're great, and I want to thank everybody in this room and everybody all throughout the country, throughout the world, if you want to really know the truth. Thank you, darling. Thank you. We will be united and strong like never before. We will save and strengthen America, and we will fight the onslaught of radicalism, socialism, and indeed, it all leads to communism once and for all. That's what it leads to. You'll be hearing more and more about that as we go along, but that's what it leads to. You know that.
When he says that you're going to hear more and more about that when they go along, is that because they're going to keep perpetuating the narrative that a bunch of democratic socialists in the same political ideology spectrum as like Sweden, Norway, you know, Nordic countries, that they're a bunch of radical socialists trying to destroy the foundations of America? Because it sounds like they're still trying to push us forward into the innovation of Western civilization. I thought the Nordic countries were a part of Western civilization at some point. Oh, I went and paused it.
With energy. We have gone from America first to America last. You think about it, right? America last. There's no better example than the new and horrible crisis on our southern border. We did such a good job. It was all worked. Nobody's ever seen anything like we did. And now
there still hasn't been that much change between Trump's policies and Biden's policies as far as immigration goes, so I don't know how it became a disaster overnight. It always was a disaster.
US history. A great border wall that it's up. You know, they used to say a wall doesn't work. Well, you know what I've always said? Walls and wheels. Those are two things that will never change. The wall has been amazing. It's been incredible, and little sections of it to complete. They don't want to complete it. They don't want to complete little sections in certain little areas. They don't want to complete, but it's had an impact that nobody would have even believed. It's amazing considering that the Democrats' #1 priority was to make sure that the wall would never, ever get built, would never, ever happen, would never get financed. We got it financed. We ended catch and release, ended asylum fraud, and brought illegal crossings to historic lows. When illegal aliens trespass across our borders, they were promptly caught, detained, and sent back home. And these were some rough customers. I want to tell you, some rough customers were entering our country. It took the new administration only a few weeks to turn this unprecedented accomplishment into a self-inflicted humanitarian and national security disaster. By recklessly eliminating our border, security measures, controls, all of the things that we put into place, Joe Biden has triggered a massive flood of illegal immigration into our country, the likes of which we have never seen before. They're coming up by the tens of thousands. They're all coming to take advantage of the things that he said that's luring everybody to come to America.
His inclusive language.
And we're one country. We can't afford the problems of the world as much as we'd love to. We'd love to help, but we can't do that.
No, but we'll cause a bunch of stir in their countries if it's in our financial and national, private business interests. Let's ignore the Honduras asylum seekers because we created death squads and had full-on military trainings in their countries that led to the civil wars that they're fleeing from. Let's only help them when they need to know how to kill each other.
On it, you see it every day. Just turn on the news. You'll see it every day. Under my administration, we stopped the child smugglers. We dismantled the criminal cartels. We greatly limited drug and human trafficking to a level that nobody actually thought was possible, and the wall helped us a lot. And we protected vulnerable people from the ravages of dangerous predators. And that's what they are, dangerous, dangerous predators. But the Biden administration has put the vile coyotes back in business, and it has done so in a very, very big way. Under the new administration, catch and release has been restored. Can you imagine? We work so hard. Catch, you know what that is. You catch them, you take their name. They may be killers, they may be rapists, they may be drug smugglers. You take their name and you release them into our country. We did the opposite. We not only didn't release them, we had them brought back to their country. Illegal immigrants.
I mean, this is exactly what he even ran on. Like, he immediately just starts rolling with the hits. Like, the idea that they're all drug smuggling rapists. Like, we're still doing the same thing. They just want more of the hits. More of that xenophobia, please. And another. Yes, and another. Yes, the wall, of course, and another.
The millions they'll be coming. The Biden administration is now actively expediting the admission of illegal migrants, enabling them to lodge frivolous asylum claims and admitting them by the thousands and thousands and thousands a day, crowded together in unsanitary conditions despite the ongoing economic and public health crisis, COVID-19, or as I call it, the China virus.
He can't blame the unsanitary conditions on just Biden. Literally been 4 weeks, man.
There's no masks.
He's guilty,
There's
but
no
not
double
as guilty
masks.
as someone
That was
else.
a new one that came out 2 weeks ago. First, Fauci said, you don't need masks, no masks, no good, no. Then all of a sudden he wanted, now he wants double masks. No social distancing, no nothing, no nothing. They're together, and it's sad, actually, and it's sad for them, and it's sad for our country. What the Biden administration is doing to push young migrants into the hands of human traffickers and coyotes is dangerous, immoral, and indefensible. Hard to believe it's happening. Biden has failed in his number one duty as chief executive, enforcing America's laws. This alone should be reason enough for Democrats to suffer withering losses in the midterms and to lose the White House decisively 4 years from now.
Yeah, but it's not because of immigrants. It's going to be because of the lack of like domestic policies that actually improve the material conditions for the people who supported Biden with the best of intentions. If he can't come through on a lot of promises or improve material conditions, for a lot of people, they will go into the Republican Party. But a lot of people, I'm hoping, will find a new system or a new party that might interest them a little bit more than just playing ping pong with the same two parties every 200 years.
The White House, but it's one of those things. But who knows? Who knows? I may even decide to beat them for a third time, okay? Beat them for a third time.
Wow. He still thinks he won. And he didn't even say it. He didn't even say it. He insinuated it. Oh, he is a media genius. Goebbels would be proud. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Joe Biden defunded the border wall and stopped all future
Maybe he's talking about impeachments.
Even on small open sections that just needed to be finished up. Routine little work, it's already been bought. Wait till the contractors get to them and they say, no, it costs us much more money not to finish the small section than if we finished it. That's going to be nice. Wait till you see those bills start pouring in. He revoked the executive order cracking down on deadly sanctuary cities. He has effectively ordered a shutdown of ICE, halting virtually all deportations. Everyone, murderers, everybody, no more. Let's not deport people. And restricting our law enforcement professionals, and they are great professionals. You have many of them represented here today.
He hasn't done
From
anything
conducting almost
with those
any immigration
legislatively at
enforcement of any kind.
He hasn't done any of that.
The
It's
Biden
been 4
policy
weeks,
of releasing criminals into the U.S. interior is making America into a sanctuary nation where criminals, illegal immigrants, including gang members and sex offenders, are set free into American communities.
Rolling with the hits.
They have no idea who's coming up. And remember, with the caravans, these countries, not only the three of them, but many, many countries all over the world, they're not giving us their best and their finest because they're intelligent. They're not giving us their best and their finest.
They're definitely like, you know, filtering who the refugees are. Like, no. You're too smart. You can't flee your country from a war-torn area. These people have to literally escape. So like, there's no choice from the government who's coming. They're leaving despite their government.
who loves you as much as I love you. But I said that a long time ago, and we turned out to be 100% correct. Biden's radical immigration policies aren't just illegal. They're immoral, they're heartless, and they are a betrayal of our nation's core values. It's a terrible thing that's happening. The Republican Party must hold Joe Biden and the Democrats accountable. They ripped up the diplomatic agreements we negotiated with Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador to shut down illegal immigration. You know, they got a fortune. They got paid $500 million a year. When I came into office, those countries were refusing to take back illegal alien gang members, including MS-13, the most vicious, probably of them all.
I don't think MS-13 has roots in Honduras or Guatemala.
Even the worst don't think about.
It's in North California.
So I asked, how much do we pay these
Mexico.
countries? How much do we pay them? Sir, we pay them approximately $500 million a year. It's a lot of money. I mean, it's peanuts compared to the way other countries rip us off, but that's a lot of money. I said, okay, we aren't going to pay them anymore because they wouldn't take back the criminals. And this was true with the Obama administration. It was true for many, many years. So we'd catch a murderer, we'd want to bring him back to Guatemala or Honduras, El Salvador. They wouldn't take him back. No, we don't want him. We'd fly him in, they wouldn't let the plane land. We'd bus him in, they wouldn't let the buses get anywhere near the border. And I said, we're not going to pay him anymore. So after I said that, and I stopped payment, you know, like a term that we use in the world of business, let's stop payment.
I mean, how horrific is that? He was talking about how like Biden and Obama's administrations are heartless because they were paying the government to try and clean up the situation of their government. And his more humane answer is by sending asylum seekers back to these places that I'm pretty sure they've all had schools of America in them, which was a CIA program to teach, you know, militias, not even government military, but militias, how to fight and kill. So that's really not a humane way to go about things, is to send people back to these countries just because you perceive them or deem them to be criminals to make it sound like it's okay. They're asylum seekers.
They didn't respect us. They couldn't believe what they were getting away with. But now Joe Biden has wrecked this great deal, wrecked it. And they're already doing what they were doing before, and they're taking the money. And that's just a small portion of what's going on. To top it all off, the Biden people are pushing a bill that would grant mass amnesty for millions of illegal aliens, while massively expanding chain migration. That's where you come in and everybody comes in, your grandmother, your father, your mother, your brother, your cousin.
Melania's family benefited from chain
so easily,
immigration. We've heard about it because of you.
It even requires that the U.S. government provide illegal border crossers with taxable funded lawyers. Anybody need a good lawyer? You can't have one. They get the lawyers. They get lawyers. They're probably very good, too.
What does he mean that they can't have lawyers? It's in the Constitution. If they're a part of like a criminal case, then you are afforded a very low paid and strung out lawyer, but a lawyer nonetheless.
Religion, color, and creed. And Republicans must ensure that it never is allowed to become federal law, which is what they want to do. We must stand tall in the party. We have to do this. We have to stand tall as the party for law-abiding Americans and others when they're in our country. Border security is just one of the many issues on which the new administration has already betrayed the American people. He didn't talk about this stuff. I debated him. He wasn't talking about this. He wasn't. What he signed with those executive orders, they weren't things that were discussed. We didn't know all about him and the press because they're fake news. They're the biggest fakers there are. But the press refused to ask the questions. And when I asked the questions on television, on the debate, Chris Wallace in this case and others refused to let him answer. They refused to let him answer the questions. Maybe we could have found something, or if the media did its job, which they don't. Their callous indifference to working families is equally clear when it comes to the critical matter of getting America's children back to school. And they must get back and get back right now. Right now. Crazy. Terrible. Terrible. The Biden administration is actually bragging about the classroom education they are providing to migrant children on the border, while at the same time millions of American children are having their futures destroyed by Joe Biden's anti-science school closures. Think of it. We're educating students on the border, but our own people, the children of our citizens themselves, are not getting the education that they deserve. There's no reason whatsoever why the vast majority of young Americans should not.
Yeah, but just because migrant children are receiving an education in an immigration detention center doesn't mean they're still in very good conditions. They're probably still in overcrowded situations. Hopefully Biden was able to get guidelines into the Department of Homeland Security to kind of clean that up, but it's not like we should be envious of the conditions that they're in just because they have an education. And that doesn't mean that kids are necessarily missing out entirely, but our rollout of getting education during a pandemic is shit, and we need to do better as a country the next time around.
Homes, no reason for it whatsoever. They want to get out. They're cheating the next generation of Americans out of the future that they deserve, and they do deserve this future. They're going to grow up, and they're going to have a scar. It's a scandal of the highest order and one of the most craven acts by any president in our lifetimes. It's the teachers.
But like, Trump did absolutely nothing to make the conditions of going back to school even better. Like, he didn't take advantage during the lockdowns to pass more school funding in order to prepare for reduced class sizes, and also like whatever other kind of PPE or kind of equipment that you would need to prepare for that kind of situation. He didn't take advantage of lockdowns. He did nothing during it.
Depression that we've never seen before. The Democrats now say we have to pass their $1.9 trillion boondoggle to open schools, but a very small part of it has to do with that. You know where it's going. It's going to bail out badly run Democrat cities, so much of it. But billions of dollars for school.
And I hate when they bring up this too, that money's going to bail out failed Democrat cities. Like, there's citizens that live in there. Like, if there's a competency level against this, then you need to hold them accountable. But the problem of just like outright not helping people because they're Democratic states is really dangerous for a lot of citizens, because even people who live inside that in those states might even be Republican.
When I left office, and we're very proud of this because this was something that they said could not be done. The FDA said it, everybody said it. Any article you read said it. Couldn't be done. It would be years and years. I handed the new administration what everyone is now calling a modern-day medical miracle. Some say it's the greatest thing to happen in hundreds of years. 2 vaccines produced in record time, with numerous others on the way, including the Johnson & Johnson vaccine that was approved just yesterday.
Taking credit for the creation of vaccines. Nice. Public funding had nothing to do with it.
And therapeutic relief also, if you're sick. We have things now that are incredible, what has taken place over the last year.
Like, even him taking credit for the creation of the vaccines eliminates the power of the people that he could be acknowledging, that, you know, we used our tax dollars to come together and create the biggest fight against coronavirus, but he just took credit for it.
Can you imagine if you had to go through what all of the countries of the world who are now getting the vaccine or soon will be getting it from various companies, but can you imagine if all of those countries had to go through what they've been going through over the last year? You'd lose hundreds of millions of people. I pushed the FDA like they have never been pushed before. They told me that loud and clear. They have never been pushed like I pushed them. I didn't like them at all. But once we got it done, I said, I now love you very much. What the Trump administration has done with vaccines has, in many respects, perhaps saved large portions of the world, not only our country, but large portions of the world.
But the unfortunate thing is with how badly we spread it in our own country, we're likely to see a strain actually be born in the United States because of the potential of it to mutate in our country with the amount of transmission. So
to produce the vaccines before we knew they were going to work.
We saved the world by creating the vaccine, but it just keeps spreading, and now we have to make another vaccine for the next strain. So innovative, United States.
So think of that. We took this bet. We made a bet because we thought we were on a certain track. But you'd be starting to make them right now. It'd be a long time before you ever saw them. It takes 60 to 100 days to manufacture and inspect new doses. And that means that 100% of the increased availability that we have now was initiated by our administration. 100%. In fact, the director of National Institutes of Health, Francis Collins, he's Fauci's boss, actually. I think he's a Democrat, too, by the way, recently said that our Operation Warp Speed was absolutely breathtaking and that the Trump administration deserves full credit.
For deregulation.
Which we do.
Like creating...
And as conservatives and Republicans...
He's literally bragging about creating less work for the government to do.
Because they don't deserve the credit. Following our plan, but...
Like, the deregulation probably did help with getting a vaccine sooner, not as if we couldn't have gotten one from, like, you know, other companies throughout other nations if they had passed, you know, good guidelines too. But it's just funny that deregulation is something to brag about when literally all it does is just ease off restrictions for businesses.
I left that magnificent house at 1600 Pennsylvania
Doing
Avenue.
less work.
Almost 20 million Americans had already been vaccinated. 1.5 million doses were administered on my final day alone. 1.5 million in a day. Yet Biden said just a few days ago that when he got here, meaning the White House, there was no vaccine. He said, there's no vaccine? Oh, good. Say it again, Joe. Now, I don't think he said that, frankly, in a malicious way. I really don't. I actually believe he said that because he didn't really know what the hell was happening.
I don't think he meant that maliciously, but here's a malicious comment. He's weak
Never
on
let
strong.
them forget this was us. We did this, and the distribution is moving along according to our plan.
I wish he would take the credit for the spread of COVID as much as he does for the vaccines.
Our generals and all of the people, what they've done is incredible. But remember, you know, we took care of a lot of people, including, I guess, on December 21st, we took care of Joe Biden because he got his shot. He got his vaccine. He forgot. It shows you how unpainful that vaccine shot is. So everybody go get your shot. He forgot. So it wasn't very traumatic, obviously, but he got his shot. And it's good that he got his shot. Last year, I predicted to you that the extremism, corruption, and incompetence of the Biden administration would be literally unprecedented in American history. Unfortunately, he has proven me 100% right. Already...
And obviously, I don't agree with that at all because Joe Biden hasn't changed much as far as immigration or anything else.
Shredding your Second Amendment. Your Second Amendment is in far bigger trouble than you know. And for 4 years, I fought like hell to save your Second Amendment, and we saved it 100%. We saved it. He signed an order to conduct politically correct far-left indoctrination trainings in every department of the federal government, including the U.S. military, after I had terminated these horrible things that were being preached to our military. And he wants it to go forward. It's insane. Within his first few hours, Biden eliminated our national security travel bans on nations plagued by terrorism. His first priority was to open our borders to unvetted travelers from Libya, Yemen, Syria, Somalia, and many other countries where strict vetting cannot occur. Countries that have tremendous problems, countries with tremendous terrorism problems. We did a travel ban. It was a real achievement. We told those countries, sorry, straighten out your act. We don't want people coming in where they had an ideology or a problem. We just couldn't have it. And it was incredible. How it worked was incredible. And he terminated it. We had to get it approved. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court of the United States. We got it approved, and he terminates it. In addition, he's already increased refugee admissions by nearly 10 times, but in effect, it'll soon be hundreds of times as millions of people flow up through our soon-to-be open borders.
And again, then we just circle all the way back to immigration bad immigrants.
Incredible people.
There's got to be more concerns in the Republican Party. But I guess they showed that poll and they care about that more than the 2A, so shit.
At local restaurants, but Joe Biden is bringing in thousands upon thousands of refugees from all over the world, people that nobody knows anything about. We don't have crime records. We don't have health records. What are they bringing in with them? When I left office, we had virtually ended the endless wars. These endless wars, they go on forever. They go on forever. I would go to Dover and I would see caskets, coffins coming in. I'd see the parents and the wives and the husbands. I would see the kids. Endless wars, 19 years in Afghanistan. We have it down to almost nothing left, and I hear they might want to go back in.
We haven't had troops leave from
Remember,
Afghanistan.
I used to say, don't go in, but if you're going to go in, keep the oil. Well, we went in and we didn't keep the oil. We had made historic peace deals in the Middle East, like nobody thought were even possible.
Trade deals aren't peace deals. They're at least an economic alliance.
With not a drop of bloodshed.
Which could mean that their alliances would be affected by that during a wartime, so I guess it's kind of peace. These nations weren't necessarily at war either.
And by the way, not one American soldier has been killed in Afghanistan in over a year. Think of that. Not one.
Really?
Those troops have largely come home. At the same time, the new administration unilaterally withdrew our crippling sanctions on Iran, foolishly giving away all of America's leverage before negotiations have even begun. Leave the sanctions, negotiate. Does anybody understand what I'm saying here?
No.
Are there any good business people? You don't have to be a good, are there any bad business people? They took off the sanctions. They took off the sanctions. They said, well, we're going to not have any sanctions. Let's negotiate a deal. I don't know, Matt Schlapp. I don't think you would have done that. Do you think so, Matt? I don't think so. Mercedes wouldn't have. No, you do that, you make a deal, and then you do what they wanted. I will tell you something, and I said it. Had we had a fair election, the results would have been much different, and we would have had a deal. We would have had a deal with Iran within the first week. They wanted those sanctions off. He took them off for nothing, for nothing. Now you watch how tough they negotiate. In another horrendous surrender, he agreed to get back into the World Health Organization.
Yeah, let's all boo that during a pandemic.
For approximately $500 million a year, which is what we were paying. When I withdrew from the WHO, and you know the whole story with that, they called it badly. They really are puppets for China. They called and they wanted us to stay in. I said, how much are we paying? Approximately $500 million. How much is China paying? A much larger in terms of population country. Sir, they're paying $39 million. I said, why are we paying $500 million and they're paying $39? I could tell you why, because the people that made the deal are stupid. That's why. So,
because we want to contribute less to the entire health of the globe than anybody else.
And I had no idea how popular it was. I didn't even know if I would be able to. politically because people were so happy when I did get out. But I said, so we went in, we could get it for 39 million, which is what China, not 500 million, which is what we were stupidly paying. And they said, we can make a deal. We want you to go in. We can make a deal. Okay, and I decided not to do it. But we could have had it for 39. We could have had it for the same as China. And they decide now
it was
to go
a
back into the World Health
participation
Organization
system, and you decided not to
500
participate.
million. What the hell is wrong with them?
But he didn't even pull it out to the
this is
point that it
just-
wouldn't stop
this
until
is just
Biden was already
emblematic.
president.
It's a tremendous amount of money, but compared to trillions, it's not. But it's a tremendous amount of money. Why would China pay 39 million and we're paying almost 500 million? Why? So we could have made the same deal that China had, 39 million, and they just say, we're going back in. We're going back into the World Health Organization. They go back in, they pay 500. It is so sad. Just like the Iran and the World Health Organization, Joe Biden put the United States.
I don't even think it's the president's job to decide how much they contribute into these organizations. I think it's actually Congress's job. So if you're worried about that, look at your elected official. Trump is like a representative and he can kind of head those deals, sign in or sign off. But for the most part, money is designated by Congress. So if you don't like it, talk to them.
Tell me why. Give me one good reason. First of all, China doesn't kick in for 10 years. Russia goes by an old standard, which was not a clean standard, and other countries. But we get hit right from the beginning. Would have cost us hundreds of thousands and millions of jobs. It was a disaster. But they go back in. I could have made an unbelievable deal and gone back in, but I didn't want to do that. Surrendering millions of jobs and trillions of dollars to all of these other countries, almost all of them, that were in the deal. So they have favorable treatment. We don't have favorable treatment. And we just said, we're going back in. To go back in, they wanted us so badly. You could have negotiated. If you wanted to go back in, which frankly, we have the cleanest air, the cleanest water, and everything else that we've ever had. So I don't know why we have to.
There's no proof of that whatsoever.
And what good does it do when we're clean, but China's not, and Russia's not, and India's not?
Does Texas even have clean water yet right now? Because like that's a pretty good example of a pretty big problem in America.
And we're trying to protect everything and building products for 3 times more than is necessary. No, they could have made a great deal. If they were going to go back in, that's fine. But they could have made a great deal instead of just say, we're back in. These people. And in one of his first official acts, which was incredible because, again, he talked about energy. He never said he was going to do this. He canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, destroying not the 8,000 or the 9,000 or the 11,000 jobs that you hear, but 42,000 great paying jobs on just about day one, right? He never talked about that during a debate because he wouldn't have gotten away with it. Well, he would have because they cheated so much it probably wouldn't have happened. No, but that was not a topic of conversation, remember? Fracking, you can frack. Oh, we love fracking. During the primary, no fracking. As soon as he got through that, he said, no, of course, everybody can frack. No fracking. You wait till you see what happens with your gasoline. Wait till you see what happens, and we cannot let this stuff continue to go on. One of my proudest accomplishments as president was to make America energy independent. The United States became the #1 energy superpower on earth. Number one.
That was due to an Obama-era policy for them to start exporting more of their crude oil. So that's actually dating before his presidency. But the amount of exports that we had, I think, was higher under Trump than it was under Obama.
We left them all in the dust. They were all in the dust. But if the Democrats have their way, we are heading from energy dominance to energy disaster. That's what's happening. You have to see what's going on. Everything's being closed up. It's a disaster. The blackouts we saw in California last summer and all the time, and the windmill calamity that we're witnessing in Texas. Great state of Texas. We love Texas. But it's so sad when you look at it. That'll just be the start. How bad is wind power? So I talk about it all the time at CPAC, right? We went to CPAC, remember last, I said, we're going to watch the president.
He's going to use the debunked windmill narrative about Texas to blame it on Democrats, even though it's a Republican state. Mental gymnastics is what it takes to be a conservative.
It's so bad for the environment. It kills the birds. It destroys the landscapes. And remember, these are structural columns with fans on them. They wear out. And when they wear out all over the country, you see them. Nobody takes them down. They're rotting. They're rusting. How this is environmentally good for our country. And it costs many, many times more than natural gas, which is clean. It costs many more and can fuel our great factories. Wind can't do that. And solar, I love solar, but it doesn't have the capacity to do what we have to do to make America great again. Sorry, it just doesn't have it. Under the radical Democrat policies, the price of gasoline has already surged 30% since the election, and will go to $5, $6, $7, and even higher. So enjoy that when you go to the pump, and they'll say, that'll be about $200 to fill up your van. You'll go to this, remember they used to go to the little small van?
Yeah, but the thing he also isn't mentioning here is that Trump, the United States, the United Arab Emirates, and Russia, who are all major distributors of oil around the globe, all came together for a trade deal to agree to reduce the amount of oil that they would actually produce coming, I think, after, was it October 2020 or something like that? They started slowing down their production, and so that's actually going to lead to an oil price hike that we're going to all have to pay for. So I'm glad he left that out, though. It's not important context.
That was a little, remember they were going to give you 37 a barrel, but you had to take it away. You had free oil almost for a period of time, and one way I was proud of it, but we also had to save the energy industry, and it worked out well. And I dealt with Russia and Saudi Arabia, and they cut back on production.
Oh, there it is.
And
yeah.
we got it back up. But now it's going the opposite, because now they're taking this incredible energy independence away from the people of our country, and you're going to see costs go like you have never seen them go before. It's a very sad and very stupid thing that they're doing.
Because we're going from an overproduction to a slowed production that is then going to, as we reopen our economy, to back to the need of an overproduction.
And a massive loss for the United States and our great citizens.
So cool.
Joe Biden and the Democrats are even pushing policies that would destroy women's sports. A lot of new records are being broken in women's sports. Hate to say that, ladies, but got a lot of new records. They're being shattered. You know, for years, the weightlifting, every ounce is like a big deal for many years. All of a sudden, somebody comes along and beats it by 100 pounds. Boom, boom. Now, young girls and women are incensed that they are now being forced to compete against those who are biological males. It's not good for women. It's not good for women's sports, which worked so long and so hard to get to where they are. The records that stood for years, even decades, are now being smashed with ease. Smashed. If this is not change, women's sports, as we know it, will die. They'll end. It'll end. What coach, if I'm a coach, you know, I want to be a great coach. What coach, as an example, wants to recruit a young woman to compete if her record can easily be broken by somebody who was born a man? Not too many of those coaches around, right? If they are around, they won't be around long, because they're going to have a big problem when their record is, we're 0-16, but we're getting better. No, I think it's crazy. I think it's just crazy what's happening. We must protect the integrity of women's sports. So important. After.
Are they concerned about trans men playing in men's sports as much as they are about trans women playing in women's sports? I'm actually genuinely curious why they don't actually bring that point up.
And I don't even know.
Gender sports
is that controversial? You know, somebody said, well, that's going to be very controversial. I said, that's okay. You haven't heard anything yet. As you can see, the early weeks of the Biden administration have nothing less than, they've been a catastrophe for American workers and for American families. The task of our mission, and for us, it's our movement. As I said, a movement like has never been seen, I think we can probably say, never been seen anywhere in the world. I mean, nobody's ever seen a movement
a lot
like
of these
this.
before.
I'd grow
many
up
times.
and I'd watch somebody who came in second in New Hampshire, or first in Iowa, and that was the end, and they became famous for the rest of their lives. We won the election twice. I mean, you know, think about it.
He keeps saying that.
The task for our movement and our party is to stand up to this destructive agenda with confidence and with resolve.
So earlier,
the future of the Republican Party is as a party that defends the social, economic, and cultural interests.
Right side had to keep correcting people that they were interviewing, but the president or former president just keeps doing it, and he can't be corrected. He just keeps doing it. He won't admit that he lost that election, and that just perpetuates the narrative and creates a dangerous divide. So cool beans.
Amazing.
Standing ovation. Cool beans.
That's right. No, it's a party that's incredible. The people, the spirit. And there are, as you probably heard a little while ago, I mean, there's more spirit now than there's ever been, including even before the election. More spirit now than we've ever seen, because people are seeing how bad it can be. And again, I want to thank Rush and Catherine, because what he did to get the word out has been incredible. Some people are irreplaceable, as Sean Hannity would say, and he said Rush is irreplaceable. But his spirit lives on, and that's something that we need and we love. Republicans believe that the needs of every citizen must come first. In fact, America must come first. We don't put it first. They don't put it first. Over the past 4 years, my administration delivered for Americans of all backgrounds like never before. Like never before. We built the strongest economy in the history of the world, raised wages, and achieved the lowest African American, Hispanic American, and Asian American unemployment rates ever recorded. It was so great for everybody of all backgrounds that even after the China virus, we are leading the world. Nobody's even close. We're leading it in the comeback. Our economic comeback has been incredible. That's because the financial and economic foundation we built was so strong that unlike other countries who are having a hard time, we didn't break. We came roaring back, and now our stock market and your 401ks are again at record levels, higher than ever before, actually. Many people have asked, what is Trumpism? A new term being used more and more. I'm hearing that term more and more. I didn't come up with it. But what it means is great deals, great trade deals, great ones, not deals where we give away everything, our jobs, our money. Like the USMCA replacement of the horrible NAFTA. NAFTA was one of the worst deals ever made, probably the worst trade deal ever made. And we ended it. You know, a lot of people forget. We ended it. Now we have the USMCA, Mexico, Canada. It's incredible what it's done for our farmers, who are doing fantastically. Did you see grain prices and grain sales are at an all-time high? Wheat, all-time high. So many elements of farms and farmers, and they love me. And remember, it's going to be very close in Iowa. Well, it wasn't close. We won in a landslide, Iowa.
Remember the farmers' bailouts. Remember that there was massive bailout packages handed to farmers because of the tariffs that he imposed on China. And China then imposed on our imports because they benefit from our agriculture. So, yeah, no, not something I would say is a good thing that he did.
To our country based on a system of merit, so they come in and they can help us, as opposed to coming here and not being good for us, including criminals, of which there are many.
Back to
it means no riots in the streets. It means law enforcement. It means very strong protection for the Second Amendment and the right to keep and bear arms. It means support for the forgotten men and women who have been taken advantage of for so many years, and they were doing great. They were doing great before that horrible thing from China came in and hit us and now they're starting to do really well again. You know, if you think about it, we built the economy twice. We built it then, and then like every other country in the world, it went down, and then we built it.
I mean, if we're going to give Trump credit for things that happen in the economy, then we have to give him credit for the policies that led to billionaire wealth increasing by like what, 1.9 trillion collectively, while 40 to 50 million Americans are facing eviction, but thankfully moratoriums are holding them off for now, and 8 million other Americans dropped below the poverty line. So if Trump's going to take credit for certain parts of the economy, maybe there's a certain amount of accountability for him to hold on other parts.
Depleted, it was obsolete, and now we have the best brand new equipment ever made, and it was all produced right here in the USA. Isn't that nice? And we take care of our vets. You know, we had a poll recently, just before leaving office. The vets had a 91% approval rating for the way we took care of them. That's the highest number in the history of the polls.
The polls.
The vet polls.
The vet polls.
On top of all of that, we have even created the Space Force, the first new branch of the United States military in nearly 75 years.
I mean, the Space Force was kind of
The mission
inevitable.
of the Democrat Party is to promote socialism. They want to promote socialism, ultimately leading, unfortunately, to communism. And that will happen. If you look at Venezuela, you look at some of these countries, that's why some of our biggest supporters are from South America, Latin America, because they've seen what goes on with all of this cancel culture, and you can't speak, and let's cut them off.
Which is funny because with so much support in Venezuela as situations deteriorate there, all those supporters who love America would be rejected under a Trump presidency. No refugees, no asylum seekers. They're all criminals. We don't know who they are. So like all of you supporters out in Venezuela and these South American countries, Trump could give literally 2 fucks about you.
Their party is based upon unvarnished disdain for America, its past, and its people. You see that happening. It's horrible the way they treat the legacy of our country, the culture of our country. Our party is based on love for America and the belief that this is an exceptional nation blessed by God.
And, you know, no matter how nice that sounds to be an exceptional nation blessed by God, I kind of have to point out that that's some dangerous rhetoric to think that you're more supreme or superior over other nations and ethnicities, and that's a toxic belief that you shouldn't hold on to. Maybe, kind of. That's kind of how you lead to the idea that a bunch of people fleeing war-torn, civil war, corrupt governments are a bunch of nasty criminals.
Our great American flag. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So nice. I started that hearing, we really were getting word of that, hearing that during some of the rallies, especially the latter rallies where we set records. We had 56 unbelievable packed rallies.
Jesus.
And nobody's ever had anything like we had. And we started hearing, "We love you." And I asked somebody, you know, because we really liked Ronald Reagan, right? He was a great president. We had others.
They won't stop bringing him up.
But I said, did anybody ever say that to Ronald Reagan or to any of our great, and to the best of all of these political professionals' knowledge and pollsters, nobody's ever heard that chant before, man. So it's an honor. Believe me, it's an honor. It's a great honor. It's a great honor. You know, when you think about "we love you," you're saying that about, I hate to say it, am I a politician? I don't know. Maybe I'm a politician.
The answer is a yes.
I hate to admit it, but it's an honor that you would say it. We believe in patriotic education and strongly oppose the radical indoctrination of America's youth. It's horrible. We are committed to defending innocent life and to upholding the Judeo-Christian values of our founders and of our founding.
Yeah, but they had no intention to endorse Judeo-Christian values.
We
in
embrace
government.
free thought.
That was in the
We
First
stand
Amendment.
up to political correctors.
Pretty obvious.
And we reject left-wing lunacy, and in particular, we reject cancel culture.
The most canceled man on the planet.
We know that the rule of law is the ultimate safeguard.
He's so canceled he won't go
and
away.
we affirm that the Constitution means exactly what it says, as written, as written.
So
They
the
wanna
three-fifths
change it.
clause?
They want to change it. They want to get rid of it, frankly. We believe in law and order, and we believe that the men and women of law enforcement are heroes who truly deserve our absolute support. We don't defund the police. We are not defunding the police.
How about we reappropriate
We believe
the
in
resources?
standing up to China, shutting down outsourcing, bringing back our factories and supply chains, and ensuring that America, not China, dominates the future of the world.
I really want to know, like, when automation really starts getting underway in, like, around 2050, maybe even sooner, what the conservative solution is besides target the immigrants, because they're not going to be the scapegoat anymore.
We took in hundreds of billions, and during negotiations, they would say, look, the one thing, we don't want any more of these tariffs, Those tariffs, we took in so much money. And what happened is, they became competitive. So what happened with people, they wouldn't go to China. They'd build a lot of it back in our country. They would make it here instead. And in addition to that, we would take it in billions and billions and billions of dollars from China. But in all fairness to China, we made a trade deal with them. This was prior to COVID. Once COVID happened, I no longer cared so much about the trade deal because what happened with that was just disgraceful. But that's one of the things, that's one of the reasons that right now our farmers are doing so good. I used to tell China, look, go and get a lot of wheat, get a lot of different things, all of the things we just talked about. You better go out and do it because this country has not been treated fairly by you for many, many years, many, many years. We used to lose $504 billion trade deficit with China. $504 million a lot. Right? You know that through the World Health Organization. Now take 504 million, make it $504 billion. We had deficits with China. It was absolutely insane that this could keep going on. It's amazing that you still have a country left. The people that did this to our country, they should be ashamed of themselves.
Private
they should
business?
be ashamed of themselves.
Is he talking
Companies
about
that
Apple,
leave
Apple
America to create
specifically?
jobs in China and other countries that have ripped us off for years should not be rewarded. They should be tariffed, fined, and punished. They should not be rewarded.
Tariff the companies that do that, or China?
And that's what the Biden administration is doing. But of course, as you know, they have a very close personal relationship with China. So I don't expect much to happen there. It's a shame, because it really is a threat. It's a tremendous economic threat. And thank God we've rebuilt our military, but it's a tremendous economic threat. Never forget it. These are the convictions that define our movement today and must define the Republican Party in the years ahead. Very simple. It's really quite simple, isn't it? Another one of the most urgent issues facing the Republican Party is that of ensuring fair, honest, and secure elections. Such a disgrace, such a disgrace.
The first thing that canceled him, and now he's going to rant about it.
Such a disgrace. We must pass comprehensive election reforms, and we must do it now. The Democrats used the China virus as an excuse to change all of the election rules without the approval of their state legislatures, making it therefore illegal. It had a massive impact on the election. Again, you have to go to the legislatures to get these approvals. This alone would have easily changed the outcome of the election at levels that you wouldn't have even believed. Even with COVID, even with all of the things, the numbers are staggering. We can never let this or other abuses of the 2020 election be repeated or happen again. Can never let that happen again. You see what's going on. We've been set back so greatly with other countries and with the world. We need election integrity and election reform immediately. Republicans should be the party of honest elections that can give everyone confidence in the future of our country. Without honest elections, who has confidence? Who has confidence? This issue is being studied and examined, but the reality is you cannot have a situation where ballots are indiscriminately pouring in from all over the country. Tens of millions of ballots. Where are they coming from? They're coming all over the place. Where illegal aliens and dead people are voting, and many other horrible things are happening that are too voluminous to even mention, but people know. I mean, it's being studied, and the level of dishonesty is not to be believed. We have a very sick and corrupt electoral process that must be fixed immediately. This election was rigged, and the Supreme Court and other courts did.
Huh? No. He's still going. He showed up late and he's still going. I found out, I think in 2015, he did like a 2-hour speech. I didn't know.
When? He did a 2-hour speech?
Yeah, at the, like a CPAC in like 2015. I think he's almost done. It sounds like it. He's just rolling with the hits.
Is he saying good stuff? Fucking stuff. Is something about how it's like National No Eat Meat Day?
Really?
Yeah.
It's a good thing I got cheese pizza.
I don't know if the government even like did something with it, but my mom and dad posted a video of like a giant piece of meat they're gonna eat today. Did that change his profile picture?
You gotta comment that shit gay. You gotta make like a meat joke.
If I start slinging gay out like that, they're gonna sling it right back at me. I'm too weak for that.
Just whatever, homo.
Ching.
Hey, Chacho. You're gonna realize it's too hot in here and dip out.
It is way too hot out here.
Yeah, this needs to stop at some point.
We'll be outside if you'd rather do some more fun stuff than this. But
Yeah, I mean, it's teaching me a lot, but like, I don't know. At the same time, like, it like every issue just ends up coming back to fuck immigrants. Just every single one of them. Jobs, war, housing, healthcare.
Yes, my bad.
Hey, what'd you do?
We gotta go.
Where you go?
We have an arrangement outside.
Oh.
I was gonna include you, but
Like all the way outside?
all the way back.
No, I'm sorry.
Yep, bye.
Why are you making me feel bad?
Letting you know if you'd rather be with Donald Trump than you were inside.
See, that's like literally what you're doing, is trying to make me feel bad. Are we not watching Powder?
When you're done with this,
So I feel like I have set time aside from politics. I took all day off yesterday. It's unfortunate that this is the thing that like takes forever. And then I also thought like doing it in this platform would help, but the thing is that I learned is that most people don't want to watch this unless they want to suck his dick. So coming here, finding out that I'm spitting on it rather than sucking on it and just letting it sit there flaccid, dipping out.
spin on it. I feel like you're helping everybody, though, right?
I guess I'm lubricating it to go into their mouths. Yeah.
I'm letting this conversation go by. Sorry, too much visual.
Britt.
Make eye contact with me too.
Britt, come on. Come on. Why are you being mean to me?
They have millions and millions of ballots sitting around all over the place for long periods of time. Gee, I wonder what happens with those ballots. I wonder what happens. It's common sense. It's a disgrace. It's an absolute disgrace. There should be a legitimate reason for someone to vote absentee. Has to have a reason. We should eliminate the insanity of mass and very corrupt mail-in voting. We must have voter ID. Voter ID.
I say we have a national holiday for voting where everybody gets the day off. If we can do it for Christopher Columbus, we can do it for democracy.
You know, to get into the Democrat National Convention, when they had the convention, you needed voter ID. You needed an ID card. You couldn't get in unless you had an ID. So many people told me you can't get in that place, you need ID. Nobody had ID.
Yeah, CPAC, you just need a credit
You need
card.
voter ID, they know that. This is a con job. They're conning everybody, they know that. They know the wall was good. They knew the wall would work, but they didn't want to have it because we wanted it. I made one big mistake on the wall. I should have said, we will not have a wall. And then they would have said, let's build a wall. I made a big mistake. I made a big mistake. I'm sorry. Took us a year and a half extra because of that mistake. We will not have a wall. We need a wall immediately, said Chuck Schumer. We need universal signature matching. They want to pass a bill where you don't have to match signatures, where signatures don't mean anything. Now, they know it's all, just like with the wall, just like with voter ID, when you need to go into anything that's Democrat-run, you need it. But for voting, which is our most sacred institution.
I mean, it's amazing to me to focus in on like individual voter issues when like the systemic problem is money in politics, and like this whole conversation of all this mail-in voter fraud and all of that nonsense is just like completely moves away from the fact that super PACs have an unlimited amount of money to give to candidates.
And you saw what happened in Detroit and Philadelphia and many other places, swing states mostly, all over, but swing states mostly. You saw what happened. You saw what was going on. You saw that more people, you take a look at the votes. When you have more votes than you have people, that's a problem, right? Is that a problem? You know, we have a little problem adjusting in Detroit. We seem to have more votes than we have people.
I mean, for fuck's sake, he's doing literally the same shit that got him banned from Twitter, banned from everything else, and yet it's just given a platform. Incredulously, it's just going on and on and on and on and on of the same thing, of him reinforcing the discontent and distrust of the electoral system that took place in 2020. It's just continuing on with that. The same thing that led to the insurrection.
Country, and it has taken place for years in Pennsylvania and Detroit and various other places, but there's tremendous, never like this, because they use COVID as a way of cheating. That's what happened, and everybody knows it. Hundreds of thousands and millions of ballots. They used it as a way of getting what they've wanted for many years, and the Republicans have to do something about it. They better do something about it. Our election process is worse than that, in many cases, of a third world country. You know that. You saw what was going on. Even if you consider nothing else, it is undeniable that election rules were illegally changed at the last minute in almost every swing state, with the procedures rewritten by local politicians. You're not allowed to do that. And local judges. They want more time, they want this, they want that, all done by local politicians.
State
or
legislatures
local
are
judges,
local politicians.
as opposed to state legislatures as required by the Constitution of the United States.
Those are local.
And these are numbers that are massive.
politicians.
These aren't little numbers. These are numbers that in
What does he
each
think,
state
state?
is a transformative number.
Does
It
he think
changed-
state legislatures means Congress? Because it doesn't.
And it's not close. Regardless of your political views, this should concern you as a constitutional matter. And the Supreme Court, again, didn't have the guts or the courage to do anything about it. And neither did other judges.
That's funny.
And
Stay
Democrats
mad.
even admitted in Time magazine, which is, I would say, on the liberal side, that they just couldn't hold it in. They had to brag about it. Because what they did, they had to brag about it. They couldn't do it. You got to read the story. It's a disaster. It's a disaster for our country that we can allow something so corrupt to happen. Read that article. I really encourage you. You read that article. Yet all of the election integrity measures in the world will mean nothing if we don't have free speech. And that's where we're at now. If Republicans can be censored for speaking the truth and calling out corruption, we will not have democracy, and we will have only left-wing tyranny. And we can do this. We can do this. We're smarter than they are. We're tougher than they are. For some reason, we just don't. We don't get it done. We let them attack our businesses, and we don't attack their businesses. I believe your numbers are bigger than their numbers, but you're nicer than they are. You're not as vicious as they are. In the past, we would debate. I would have it. I'd debate. You've seen me for many years. They throw something. I debate. They debate. Who knows who wins? You know, people go, they vote, they see what happens. But they would have an idea. They would disagree. The public would hear it. The debate and discourse would take place. And then somebody would make a decision. You would win. You would lose. The public would make up its mind. But now there is no debate because they refuse to allow our side to even speak or be heard. They don't want debate because we have easy victories in a debate. Very easy victories. It's called common sense. It's called other things, but it's called common sense. So they don't want a debate. The time has come to break up big tech monopolies and restore fair competition. Republicans, conservatives must open up our platforms and repeal Section 230 liability protection. And if the federal government refuses to act, then every state in the union where we have the votes, which is a lot of them, big tech giants like Twitter, Google, and Facebook should be punished with major sanctions whenever they silence conservative voices. And Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida and in Texas and in other states are doing this. If they do what they're doing, Florida, and that legislation will pass, and Texas and others will have tremendous power to do what's right and what's fair. We have no time to waste. Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats in Congress are racing to pass a flagrantly unconstitutional attack on the First Amendment and the integrity of our elections, known as H.R. 1. Do you know what H.R. 1 is? It's a disaster. Their bill would drastically restrict political speech, empower the federal government to shut down dissent, and turn the Federal Election Commission into a partisan political weapon. In addition, it virtually eliminates voter ID requirements nationwide, effectively ends all registration deadlines. Can you believe this? Requires states to give ballots to felons, automatically registers every welfare recipient to vote, and puts unaccountable, unelected bureaucrats in charge of drawing congressional districts. That's
Uh-oh. Error in broadcast. Uh-oh.
going to be a lot of fun. This monster must be stopped. It cannot be allowed to pass.
I didn't hear all of
Now
that.
more than ever is the time for tough, strong, and energetic Republican leaders who have spines of steel. We need strong leadership. We cannot have leaders who show more passion for condemning their fellow Americans than they have ever shown for standing up to Democrats, the media, and the radicals who want to turn America into a socialist country.
Democratic, socialist, God-fearing country.
Instead of attacking me and, more importantly, the voters of our movement, top establishment Republicans in Washington should be spending their energy in opposing Biden, Pelosi, Schumer, and the Democrats. I've said to some of them, I said, you know, during the Obama years and now during Biden, if you spent the same energy on attacking them, you'd actually be successful, as you do on attacking me in many cases. The Democrats don't have grandstanders like Mitt Romney, Little Ben Sass, Richard Burr, Bill Cassidy, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Pat Toomey.
Just naming the people who stepped out of line.
And in the House, Tom Rice, South Carolina, Adam Kinzinger.
How many
Dan
people is he going to
Newhouse,
name?
Anthony Gonzalez, that's another beauty. Fred Upton, Jamie Herrera Butler, Peter Meyer, John Katko, David Valadeo, and of course the warmonger, a person that loves seeing our troops fighting, Liz Cheney. How about that?
He literally has like a vengeance list. He has a list of people he wants revenge
she's
on.
been censured, and in her state, her poll numbers have dropped faster than any human being I've ever seen. So hopefully they'll get rid of her with the next election. Get rid of them all. Democrats are vicious. Remember this, it's true. Democrats are vicious. He said evil. Well, there is evil there. But they're vicious, they're smart, and they do one thing. Got to hand it to them. They always stick together. You don't have Mitt Romneys in the group.
That's not true.
They
That's
always
not true.
stick together. Fortunately, for the Republican Party, the Democrats have horrible policies like open borders, sanctuary cities, defunding the police, and the ridiculous, totally ridiculous, Green New Deal. So they stick together, they're smart, they're vicious, they got everything going, but their policies are no good. So hence we have, congratulations, the Republican Party.
Who lost a lot of seats in the last election, and now there's Democrat dominant
After
government.
this, they may not stick with those policies. We have to be careful. No, their policies are horrible. Think of it.
Joe
Defund
Biden
the
doesn't
police.
even
How
agree
did
on the
that
Green
work
New
out?
Deal.
But if Republicans do not stick together, the rhinos that we're surrounded with will destroy the Republican Party and the American worker, and will destroy our country itself. The rhinos, you know, Republican in name only. But the Republican Party is united. The only division is between a handful of Washington, D.C. establishment political hacks and everybody else all over the country. I think we have tremendous unity. When you look at the crowds outside that want your seat so badly, they will take your seat in 2 seconds. They want your seat. Congratulations. Congratulations on getting in, by the way. I'm very proud.
I'm proud of y'all for paying
And that's why I'm
$350 a head.
announcing that I will be actively working to elect strong, tough, and smart Republican leaders.
He's got to be rounding the corner at this point. There's no way he's going to do the same thing as 2015. I mean, he did stand there for all those claps for that long.
Speaking of that, I heard Jim Jordan did a great job, right? I heard that from Mark Meadows. I heard it. Oh, there he is. Look at that. Hi, Jim. I heard you were great. In fact, I hated to follow you. I want to follow other people. I could name them, too. I like to follow other people. I heard you were great. Thank you, Jim, very much. Jim Jordan, a great, great athlete. People don't know he was a great wrestler, tremendous numbers of victories. He was a champion. He was college champion for a long period of time. He's a winner and a leader, and he doesn't play games. He likes to win. He likes to win. And we have a lot of people in our party that like to win, Jim, right? But I heard you were great. Thank you very much.
Sounds like he likes
But
playing
we want
games to win.
Republican leaders who are loyal to the voters and who will work proudly for the vision that I've laid out today. And what is it? So simple, right? So simple. Military, law and order, great trade deals, great education. So simple. Does anybody get it? What are they doing?
I like how
Does
his
anybody
great
get it? It has
education
just been
proposition
stated
was just reopening schools.
that President Trump's endorsement is the most powerful asset in politics. You believe that? Who would have thought that was going to happen?
Like, none of
Who would
his
have
like
thought that's going to happen, Jim?
supposed policy, any of it has anything
In last
to do
year's
with like
congressional
actual
primaries,
issues that we've had
One-
for like tens of years.
120 of 122 candidates I endorsed won. 120. That's almost as good as Jim's wrestling record. And the two that lost were beaten by people claiming to be more Trump than their opponent. So I like those two people very much also. In the Senate, I was undefeated in endorsements with a record of 21-0. My endorsement of Mitch McConnell, at his request, it's all right, it's all right. Now, he made a request, he asked for my endorsement, brought him from 1 point down to 20 points up, and he won his race in the great state, and actually the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, and he won it very easily. And I said, I wonder if I'm doing the right thing here, but you know what? I did what I did, but he went from 1 point down to 20 points up very quickly, immediately actually, and he won his race. And if you compare that to his other elections, I'm sure you'll see something interesting. But you know what? We got a Republican elected. And now we have to use Republicans to take care of the election frauds and all of the other things that are happening that shouldn't be allowed to happen in our country. It's very simple. Because of my efforts campaigning, we had huge gains in the House. And I helped keep many senators in their seats, and they will admit it, so that it's now 50-50 instead of Republicans being down anywhere from 8 to 10 seats. And they'll admit it. We'd be down 8 to 10 seats if I didn't campaign. We held rallies for some of the senators.
I mean, that's a terrifying flex, is that like he got a bunch of people elected not because of their policy or what they stand for, but because they stand behind Trump. Like that's a very terrifying flex.
26 of 26 toss-up races. Toss-up.
Holy crap, dude. Are you almost done?
Think of that. 26 of 20. And those are toss-up. Those are races that could go anyway. We were expected to lose 25 seats, and instead we won 15 seats and almost, why couldn't we have done a couple of more? Almost cost Crazy Nancy her job. We'll do that the next time around. I received almost, listen to this number, because you know the fake news doesn't ever talk about these numbers. I just heard this one for the first time. I received almost 1.5 million more votes than all of the Republican House candidates combined. So how the hell is it possible that we lost?
That doesn't even make any sense.
It's not possible.
Yeah, that statistic doesn't even make sense.
I got more, which is me. When I say I'm talking about we. We.
Like, I believe that he got 1.5 million votes than any other Republican in history, but combined all of their votes, no, they would definitely outshatter his.
And that doesn't include the votes and ballots they threw out, okay? If you include them, you'll see numbers that are
I think he actually
much
finished
different.
his speech earlier.
We did
and now
even
this is
better
off
in the
cuffs.
second election than we did in the first. You know, I won the first, and we won the second. We did much better. Sort of strange, right? How did you do? Well, we did much better the second time. Oh, you did? Really? What a disgrace. What a disgrace to our country. I got over 11 million, very close to 12 million more votes than we got in 2016. And I was told by John McLaughlin that if you, the great pollster, that if you get to, we had 63 in 2016, 63 million.
Holy shit, man.
Sir, if you get to 66 million, you have it made. We got to almost 75 million, and what the hell happened? What happened?
How does
What
he sweat
happened
that
when they
much without
closed
affecting
all
his
of the
orange
counting
paint?
booths? What happened at 3 o'clock in the morning? What happened at 3:02 in the morning? What happened? No president has ever lost an election after carrying Florida, Ohio, and Iowa. And I won them all, and I won them by a lot, by a lot. I won 94% of the primary vote. No incumbent president who received more than 75% of the primary vote has ever lost an election. I had a record number And no
it's just amazing too.
president
that, like,
has
the large part of his speech now about the political action of the Conservative Party is to just highlight all of his voting aspects, every demographic, how he's destroyed other presidents in history, how he owned Iowa. It's just like, what does this really have to do with facing the actual issues that confront this nation? Straight the fuck up. God damn, is he almost done?
legislative chamber because Republicans came out to vote for me.
Like, it's killing me how actually, like, hollow this party is in fixing anything.
Despite how well they did, Trump didn't win. That's such a lie. And many legislatures, many legislators told me, they said they were going to lose their race. It wasn't going to happen. And then what happened is one in particular told me from a great swing state, said, I thought I was going to lose my position, lose my race. And I went out with my wife the night before the election, and I saw all these Trump signs and the American flags and the spirits on the streets. I said, darling, I think we're going to win. He said, but you were far, far, far more popular than me. They do lots of polls. You were way, way ahead of me, sir. And the next day I was right. He said, he won the election by a lot, and you lost the election. And sir, it's not possible that you lost because you got a lower number than I did and you were so far ahead of me. You're the person that brought everybody out to vote. And I happen to agree with that 1,000%. Never forget that conversation. He couldn't believe it.
Yeah, because he
And I've heard it from more than one. And in November, 18 of 19 bellwether counties, you heard about the bellwether counties?
Oh
18 of 19 bellwether counties that have correctly predicted every presidential election for decades, many decades, voted for Trump, not for Biden. And it was a shocker to the...
If 18 counties within one state can help predict an election, seriously something wrong.
18 voted for Trump. There's never been anything like that. And yet, did Biden win? No. If you want to help us take back the future of our country, go to DonaldJTrump.com.
And
I don't
donate.
do this. I've never done this.
Donate.
But
Donate.
It's time that we have to put forces together because
Donate.
these people with their big tech and their
Trump's
fake news media
starting
right
a
back
GoFund?
there. Okay? And when you talk about election, they turn off. When you talk about, they probably have them going because they also
Trump
care about
Patreon,
ratings. But
Trumpion?
when they talk about election, they turn off the cameras. You know why? It's a very sore subject, okay? They don't like that subject. There's only one way to contribute to our efforts to elect America First Republican conservatives and in turn to make America great again, and that's through Save America PAC and DonaldJTrump.com. So go out there and do whatever you can because we're going to help a lot of great people. We know the right people to help. We need your help to win.
I wonder how many of the
and
proceeds
to fight
are going
big
to go
tech
to the
and the radical
RNC,
left and the DC
or if
establishment.
most of it's going to Trump.
We need to save your Second Amendment, which is under siege. We need to help protect funding for our military and for our great vets, and that's what we're doing. As we discussed earlier,
back to script.
We're in a struggle for the survival of America as we know it. This is a struggle. This is a terrible, terrible, painful struggle. The path ahead will not be easy, but we will win. We are going to win. Ultimately, we always win. And when we do, history will show that this was the moment when we could have given up, when we could have despaired, but instead we chose to keep on pushing forward. The greater the challenge and tougher the task, the more determined we must be to pull through to triumph. We have to have triumph. We have to have victory. With the talent and dedication of everyone here today, and you have tremendous, not only dedication, tremendous talent in this room. I know many of you. That is exactly what we will do. We will go on to victory. We will summon the spirit of generations of American patriots before us, like those heroes who crossed the Delaware, conquered the Rockies, stormed the beaches, won the battles, and tamed the unknown frontiers. We will persist and we will prevail. We're tougher than they are. We're stronger than they are.
They're nicer than we are, and they're tougher than we are.
Together in the coming years, we will carry forward the torch of American liberty. We will lead the conservative movement and the Republican Party back to a totally conclusive victory, and we've had tremendous victories. Don't ever forget it. With your help, we will take back the House. We will win the Senate, and then a Republican president will make a triumphant return to the White House. And I wonder who that will be. I wonder who that will be. Who will that be? I wonder. Standing before you today, I am supremely confident that for our movement, for our party, and for our country, our brightest days are just ahead, and that together we will make America prouder, freer, stronger, and greater than it ever has been before. Thank you, CPAC. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you.
He has not changed for a single second, and if he returns to office, it will be the same exact thing that we got, just harder and a lot stronger, especially since he's getting a lot more Republicans to completely back him. I think at this point, the Republican Party is Trump, and so if he were to become president, they're going all out. And when we well know over history that when Republicans wield power, they know how to use it. So do what you need to, prep your doomsdays, whatever you need to do to cope with the idea that Trump is going to return harder, and his right-wing militia supporters are going to feel incredibly emboldened to take radical actions in order to ensure his victory. So let that be known. And some of it's big business that is also willing to do those things. So that's all I can consume for today. I can't believe that took that long. I'm so sorry for existing and putting this out here. I hope you'll join me for my regular shows on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And I'm on Twitter at ToxinPod, ToxNPod. And please forgive me. God, if you're listening, I'm trying my best. And, tell St. Peter what's up for me. And yeah, that's going to have to be that. Thanks for joining this mad copium at the convention of Republican political action. Mostly inaction, I feel, but it's just a matter of opinion.